How to Love a Monster. Volume 1, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Now then, let's begin the inquiry for Norman Hamishkun. A strangely bright voice echoed through the cold, stone-walled room. Ah, this is fun. Amazing, right? Wouldn't you agree, Norman Kun? No, I don't. This is terrible. There's no way I could think this is fun, Jim. Two young men sat across from each other, separated by a long table, their words starkly opposed. At the edge of the room sat another long table, where a variety of items were carefully displayed. There were a black felt hat, a worn long coat, a wallet, a handkerchief, a lighter, a fresh pack of cigarettes, a magnifying glass, a ruler, a set of lockpicking tools, a book on geography, a notebook, a binder stuffed with documents, a revolver, and a foldable walking stick. Along the nearby wall, there was even an old-fashioned phone. The gray-haired boy, bound securely, sat against the backdrop of 4 large windows, beyond which lay the deep blackness of night. Look at me right now, just what do you see? Well, you're tied down to the chair hand and foot. I even learned a special knot, just for this so it wouldn't come undone. Fascinating, if you ask me. Would you mind untying me? Absolutely not. That's a horrible response. Normally, you'd be pestering me with tea and snacks right about now. We're not in my lab, are we? Besides, you hardly ever touch the tea and snacks when I do bring them out. Do you even remember the last time you visited me? When was that again? I've been out of town for a while, you know. 37 days ago. When I told you I'd be going to the capital for work, you were gone in 2 minutes flat. Geez, I wanted to chat a bit while I had the chance. The boy looked beaten up, if not completely battered. His white shirt, suspenders, and black pants, simple enough attire, were smeared with dirt and blood, his skin marred by scratches all over. His disheveled hair, falling over his collarbone, bore traces of violence, a rough shadow clinging to him like bruises. With a sigh and a look of complete indifference, he appeared about as disheveled as a vagrant lying on the side of the road. I've never seen you look like this. Keep it up, I want to be entertained, Norman Kun. The blond boy grinned slyly, laughing with genuine delight. If not for the lab coat, his vibrant energy would make him seem like the star of a ballroom dance, his mismatched attire. A formal tuxedo with a lab coat over it, only adding to his strange charm. Honestly, you have terrible taste, Jim Adamworth. Oh, you're one to talk, Norman Hamishkun. The bound boy's name was Norman Hamish. His captor was Jim Adamworth. It looked like an interrogation scene, but the casual air between them felt more like a chat at a street cafe. First of all, what's with your outfit? Why a tuxedo with a lab coat over it? Come on, don't you get it, Norman Kun? Jim stood, dramatically letting the tails of his lab coat flutter. I have a reputation as one of the best-dressed men in society. Since this is an official interrogation, I had to dress the part. Although I did put a personal touch on the setting and methods since you're a friend. And since I'm also a researcher, my uniform includes a lab coat. It's essential. Do you even know what the word coordination means? How well, what can I say? It's a pity. Trailblazers are always misunderstood in their time. Ugh. Norman looked at him half-heartedly, as Jim sighed and shrugged his shoulders. Truthfully, as entertaining as it is to see you tied up like this, it does weigh on me a little. You're my only friend, after all, Norman Kun. Your only friend that you've had beaten up, bagged, dragged here, and bound. And you're still saying that. Oh yes, it weighs on me deeply, Norman Kun. Jim nodded slowly, his smile gone, his expression unusually somber. But it can't be helped. That's just life, right, Norman Kun? Right. Jim's smile returned in an instant, while Norman maintained his deadpan expression. Norman glanced up at the ceiling and muttered, "By the way, where exactly are we?" It's not customary to disclose such details to a kidnapped person. Just think of it as a fitting place for our little chat. Whatever then. I wish you'd be a bit more careful there, Mr. Norman. Jim clenched his fist in mild frustration. Fine then. He quickly switched sides. Let's get started. As an official assignment from Cartesius, I'll be questioning you, Norman Kun. Could you stop saying my name after every sentence? Let's discuss the unlaws surrounding this walled city of Baldlam, Norman Kun. Jim snapped his fingers sharply, sighing as he crossed his legs, straightened his lab coat collar, and got into character. You know this city, Baldlam, is surrounded by walls, right, Norman Kun? Are we starting from there? Don't interrupt the ambience, Norman Kun. This is all about setting the mood. He paused, tilting his head thoughtfully. Honestly, shouting your name at the end of every sentence is getting a bit old. Glad we agree. Slightly less enthusiastic, Jim resumed his explanation. Norman Kun, you've been in this city for a year and a half. You've seen the wall every day, the towering wall, nearly 100 meters high, encompassing the city. No one knows when it was built, it's just always been there, so much so that no one questions why it exists. What was it you often said? This city has no wind. Exactly, quite poetic if you ask me. To me, it's like a miniature garden of the Outlaws. The noble-looking boy leaned forward, grinning with excitement. Yes, the Outlaws. He repeats the word with gusto. Outlaws, huh? Norman muttered dismissively, less out of interest and more out of resignation at Jim's enthusiasm. I considered where to start, but I think it's best to begin at the very beginning. What exactly are the Outlaws? Jim spread his arms in an exaggerated motion. Magic, miracles, fantasies, things everyone believes in at least once as a child, but none of that really exists. Then his smile turned sinister. However, there are monsters that defy the laws of this world. Ones that transform, transgress, and distort. So, as you know, I'm studying these Outlaws. Yes. Studying and something else, right? Haha, we'll save that part for later. Although Outlaws may seem like wizards in fairy tales, they're far from warm-hearted beings. They're actually quite the opposite. He continued, sounding like a teacher giving a lecture. They're mad. He declared with conviction. Some are born with a broken mind, while others fall apart later on. Such people are common enough. But here in Baldlim, there are those whose unstable minds awaken powers as though by magic, transforming them into monsters. That's what we call Outlaws. Pretty surface-level explanation. All right, let's get to the real point. Jim snapped his fingers, pointing directly at Norman. You harbor one of these Outlaws in the city. As an agent of Cartesius under government orders. And you're going to tell me all about the incidents you've encountered. I'll review your account and report it to the higher-ups at Cartesius. You understand your position, don't you? Because Jim spread his arms wide. It started with a rise in crime, then public facilities were destroyed, and now there are suspicions you've gone rogue against Cartesius. That's ridiculous. I've been working diligently all this time. When my sister recruited me into Cartesius, I never thought I'd end up. Well, I guess I thought it might happen, but I never imagined it'd be with you as my captor. Who'd you think it would be? My sister. Ahata. Jim was right. Both he and Norman's sister, all worked for Cartesius, either as researchers or agents. As you know, we handle the research, investigation, and control of supernatural beings called Outlaws. I'm a researcher, and you and your sister are field agents. Jim rose, picking up a binder from the table. The Outlaws are to be kept hidden due to their danger. Naturally. For the most part, they look human, but their threat is undeniable. Which is why some of us agents at Cartesius monitor and manage them. Like you do. From the desk, Jim pulls out 4 documents. Jim spread out 4 sheets with photographs in front of him on the table. Norman narrowed his pale blue eyes, studying them, as Jim introduced each one. Teardrop, a silver-haired girl in a hood, her yellow eyes gazing aside, bored, as though she had given up on the entire world. Serious Flame, a tall woman with long golden hair, her head tilted with a modest smile. A smile that seemed to apologize for leaving her mark on the world. Enhansadaya, a woman with dark skin and black hair, with a single strand of red in. The whole world seems to revolve around her, that's the kind of vibe she gives off. Fairy Airy Step, a girl with ash-brown hair. She gives a playful wink, pressing a peace sign against her chin. Her smile radiates a carefree spirit, as if she would still be laughing no matter what happened in the world. In total, 4 of them. I want to hear about your monster toys. They're not monsters, they're human. Norman's dark, stagnant blue eyes clashed with Jim's shining golden gaze. Zizzizizzy, the sound of a transceiver echoed. Geez, the excitement has faded. Go ahead and come out, Norman. Do as you please. Very well. Shrugging his shoulders, Jim went to pick up the receiver connected to the transceiver. After exchanging a few words, I see. He twisted his neck and sat down on the chair, gazing intently at the 4 photographs spread out on the desk. Norman, you say these monsters are human. Yes, that's right. By the way, they're adorable girls. I see. Jim nodded once, his expression stern as he spoke. Those four seemed to be fighting each other outside. Section, on a deserted night street, Silver dances. Her long hair reaching down to her waist chases the movements of the young girl. Bathed in the faint streetlights, it shimmered brilliantly. Her distinctive dark yellow eyes, too. Her outfit, reminiscent of an active boy, left no part exposed except her face. Even her hands were covered in leather gloves, and she was holding something rather extravagant for such a girlish appearance. A sniper rifle about her own height, normally used in a prone position. Ah, this is really vexing. The girl contorted her well-structured face in irritation and pulled the trigger while standing. What echoed was not just a gunshot, not a physical tremor through the air, rather, a vibration that resonated with something else, along with it. Oh, something else shattered the darkness with a beast-like roar. Its form was unseen. Only a pair of crimson pupils glowed in the pitch black. You lack decorum, Miss Shizuku. As those crimson pupils uttered the chiding words. Decorum doesn't really matter here. A flying kick came crashing in from the side. Impact and a thunderous boom. The crimson-eyed shadow was blown back into the darkness without emerging under the streetlight. Ha, nice kick, Eltiel. A new woman landed amid a hearty laugh. With a single tuft of black hair dyed red, a cigarette clenched between her teeth, a tanned tomboy beauty. Her black jacket worn over the shoulders without putting her arms through the sleeves, the leg of her pants daringly cut short above the right knee. Don't need your thanks, Shizuku. The silver-haired girl named Shizuku responded by pulling the trigger. At point-blank range, her shot struck the black-haired woman's ample chest, yet, as relentless with that ill-fitting gun as ever, but it won't work on me. Something obstructed the bullet as it rolled off her voluptuous chest, the woman flicking it away with a wry smile. Strangely, the bullet had become warped, neither piercing her skin nor her clothes. Hey now, no need to be so put out. The silver-haired girl leapt back. The tan woman gave chase. The gap that had only been a few steps closed in an instant, just as the woman grinned and raised her fist to strike. Thunk, an oddly crisp sound, followed by, "Then allow me to return the favor, Miss Lonster." A new voice reached their ears. With a deft motion, she struck back with a backhand, the sound of a dull shattering, like forcibly smashing an extremely hard object. Yet there was nothing there, only the dim city lights. Still, the woman had undoubtedly struck something. Blood was seeping from her skin, which had not even been grazed by bullets. Nevertheless, she gave a slight smile and called out to the girl who had appeared in a light gait. "You're late, fairy. The true blow comes last, Daya." An ash-blonde girl in a uniform, her rainbow heterochromia with a shallow green right eye and a pale pink left, shone in the night. "Claire's. Hey there, Shizuku-chan. You can thank me, you know." The silver-haired girl, Shizuku, addressed the intruder by name. Her tone was like she was forcing the words out, as if loath to even exchange pleasantries. As if she had to say it, though she didn't want to. Who would? If Miss Lonster hadn't held back, you'd have hit me too, wouldn't you? Hey, well, what do you think, Eltiel? You're as smoky as ever, I see. The one who answered the odd-eyed girl's question was a tall woman who emerged from the black haze. A voluptuous blonde beauty. Most notably, her body reaching nearly 2 meters tall. From the neck down, she was covered in a patchwork trench coat, the exposed part of her bosom amply swelling. Quite the sight for sore eyes, isn't she, Eltiel? Beneath the trench coat, she was completely nude. Please refrain. The woman sighed, averting her eyes with a slight snort. Looks like the gang's all here. The silver-haired sniper girl, Shizuku. The blonde in the nude coat, Eltiel. The tanned black-haired woman, Lonster. The ash-blonde girl wielding a cane, Claire's. The 4 girls and women faced off under the dim lights. Claire's was the first to speak, tapping her emerald cane with a thunk. "Well then, we share the same goal, so what to do about this situation? Let me ask, just to be sure, shall the 4 of us go rescue Mr. Norman together?" The girl also called the fairy smiled brightly, as she posed the question to the 3. Inconceivable, surely. I'd rather not. Don't be ridiculous. Why don't you just say you want to be the main heroine, and we're just here to make you stand out? As brazen as ever, I see. With a soft giggle, Claire's laughed and toyed with the handle of her cane, meeting their gazes. For my part, I'd hoped we could cooperate now that we're all here. It's been about a year and a half, hasn't it? You want us to cooperate? That's rather amusing, Claire's. What's so funny, Shizuku-chan? In response to her gentle smile, Shizuku returned a twisted grin. Mr. Norman got caught up in this mess right after your turn, didn't it? Is this what a fairy is supposed to be? Maybe the name suits you more as a joke. Her dark yellow eyes pierced into Claire's, mocking, questioning. Isn't it more like you want us to cooperate because you failed to protect Mr. Norman yourself? Heh, as sharp-tongued as ever, Shizuku-chan. Her smile was like a mask plastered on her face. I suppose you could say it was my mistake. I'll take it gracefully. But Tear Flower, you should have noticed the danger to Mr. Norman too, right? I'm sure you were always listening to him, even when it wasn't your turn. And Claire's continued. You tend to speak quickly when you're attacking others, don't you? This time, it was Shizuku's turn to face Claire's heterochromatic gaze. She clicked her tongue at Claire's remark. If there are any faults, well, that just sounds like an excuse, doesn't it? We're all in the same boat, aren't we? Don't you agree, Detective Sirius Flame the Hellhound? Why am I being called Chan? Well, you've got that adorable vibe. True, I am an exquisite beauty, so the Chan doesn't quite suit me. The one who interjected was Lonsder, pinching her cigarette with her fingers. Looks like they're not getting along over there. What do you say, Eltiel? Shall we be friendly, just the two of us? Don't be foolish. But you're Norman's dog, aren't you? Eltiel frowned at her words. Beyond her stood the smiling beauty exhaling smoke. If you're his dog, then you could be mine too, couldn't you? I've always thought so. You're quite the vulgar one, aren't you? You're the vulgar one, hellhound. And ill-mannered too. Can you not converse without treating your own thoughts as absolute truth? I can just imagine poor Mr. Norman's suffering with you around. That's my job. Besides, Norman enjoys it, He's a masochist after all. It's the other way around. He's quite the sadist. Hey, I suppose we might have differing perspectives on that. Isn't that right, Shizuku-chan? Nonsense, now is hardly the time for such talk. The four of them traded barbs, restraining each other with words and emanating hostility through gestures, like predators glaring while vying for prey. In the end, what they wanted to say was one and the same, though their inner selves differed in every way that alone did not, so don't get in our way. Through their attitudes, motions, presences, and everything but words, they radiated that intent in all directions. I enjoy conversation too, but you lot are a different story. Except for the fairy, I need hardly say anything about the other two. I'd appreciate if you didn't speak ill of others, Miss Lonsder. Though I'm loath to agree with Miss Eltiel, she's right. It's none of your business. All I need is Mr. Norman. Hey, I figured as much. Talking is pointless, huh? No one regarded the others as anything but mortal enemies. Their attitudes differed, but their core was the same. Shizuku slid off her leather glove with her mouth, raising her bare finger. Eltiel arched her back, dropping her stance as she bared her fangs. Lonsder twisted her cheek grotesquely, cracking her knuckles. With a pleasant smile pasted on his face, Claire's tapped his cane on the cobbled ground. The four girls, four Outlaws, unleashed their true selves, defying the very laws of this world. Section. What do you think? Well. Norman attempted to move his arms, but, remembering he was restrained, let out a sigh and smiled. All four of them coming to rescue me, it's almost touching. I have to say, your smile looks incredibly fake. Jim replied, narrowing his golden eyes in exasperation. Here they were, supposedly in a deadly battle, yet Norman spoke like that. If he was serious, he was disturbingly heartless, and if he was lying, it was painfully obvious. As usual, Jim couldn't tell what Norman was truly thinking. He never has. Anyway, my job is to hear the details of the events from the past month. I already submitted my report to my sister, so you must have read it. Didn't we even chat about it informally in your lab? Why go over it all again? Of course, there's a different reason, but this is necessary. Let's call it a confirmation process, a rite of passage, if you will. And if I decide to completely ignore you? With a wide grin, Jim slowly traced his neck with his right hand. I see. Look, I could work hard to spare your life, but in that case, you'd belong to me. Actually, that might be quite nice. I could ask you to do all sorts of things. Fine, let's get to your questions. But if you're satisfied, I'll have a question for you too, Norman replied. Oh, well, that's fine by me. Jim opened his binder, flipping through pages until he stopped on one in particular. First off, this past month, you and your Outlaws have stirred up the city quite a bit, haven't you? 4 incidents, 4 monsters. The first one, a mysterious death at a mansion. But when an Outlaws is involved, it's just a murder case. Especially if Teardrop is investigating, no trick can escape it. With that weapon in hand, what did you make of it? If I had to say, the importance of something unique. Not a bad start, Jim said, his excitement as childlike as ever. Despite the kidnapping, the interrogation, there wasn't an ounce of hostility in his demeanor. It was almost as if he was chatting with a friend, which only made him seem more unsettling. Come now, let's hear it. A story involving an Outlaws isn't exactly a mystery. Maybe it's action, suspense, horror, or a monster panic. Well, I wouldn't get your hopes up. It's none of those, really. Pressed to describe it in a genre, Norman felt at a loss. It would have been easier if it fit one of those categories, he thought. Just one correction, Jim Adamworth. Go on, Norman Hamish. Norman chose his words carefully. He'd said it before, but he'd repeat it as many times as necessary. This isn't some monster story, it's a human story. Chapter 1, The Gossip in Walwood. Hey, hello there. A young girl was trembling in the corner of a dark room. Her parents, who were supposed to be there, had long since fled, leaving her all alone. It wasn't just her parents. The neighbors, the residents next door too, they had nearly died because of her. That's why the girl was trembling, wondering what had gone wrong, if she had done something bad. But she couldn't find the answer. The fact was, the girl couldn't leave that small room, only cowering there in fear. If left alone, she would likely have starved to death. That's when a young boy appeared before her, wearing a black hat and a tattered coat. Don't come any closer, please. The girl cried out in a hoarse voice, not out of fear of the boy himself, but fearing that whatever power she possessed might end up hurting him. Oh, sorry for suddenly showing up like this. I must look pretty suspicious, but I promise I'm not dangerous. Doing as she asked, the boy stopped and gave a casual smile, as if trying to reassure the girl. You're not affected at all by being near me. Nope, doesn't seem that way. That's why I came to help you out. Everyone around the girl had become unable to be near her. One day, suddenly, she was all alone, abandoned in a dark cave with no light shining through, wilting away like a flower deep inside. But the boy appeared as casually as going for a stroll, reaching his hand out to her. I don't know what it is you want, but at the very least, I think I can help so you don't have to cower here in this corner anymore. Section, Shizuku Teardrop. Always wearing a hood, she only ever wears boyish pants or skirts, along with stockings or tights, and constantly has gloves on, never allowing any exposed skin. She carries a violin case slung over her shoulder. The pale white hair peeking out from under her hood immediately catches the eye. Her dark amber eyes are usually half-lidded, but that only adds to her charm. Just turning 16 this year, she's rather short in stature with an unfortunately underdeveloped body, but that too is part of her endearing qualities. Their meeting spot is the Fountain Plaza at the center of the residential district of Baldwin. The weather is nice, but being a weekday, there are only a few families with children or couples enjoying the scenery. While on the roads, black exhaust wafts from horse-drawn carriages and the automobiles the wealthy have started driving around in. Shizuku emerges from behind the shadow of a passing carriage. She crosses the road, walking over to where Norman is standing in front of the fountain. An unpeaceful girl, ill-suited for such a peaceful park setting, Norman thinks. A nice day, at least fitting for the hood, perhaps. Was that a snide remark about the hood? Her petite frame, slightly hunched as she walks, combined with her lack of exposed skin, gives off an impression of being detached from the world, unable to fit in anywhere. Like a flower bud that has refused to bloom and bask in the light, destined to wither away in the darkness if left alone. And fragile girl who seems poised to simply fade away. Hey, Shizuku, you're late. But don't worry, I just got here too. What's that supposed to mean, Norman? Her voice was clear, but riding it was a slightly bored, faintly displeased tone. Cocking her head, clearly not the reaction he expected, her tied-back hair swayed behind her neck. That's strange. Didn't I say the same thing last time we met up, no matter how long I made you wait? That was when you arrived before the meeting time. If I say that after the other person is late, doesn't that make you late too? Oh, you're absolutely right. Honestly, from beneath her hood, Shizuku let out an exasperated sigh laced with a hint of amusement and a wry smile. Well, I guess it can't be helped. Sorry I'm late, but what's with meeting up in a place like this? I don't think it's too bad. Seems like a pretty standard meeting spot. You seem to think. You've met up here before. Can't say that I have. I hardly ever have any business around these parts. That makes two of us, which is why I got a bit lost. But I did at least know this was supposed to be a famous meeting place. Something you would know that I wouldn't. Fair enough. Shizuku teardrop. Shockingly, she is actually a hikikomori, a shut-in. At 16 years old, daughters of merchants or nobility would normally be attending finishing schools to become brides, while those from poorer families would be working or already married. Yet this peculiar and rather pitiful girl neither attends school nor works, instead confining herself to her lodgings and passing time playing her violin hobby. Not that she gives off such a vibe herself. Norman shrugged his shoulders. Shall we get going then? He started walking, and Shizuku silently fell into step beside him, keeping a distance of about a fist's length between them. So, a piercing, cold gaze bore into him. Norman answered by pulling out a file from inside his coat and handing it to her. Shizuku accepted it wordlessly. Inside were a few documents and photographs. The first thing she saw was a smiling portrait photo of a woman who appeared to be a noblewoman. Who is this person? Mary Walwood, the president of a shipping company. A brilliant female CEO who successfully took over her late husband's company 5 years ago. How old was she? 35. You mean her age at death, right? In a rather careless, disinterested motion, she flipped through the file. There was a photo of Mary Walwood's corpse. While it depicted a rather shocking manner of death, she closed the file without changing her expression. To have succeeded at running a shipping company at that age, she must have been quite capable. Well, she was surrounded by that utterly nonsensical huge wall. Norman looked up at the sky, and Shizuku followed suit. Their gaze met an immense wall in the distance. The walled city of Baldlam was aptly named, completely encircled by towering walls. Walking from one end to the other at a brisk pace would easily take an entire day. In the center rose an exceptionally tall tower, but the walls were even higher than that. How much time and effort must have gone into constructing such massive encircling walls was unimaginable. He had been living in this city for about 1.5 years now, but having no interest in its history, he had never looked into it. Just one thing, this city has no wind. Wind should blow in from somewhere and anywhere, you'd think. There were small breezes of airflow, but nothing you could really call wind. As if this city had been left behind by the rest of the world. For someone born and raised in this city, that's perfectly normal, though. Shizuku shrugged. Being in such a remote location, we can't easily leave the city. And basically all our living necessities are self-contained within, so there's no need for wind really. But there are still things we lack that have to come from outside. That's where shipping companies play a crucial role for this city. As a shut-in, I couldn't care less about that stuff. In a way, it's precisely because you're a shut-in that you get to enjoy those conveniences. More importantly, with a thump, the file was roughly shoved back at him. Meeting up after so long and you're already talking business. Shady business at that. It's just work, that's all. Illegal work. Not at all. I mean, it's a mystery novel plot. The follow-up remark was directed at a passing gentleman. A young man in an expensive-looking tailcoat and top hat, likely a nobleman of some kind. He who had paused upon overhearing the words illegal business from the petite girl's lips. Norman gave him an easy smile. Ah, I see. Does that make the young lady your assistant then? The refined gentleman gave a slight bow before continuing on his way. What was that about me being an assistant? Shizuku, having briefly increased the distance between them, closed it again as she asked. You didn't know. There was this popular mystery novel series a few years back that was all the rage in the capital, and hit it big here in Baldlam just last year. Who is this everyone who was reading it? I suppose it's more accurate to say everyone besides you and me. I don't read wordy novels that just give me a headache. Well, that's certainly not a line you'd expect to hear from a cool, melancholic beauty like her. So, it's about this brilliant detective who solves crimes with the help of his assistant, who gets dragged along for the ride. Humfde. Looking down, she gave a slight, crooked smile, unbefitting a girl her age. In that case, wouldn't you be the assistant, Norman? Fair point. Fdikukuku. The clearly amusing thought sent her petite shoulders shaking with repressed laughter. You know, the thing that stuck with me about that novel was how the eccentric genius detective's helper would grumble complaints, but still indulge and go along with him. Kyukuku fufufu, just as I thought, so typical of you, Norman. Her shaking shoulders grew more pronounced. There was something distinctly unsatisfying about it, though. Hugh, my apologies, that was rude of me. Norman, you're not one to complain. Is that so? Are you sure about that? Yes. Even if you did, I simply wouldn't hear it. You little. Kyukuku. Smiling, her swaying body brushed ever so slightly against his. Shall we be off then, assistant? Murder cases really aren't all that intriguing or worth noting. A brilliant detective wouldn't say such things. Probably. Section. After a 30-minute walk, they arrived at the rather opulent two-story Walwood Manor. The murder scene, the private room of the lady of the house, Mary, was appropriately lavish as well. In the center of the room was a desk for work, and the walls were lined with neatly arranged bookshelves and file racks, with more files and binders than books. There were 2 windows, large enough for a person to pass through, allowing good sunlight. Near the ceiling, there was only one small vent-like opening. The carpet was so plush that one felt they might sink right into it. It seemed like a nice room. The problem was, the desk was split cleanly in 2, with bloodstains on it. Norman took out a file and compared it to the photos of the murdered Mary in her loungewear. In the photos, Mary was lying sprawled between the halves of the split desk. More precisely, her chest was smashed in, bones likely piercing through flesh, organs ruptured. Even if someone had forcibly swung some massive steel hammer down on her while she was seated at the desk, it shouldn't have resulted in that. The solidly built desk itself was shattered. I see. What do you think, Hamish? The voice addressing him didn't belong to Shizuku. It was a tall, thin man in a worn moss-green coat and equally worn black suit. His short, cropped hair prioritized low maintenance over appearance. His face was average, but the tired expression and dark circles under his eyes made him unlikely to appeal to women. Harrison Leonard. A detective from the Baldwin Police and an old acquaintance of Norman's to some degree. Whenever Norman met him, he always seemed weary and troubled, which Norman couldn't help but worry about. Well, he shrugged at the question. I don't have anything to say. I'm not expecting your deductions or anything. His dismissive, exasperated tone was evident. I'm asking if you understand the situation. Ah, if that's what you mean, then I get the gist of it. The body, the broken desk, and... In the corner of the room was Shizuku, huddled silently, and further over was the sole entrance, which had its door broken down into a mere opening. The broken door. What about the windows? They were confirmed to be locked at the time of the incident. I see. The only other way in seems to be that small vent, too small for anything larger than a rat. In other words, Norman nodded. A locked room murder, you could say, and obviously an unnatural death. The culprit hasn't been found, nor the method. That's why I called you too. I figured as much. Harrison nodded with a sullen expression, as if reluctantly asking for their help, since he had no other choice. It's not that he was incompetent, nor was he ignoring police authority or laws by handing a private citizen the files of a murder case and letting them investigate freely. This was Norman and Shizuku's job. Incidents that defied normal reasoning, crime scenes and methods that contradicted logic, inexplicable victims and bodies, things that should be impossible without magic or miracles. And yet, they happened. Cases like this are your field, aren't they, detective? I'm not too fond of that title, to be honest. We Cartesius investigators are often called that at crime scenes. You're an unofficial organization, after all. To cops like me who don't serve as your liaisons, you're just civilians intruding on crime scenes and doing as you please. That's the easiest way to put it. Well, I can't refute that. Then do your job. I'll talk to the staff and others related to the estate. They're suspicious of who you two really are. In that case, just call us great detectives. That's not funny. With a shrug of his shoulders, Harrison left the room in his usual manner. It was supposed to be a sarcastic joke. Accept the reality that your sarcastic jokes aren't funny, Norman. And there was Shizuku with her biting remark, having finally spoken up. Watching Harrison leave through the entrance, she muttered, He's as unmotivated as ever, though not quite as much as you, Norman. He's not unmotivated, he knows his place. His job is likely explaining things to the police and related parties, as well as settling jurisdictions when he calls us in. Huh? A vague, dismissive response, as if she didn't care. The disinterested girl she was. Shall we begin? Yeah, let's do it. Shizuku bit the tip of her right glove, then lowered her hand. Keeping the glove in her mouth, she removed her left glove too, then extended her hand to Norman. Norman gently took Shizuku's small hand in his own. Slender, soft, he worried it might break if he gripped too tightly. They approached the shattered desk, and with his free hand, Norman touched it. Taking a deep breath, Shizuku murmured softly. Lingering echoes, tears of the flower's vision. In that instant, the world shifted for Norman and Shizuku. Section, Norman and Shizuku were hearing sounds. Something resonating with something else, those sounds forming visions. The study, the locked door and windows, the desk, unbroken, Mary Wallwood in her nightgown, leaning against the desk in front of it. Cowering. Her body trembling, expression frozen stiff. Terror, confusion, shock, rejection in her eyes, she screamed something. The next instant, Mary was crushed. Her chest smashed in, the sturdy desk split cleanly in two. A ridiculous scene. Something no human could ever do. If they could, then they were a monster. Section. With a gasp as if having a convulsion, Shizuku's breath caught as the world shifted back. Huff huffs. For a brief moment, I waited as she calmed herself, head in her hands, putting an arm around her swaying shoulders to support her. In this world, there is no such thing as magic or miracles. Only reality, reason, mere humans, and what is called unlaws, the something else. Lurking, changing, exceptions, twisting abnormalities. Able to do what humans cannot, things resembling but not quite human. In Shizuku's case, she calls it howling, lingering echoes. Vision is an application of that ability. Reading the residual thoughts or sensations left on objects she touches and perceiving them as visions. I had thought she was seeing lingering residual thoughts, but listening to her, it seems different. Her vision ability can occasionally activate against her will, quite rarely. At times, she sees visions of the future through it. So what she witnesses is not mere lingering residual thoughts. Sometimes, she can read visions at will, other times she sees them inadvertently from casual contact. That's why she restrains her exposure. The gloves are a must to avoid accidental visions, and keeping distance and minimal conversation is her way of avoiding excess contact. Visions she sees through touch, echoes of the past or future, something that defies the laws of this world. Hence, it is called unlaws. Shizuku Teardrop, the echo howling. And her visions can be shared, with others simply through touch. I've never seen her share a vision with anyone besides myself, but she is an unlaws, and my job is to investigate incidents and accidents that should be impossible for normal humans, together with whomever can perceive the unlaws. You okay now? Shizuku. Yes, I'm all right, but still. Shizuku exhaled, shaking her silver hair. Her unusual ability often leads her to be called upon for inexplicable murder cases, because once she witnesses the vision, the culprit immediately becomes clear. Sometimes seemingly impossible murders were simply the result of the perpetrator going to incredible lengths. But this time, we couldn't see the culprit, could we? No, we couldn't. Indeed, the vision did not reveal the culprit, and visions cannot perceive other unlaws, which means the issue is determining what kind of unlaws was involved. Shizuku did not answer my remark right away. Instead, she took a wrapped confection from her pocket. Carefully peeling it open with her gloved hands, it was a chocolate snack, displaying her utter lack of interest in the case. Figuring that out is your job, you know. And here I was hoping you'd act like the great detective. The problem is, how to get this completely unmotivated, great detective, invested. Because if she applies herself, this case should be easy to solve. Section, setting aside whether Shizuku Teardrop is the great detective or the assistant for now. Realistically, the legwork of interviewing falls to me, so I have to do it. We know it involves an unlaws, but that's it. Still, since I'm the one tasked with handling unlaws cases, I need to find the culprit. Of the potential suspects, rather, there were 5 people present at the estate around the estimated time of the murder. We had moved from the murder scene to a living room of equal size in the estate, facing sofas with a low table in between. Norman and Harrison sat across from each other, while Shizuku sat next to Norman, keeping a slight distance as she hugged her knees. 5 people. Yes. The servants and one guest who happened to be staying over. This estate is pretty big, so is 5 a lot or a little? Are there potential suspects from outside? There are, and we're investigating that angle too. But this place had pretty tight security. As a rule, the gates and all doors were locked at sunset. I see, very security conscious. After the late husband was killed by robbers, and Mary inherited this estate, she implemented those measures. She also dismissed any servants she couldn't fully trust. I understand. I sensed Shizuku pursing her lips beneath her hood, probably thinking something like, and yet she still ended up murdered, with her typical indifference. Norman thought for a moment, but he knew Harrison would be angry if he said such a thing. At the time of the incident, there were 5 people in the mansion. The fatigued detective repeated. The butler, the butler's apprentice, the footman, the lady's maid, the physician, those 5 people. None of them had an alibi around 11 p.m., the time of death. None of them. The lady's maid and physician were in their respective rooms, either asleep or preparing to sleep. The butler was in his private room, preparing for the next day. The butler's apprentice was cleaning the boiler room in the basement. The footman was organizing books in the library. However, their rooms were somewhat separated, so they didn't seem to have seen each other. I see. How did you find out about it? The sound. Pardon? No, you're right. Of course. The butler rushed over first, shortly followed by the footman. Then the others gathered. So the room was locked, and there was no response when you called out. You had to force it open, and Mrs. Mary was already dead inside, right? That's right. How shocking. Ugh. He felt like he heard a voice, saying he should think it through more carefully. When he turned his gaze, it was averted with a HMPH. Why are you looking at me? Even if this fatigued detective did the same, it would only be unsettling, though he didn't mean any offense. No, he must be a good person. Then detective, may I speak with the suspect candidates? I've already spoken with them. I'm always in your debt. It's my job. He muttered with a dissatisfied sigh as he left the parlor. Norman liked and trusted Harrison's attitude. Anyone who was so passionate about something so incomprehensible must be unlaws to some degree. Finally. And as soon as Harrison left, Shizuku spoke up. Norman, what is it? I'm hungry. I want shawarma from Downey Street. Let's go eat after we hear them out. Shizuku shrugged wearily at Norman's response. Is the interrogation that important? Of course it's important. It's his job, after all. Personally, he couldn't care less. Section, I may not like work, but I can't deny the convenience of being able to casually enter stores. Shizuku muttered cheerfully as she used chopsticks to pick up the foreign sandwich roll, shawarma, made of baked meat and vegetables wrapped in thin bread dough. Cartesius provides for our living, but we do have restrictions on going out. Well, we're restricted from going out, but not forbidden, right? Honestly, Norman, what are you trying to make me say? Shouldn't that be what you want to say? Shrugging, Norman took a bite of his differently shaped shawarma. It was a half-moon-shaped bread stuffed with meat and vegetables, meant to be eaten by hand as fast food. The spicy sauce whetted his appetite. It was one of Norman's favorites. About an hour's walk from Walwood Manor. They had visited a diner on Downey Street. It was a late lunch. Neither of them had lost their appetite after the murder scene. So what do you want me to say? Shizuku ate the roll shawarma, meant to be wrapped in paper and eaten by hand, using chopsticks in small bites, feigning a taunting tone. You don't go out without me, do you? Not quite. My apologies. It can't be helped. She chuckled softly. The diner had a few counter seats and 4 table seats, but the 2 were seated in the farthest corner, a half-private booth out of sight from the counter and the outside. When out of sight, Shizuku's expression changed considerably. Well, truthfully, I don't really need to go out for more than groceries and daily necessities, so it's not a problem. Do you really think so? Yes. I don't really want anything more than this. She said it casually, not removing the leather gloves even while eating. Aside from Shizuku, Norman had never seen anyone in this city use foreign eating utensils, but she needed them. She couldn't remove her gloves, and eating with her hands would be unhygienic, so she used chopsticks. Of course, she also used knives, forks, and spoons depending on the dish. She wouldn't even use her fingers for the side of chips. Want some? Oh, Fufu, trying to keep me in a good mood. When he offered her some of his chips by picking them up with his fingers, she gladly ate them. Watching her small mouth nibble on the chips bit by bit, he said, "About the case, though. From what I've heard, none of the 5 suspects had a bad relationship with Mrs. Mary. In fact, it was good. Normally speaking, they had no reason to kill her." What's normal? Good question. At the very least, the culprit was far from normal, far from common sense. That's what an Outlaws case was. Slurp. You're even licking my fingers, but do they taste good too? Doesn't the salt on the potato chips taste better than the potatoes themselves? I can't disagree with that. What a scandalous thing to say. The chips are golden yellow, though. Not your best. Harsh. But you can't be lukewarm about cases, can you? Not you anyway, Norman. Well, that's true. I don't care about the case, but I have to do my job. What does the great detective think? Well, she took a bite of her sliced roll shawarma, thought for a moment, swallowed, and said, "She did die in quite the sexy negligee, didn't she? That's what you focused on." Yes. Well, what do you think about that sort of thing? He seriously considered her words. Not bad, I suppose, but isn't it a bit different for you? If you're choosing your words carefully because you think I have a complex about my chest, I'll be upset. I'm glad you wear clothes that suit you. NFU, that was a good line. Feeling motivated now. I could use a bit more. She shrugged and raised her index finger, still gloved. If I had to say, what concerns me is that the culprit had an intimate enough relationship with her to welcome them in that negligee. Ah, I see, I guess. Norman tilted his head, then considered the positions of the 5 suspects. Well, no, 4 of the 5 were servants, so it wouldn't be that strange for them to see her in sleepwear. And the other was a doctor, so that's not weird either. You should think a bit more about a woman's heart. Shizuku smiled wryly as she brought the remaining chips to her mouth. It's important. A woman only shows that side of herself to someone special. Is that so? Yes, at least that's how I am. It was an interesting perspective. Did she mean in relation to the case's clues? Or was she suggesting she only showed that side to someone special? Shizuku, who always wore a hood, kept her gloves on even while eating and never allowed herself to be exposed. As for the locked room, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, the locked room itself isn't our job. That would generally fall under Harrison, the detective's duties. Whenever an incomprehensible, Outlaws case occurred and caused an uproar, his job was to cover it up. He might be better suited for detective novels than Norman. Still, dealing with the culprit is our job. How diligent of you. He also wished she would be more serious. Come to think of it, your song should be finished soon, right? The motion of her trying to pick up a potato chip with her chopsticks paused for just a moment. Rare for you to bring that up, Norman. You started composing music as a self-taught student a while ago. I'm not an expert, so I've just been watching from the sidelines. But still, I've kind of had the feeling recently that you could finish it soon. Norman knows that completing her song means something significant to Shizuku. But if your song is going to be completed, I want to be the first to hear it. I can't help it, can I? And with those yellow eyes, Shizuku looked straight at Norman. Those colors had a light they didn't have before, a dark shade of yellow. Then shall we hurry up and finish, so we can get lovey-dovey? Though the words sounded quite weighty, they had only about the heaviness of a single potato chip. That night, the culprit remained at the mansion because that's what the police had told them. Of the 5 people present at the crime scene this time, 4 of them lived there to begin with, and the one outsider couldn't refuse when the police told him to stay. It had been a few days since Mary Walwood passed away, or rather, was killed. In reality, all 5 of them had not left the mansion during that time. To remain at a mansion where someone died, you couldn't put it that way. If you had to say it, they were in mourning. All 5 of them held affection for Mary Walwood. The culprit's footsteps entering the front hall in the dead of night were not prompted by anyone's words. They felt an unpleasant sensation, deep in their ears. A creepy, scratchy feeling, an indescribable sense of unease and discomfort. As if someone was calling their name. As if the woman they killed was calling out to them, that kind of voice. Before they realized it, they couldn't bear to stay put any longer, and following that calling voice, they had come to Mary's private room. Ah, you came. In the center of the room stood a hooded young girl. With gloves covering her hands too, not an inch of skin exposed, and a violin case slung over her shoulder. The pale silver hair peeking out from the hood caught the eye. Half-lidded dark yellow eyes. Eyes devoid of any interest in the world. Illuminated only by the moonlight filtering in through the window, her figure standing in the dark room was just like a flower. Like a bud quietly blooming in the depths of a dark cave. And she stood right in the middle of the desk, split cleanly in two. She was one of the mysterious duo who had suddenly appeared that afternoon to interview the culprit and the other four. The interrogation was an odd affair. Normally, in such cases, they would ask the person for their alibi during the crime and their relationship with the victim. But they, or rather, just the boy, only asked about her relationship with Mary and what kind of life she had lived until then. Their nonchalant attitude, as if an alibi didn't matter at all, was striking and even came across as careless. At that time, the girl remained silent beside the boy. "It's him," an unpleasant sound echoing deep in my ear. Instinct, a hunch, or perhaps something else prompted this feeling. Called by this girl, I ended up coming here. She gives me an uninterested look. He. Just that gaze was unbearably frightening. I don't know why. She just looks like an ordinary girl, the same as when I first saw her. But now, it's different. Something emanating from the girl is stimulating something within me. My throat tightens, my body trembles, and I unconsciously take a step back. Whoa, you can't run away. Before I knew it, the boy was behind me. With ash-gray hair tied back and a thick coat, the black felt hat oddly suits him. His features are neat, but his droopy eyes and vague expression give him no impression of being a pretty boy. He seemed more like a harmless little animal that might appeal to older ladies instead of peers. Appearing without a sound or presence, he lightly walks past me to stand beside the girl. And then, pressing his hat with one hand, he points at me with his index finger and says, "You're the culprit." Section. With a jolt, butler-in-training Alfred Curtis expression twists. His eyes widen, his pale blonde hair sways, and his face turns deathly pale. How did you?" His voice comes out gasping. Looking at Alfred, Norman has an oddly puzzled expression for some reason. Shizuku shrugs her shoulders, exhales, and opens her mouth. "You got it in one, Norman." During the interrogation, she had remained silent, simply sitting beside Norman. Her clear voice sounded listless and indifferent. "Yeah. Well, I'm glad we could skip the hassle. Honestly, if my hunch was wrong and the culprit wasn't among the suspects, I didn't know what I'd do. The result is all that matters." "What was his name again?" "Alfred Curtis." Right. What are you saying?" His raised voice was a scream. Their tension-free conversation made it seem like, Are you messing with me? Even though you don't know I'm the culprit." "Who the culprit is doesn't really matter, Alfred." Norman says flatly, What, you must be detectives." "Not detectives. We get called that sometimes, but no, that's overstating it. It's just not a priority." "Then what?" "It's what kind of monster you are." A crack formed in the expression of the young man named Alfred. Different from his excessive reaction to being called the culprit, passed deathly pale to ghostly white. Until then, he had felt agitation and doubt. Now, there was clear fear. "We call monsters like you unlaws." That rings a bell, doesn't it? "Andrew, no unlaws. There are quite a lot of unlaws in this baldlam. We're not exactly unlaws specialist detectives, or I guess I'm not an unlaws myself. We're from the same hole." Shizuku teardrop laughs. A girl like a flower bud that has refused to bloom, remaining closed in the dark. But now she is spinning words, laughing only at the same moles in the same dark hole. S's same hole. In an instant, Alfred makes an odd expression. The shock hasn't faded, he still looks stunned, his complexion still poor. But there is definitely joy on his face. The same moles, the same monsters. "Tell me, Alfred, why did you kill Mary?" "That's because..." The joy fades and his face twists. Memories resurface. The words Mary Woodward said to him. "That person told me to." He shouts, the words spilling out. "Lady Mary told me herself that I must be hiding something, that she would accept me, so I showed her your ability." "Yes. And then. She rejected you, and you killed her." "Uvo." A groan rises as he grasps his head with both hands. That wasn't supposed to happen. "So, what can you do?" "Hey, you have your own ability, right?" "That's what we want to know." "Tell us, Alfred. Unlike Mary, I'm familiar with unlaws and I even know some." Shizuku here too, We won't reject you just for being different. His expression is like he's laughing or crying. Like clinging to a cliff, having given up, only to have a hand reach out to save him. Ha. Alfred doesn't notice Shizuku exhale, with a vague smile, beside the puzzled Norman. I can change the size of my body. Oh. Norman nods. To what extent? Like the size of a mouse, or just my arm up to 3 times bigger. Ah, I see, so that's how you managed the locked room. You went through the vent. Used your enlarged arm to kill Mrs. Mary. Yes. But even just your arm, wouldn't enlarging it make your clothes too tight? I took off my shirt. At the time, I thought after we were done talking, I could just... Ahaha, so you were getting busy before the important talk. Quite spirited for a place with no bed. It was a simple reveal. The doors and windows were locked. There was a vent, but too small to pass through. But what is normally impassable becomes an easy entrance and exit for someone who can shrink their body. Ordinarily, that is. But Alfred Curtis is no ordinary person. He's a monster. The room was a locked room for normal humans, but not for a monster. Just knowing his ability solves the mystery, with no need for deduction. A story beneath the level of a mystery novel, inevitably. Shrinking and growing, Yes, I'm not some slum brat anymore. I studied hard, I worked hard, I grew. Mary was supposed to understand that, but instead of accepting it, That's enough, Norman. With a wry laugh, Shizuku cuts him off. She's smiling, at the same mole from the same hole. No need to interrogate further about his typical category, a metamorphic abnormality. Well, I did want to ask a bit more for the report. Basically, he was an oppressed slum kid whose lingering childhood complex from being downtrodden awakened an ability to become smaller. But outwardly wanting to appear larger, his subconscious desire to compensate resulted in only partially enlarging parts like his arms. Something like that, right? You've surprised me. Since when could you read people's feelings? I can't read people's feelings. The monster in the form of a girl. But I can understand monsters' feelings. Category I is pretty straightforward. Category 1. Category I. That's what we call the developmental stage monsters like you Outlaws are at. Your abilities aren't established, and you're mentally unstable too. That's why you Outlaws tend to lash out erratically at times when you lose your grip. Lose your grip, even if told that, Alfred didn't understand. There should have been other ways. With the crime occurring days ago, he could have run. With an ability to change body size, evading the police should be easy. If he escaped outside and went into hiding, Norman and Shizuku would be helpless. Or to sow confusion in the investigation, he could have disturbed the crime scene or caused a similar incident outside to muddy the waters. Since he could do things normal people couldn't, if he thought about it, there were options. For example, if he truly felt remorseful, he could have turned himself in. Putting aside how they would handle his ability, that choice existed. But Alfred did nothing. He stopped thinking, period. Simply paralyzed by guilt over the killing and fear of his true nature being exposed. And now, the only thought he had was, help me. Please help me, what should I do? I killed Lady Mary. I can't stay here. You'll accept Outlaws like me, right? Like her, maybe I can do something too. Of course not. Norman's eyes were cold. The vague aura of a cuddly little animal was gone. All that remained was a distant gaze, looking across the shores to the other side. Why not? You said you accept Outlaws. I said no such thing. Why would I accept someone who kills people for not accepting them? If I accepted you, what then? You might kill me over some minor slight. Even if I did accept you, you could kill someone else for the same reason. You reap what you sow. What the? Why are you suddenly talking about normal things? Even if you've become different from everyone else. For a moment, his gaze turned toward Shizuku beside him. Only a fist's distance away, if he swayed his body just a little, he could reach her. Shizuku swayed her body. No, she leaned against him, nestling up to him, supporting each other, depending on each other. He couldn't understand the meaning of her smile. Even if you've become different from others, we live in everyone's society. There is no city just for the Outlaws. These castle walls don't enclose just the Outlaws. The Outlaws are different from everyone else. Though many monsters hide within the walled city of Baldlam, still, they live together with everyone. Lurking, changing, deviating, distorting. while following the laws and ethics, even if defying the natural laws. It's normal. If you don't understand such normality, then you're just a monster. Though stating the obvious, there was no lecturing tone in Norman's words. Not "that's how it is," but rather as if convincing himself that's how it should be. A sense that it must be that way. I have no intention of helping monsters. And you killed Miss Mary for your own selfish reasons. Being an unlaw may not be a crime, but murder is. You studied, didn't you? But I killed the person who taught me that study. Such a thing, belatedly. Yes, it's all belated now. Alfred Curtis killed Mary Walwood because she didn't accept him, because she didn't meet his expectations. Ooh, you woo. Scratching his head, shaking, growling. But Norman and Shizuku heard a different sound from his behavior. Creaking, the sound of strings being tightly pulled to the limit. Shizuku. Yes. When her name was called, she was smiling. Though Alfred's face was twisted to the limit, Shizuku even had a beaming smile. Norman took Shizuku's hand, and with a light tug, she stepped forward. For a moment, she glanced at the violin case on her shoulder, but immediately looked away. From these movements, her hood fell off, spilling out her white hair. Slender and supple, shining silvery white in the moonlight, the hair that had been pushed into her hood reached down to her waist. In an instant, "Yua!" The string snapped. The string of reason, the string of instinct, the string of patience, or perhaps all of them combined, snapped cleanly. Alfred Curtis's right arm grew enormous. Even just the fist alone could easily crush a human chest. The disproportionately massive arm tore through his clothing, becoming 3 times larger. Aha! Seeing this, Shizuku was still smiling. She had been smiling the whole time. Alfred couldn't understand the meaning behind it. As the monstrous arm swung toward her, Shizuku simply raised her right hand to shield herself. Reflexively, Alfred covered both ears with his hands. His gigantic right hand pressed against one ear, somehow looking rather cunning. He had judged that Shizuku's ability involved sound from being summoned to this room. Ha! But Shizuku didn't mind. While keeping her left hand intertwined with Norman's, she elegantly snapped her fingers as if plucking a violin string. Snap, lingering echoes tears of the flower's vision. And then Alfred Curtis saw a vision. Section. He was seeing a vision. Mary Walwood leaning over her desk in her nightgown, cowering at the sight of him. Trembling because of him, her expression frozen. When she looked at him, her eyes reflected fear, doubt, astonishment, and rejection. She screamed something at him. "Monster, you're different," she said. The next instant, he crushed Mary. Her chest was smashed along with the sturdy desk, splitting it in two. With an expression of terror and despair etched on her face, she died. A commonplace death, just like he had seen so often in the slums, despite her efforts to live differently. And he was the one who caused it. The world spun around. "Monster," Mary screamed. "Rejection, resentment, you're different, so we can't be together. Monster," she screamed. "Don't come, don't approach, don't get involved." The lingering echoes of the woman, who was once most special to him, howled in resonance. The instant of being rejected and killing her with his own hands replayed over and over. Ah. Something cracked within Alfred Curtis. Each time the world turned upside down, the crack grew larger, creaking, shaking, breaking. It was his heart. Lingering echoes, tears of the flowers shook the heart. The past didn't want to remember, the future didn't want to imagine. It touched the exposed, nerve-like place deep within everyone's heart where they had pushed away such things, repeatedly amplifying the memories of pain. And if activated without contact, her ability would spiral out of her control into a random howling. For a normal person, it would forcibly recall their trauma, causing panic attacks with breathing difficulties and heart palpitations. Her parents had nearly died because of it. Neighbors had nearly died too. Even people in the neighborhood she barely knew had their mental scars reopened. Even after becoming an unlaw. Just by being around others, Shizuku ended up hurting them. Section. Aema raiso rry. Oh, you're quite tenacious. Or should I say shameless, perhaps. Lingering echoes, tears of the flower's vision ability, allows one to see visions of the past or future, of what they touch. In this case, she can see visions to some degree at will, but she can also unintentionally see visions in unexpected moments, so she can't avoid covering up. After adjusting and weakening it together with Norman, she can finally do this much. The true lingering echo flowering tears is of a much worse quality, a refrain of trauma. When used without contact, it repeats a howling close to infinity. Now she has gained the ability to direct that near-infinite howling toward a target, but being nearly infinite does not make it truly infinite. Memories will eventually wear out. Even the resonant howling will come to an end. In the end, Alfred was nearly reduced to a vegetative state, but he was still barely standing on his own feet, as if enduring through sheer grit. Slum toughness, I guess. What do you want to do? One more push and he might break completely. Indeed. With a slight raise of her eyebrows, Shizuku watched Alfred stand there like a zombie. She considered for a moment then. Normand. What is? Pulling his hand towards her, she forcefully pressed her lips against his in a half-forced kiss. MMPH. Hey. Moi. Though he was understandably surprised, she didn't care as she thrust her tongue into his mouth, ravaging it. Ah. The sudden kissing scene left the nearly broken Alfred utterly confused, unable to make sense of anything. But two things did surprise him. One was that Norman accepted her kiss. Not so much accepting it gladly, but more of an oh well kind of acceptance. Like an adult tolerating a child's selfish behavior with a wry smile, he accepted Shizuku's eccentric act without denying it. He even had the composure to adjust his slightly askew hat, gently supporting her waist. The other thing was that as they kissed, Shizuku glanced sidelong at Alfred with a smile. With flushed cheeks distorting her expression, her dark yellow eyes pierced Alfred. A crack formed within him. Shizuku noticed this and her smile distorted further. In other words, it was a pointed gesture. You and I are similar monsters, but you were not accepted. You were rejected. I have someone who accepts me. I have someone who doesn't reject me, but you and I are different. Similar but different. You are unloved, but I'm different. It was just a kiss to show that, and nothing more. The smile she had been wearing the whole time was the same. A sense of superiority over him. If asked, she wouldn't deny that she simply wanted to kiss him, but it resonated within Alfred's heart. A teardrop fell and splattered. A crack formed, his heart shattered apart. How? As his shattered heart broke apart, the only thing that spilled out was doubt. Shizuku and Alfred were different, but what made them so? Aha! Parting her lips, pressing their foreheads together, Shizuku laughed. Slightly excited at the fact that a slender, transparent bridge now connected her and Norman, she casually, half-heartedly, as an aside, yet drawn out, declared, "It's simple, really. Elementary, my dear freak." With a sidelong glance, slovenly, carelessly, as an afterthought, but dragging it out. Shizuku teardrop of the lingering echo flowering tears told him. How would I know? And Alfred Curtis's heart broke, his consciousness faded. All that remained was a chilling, hollow atmosphere. Simple, you say? No, you've read that novel, right? The final words don't follow from that line. I'm a woman full of surprises. With a shrug, Shizuku slightly twisted the corner of her mouth as Norman let out a sigh. Disappointing. Not that he was truly disappointed, but still. Section, Mary, she's pregnant. The day after solving the Walwood family's locked room murder case, Norman was at Shizuku's home. In a modest apartment room, sparsely furnished, there's only a combined bedroom, living area, and tiny kitchenette, with a small bathroom that also functions as a shower room. The kitchenette looks barely used. The bedroom contains a dresser, a closet, a bed, a desk, and a couch a bit large for Shizuku, but a perfect fit for Norman. He's seated on it now, with Shizuku perched on his lap. She's dressed differently than usual in a sleeveless blouse and shorts, without her usual gloves, and her long, beautiful white hair flows freely. Resting against him, she's scribbling notes onto sheet music, leaning her back into him as she tilts her head up to look at his face. Pregnant. Yeah, remember the doctor at the estate? That's what he figured. I see, and the father. Who else but Alfred? Of course, such a cliché. Shizuku remarks, a faint smirk curling her lips. Well, it's like that sometimes, isn't it? It was all rather simple once they knew. Mary Walwood had been pregnant. She and Alfred Curtis were involved, and she'd probably told him about the baby, expecting no secrets between them now that they'd marry. Whether she noticed his recent strange behavior was unclear, but in a relationship that close, perhaps she sensed something. Then he'd revealed his true nature. She rejected him, and he killed her. A bit of Walwood family gossip him. Think I could make a few bucks if I leaked it to the papers? No chance, my sister would probably handle it quietly. Shizuku lowers her gaze back to the sheet music, not looking too disappointed. Cases involving the Outlaws rarely become public knowledge. Though these creatures blend into the city of Baldlam, only a handful know of their existence. It would be inconvenient for certain parties if people realized monsters lived among them. Who exactly finds it inconvenient is unclear. Perhaps the Cartesius Agency, maybe the city's leadership, or perhaps even the government. Due to this secretive world, Norman remains officially unemployed, despite occasionally working as an agent called by the police as a detective. He isn't actually a detective, though. He's just paid enough to cover his needs, despite having no clear status in society. There were two things I liked about this case, actually, Norman says. Oh, like what? For one, the target was Category I, so I saved on ammo. Following Shizuku's gaze, Norman glances at the violin case on top of the dresser. Inside, disassembled, lies a special sniper rifle made by Cartesius. It's a weapon designed for use against the Outlaws. Its thunderous sound echoing with supernatural energy. He hadn't needed it this time, though. Good for you, then. Even though it's modified for your recoil tolerance, it still takes a toll on your body, she comments. Plus, I'd have to file a report on the purpose and rounds used, he adds. Yeah, and I'm the one who always writes those reports. So what's the second thing? I learned a lot about your taste in underwear, Norman. And there it's finished. Shizuku stands with a light bounce, moving to pick up the violin from the bed. Well, Norman, will you listen? Of course. What's the title? She thinks for a moment, and then says, how about special? A smile graces her face. Not her usual twisted smirk, but a gentle, youthful smile. She may be a flower that blooms in darkness, but a flower is still a flower, blossoming only for the one she wants to see. Section. Shizuku began playing music. It would be surprising to those who knew the usual Shizuku. A girl who looked at the entire world with disinterested eyes, lifting the corners of her mouth in a sardonic smile. A sound one could not imagine coming from her. Soothing the heart of the listener, calming the soul just by hearing it. A melody as if basking in the warm sunlight of a field under the blue sky. Music that could embrace anyone, no matter who they were. A warm glow piercing through a darkness that should have had no light. That was the music Norman Hamish heard from Shizuku Teardrop. While Norman accepted the monster that was Shizuku, she too wanted to keep touching his heart. Because he did not fear her abnormality, did not break, and remained by her side. From the moment they first met, he smiled gently at her echo-resounding tearflower ability, reached out his hand to her. How much of a relief that was. Well, she was a bit unsatisfied that it wasn't just for her alone, but there was nothing to be done about that. Glancing down slightly, she continued playing the violin, looking around the room. A small room, Shizuku's small world. The window was completely shut, rejecting the outside world. All over this world were hundreds of sheets of music scores scattered, all transcribed through self-study, meant to be played for Norman, her life's work. Until then, they had been separate pieces, now compiled into this special composition. But he would not know that the music she was playing now, the scores strewn about the room, all of it was her rendering into music the words imparted by Norman. It's not like she had perfect pitch or could accurately transpose language into musical scales. She simply transcribed as her heart trembled, so he had no way to know. The reason they were scattered was simple too. Even if her lingering echoes, tears of the flowers, ability activated unintentionally, the scattered pieces were just memories of Norman. Visions only relating to him, which she would love to see anytime. In fact, on days without work with Norman, she either shut herself in obsessively watching visions of him or composing music from those visions. The reason she didn't study music formally was straightforward too. The titles were a bit too obvious, so maybe she should study naming a bit. But she had no need for anyone else's research. Music was an accumulation by many people, and Shizuku needed none of that. All she wanted were the feelings imparted by him. Her abnormality prevented her from going out casually. Without Norman accompanying her on Cartesius work, she couldn't even step outside. It took quite some time before she could go out to buy daily necessities and groceries herself. Being shut in a dark hole was her only choice. Keeping her bud closed, because there was only one person she wanted to show it to. So in this room, enveloped in his heart, she played the heart given to them by him. Shizuku Teardrop was a monster, but Norman Hamish treated her like a human being. That's why she liked him. That's why she loved him. Phew, that's it. How was it? Yeah, just listening made my heart tremble. Smiling at his words, she nestled up to him. The tips of her swaying hair glowed blue, like the pulsing of her heart. Then, bringing her lips close to Norman's as he sat. This girl, who usually rejected the entire world with a sardonic smile, poured all the affection she had into the brightest smile, like a flower blossoming in the sun, for this one person alone. Yes, this melody warms me. Section, the moment their lips met, she saw a vision, the night sky, the distant lights of the city stretching out. Parts of this scene were glitched with noise, the image not quite clear. She immediately understood. This was a vision of the future. Visions of the future occurred suddenly, and the image clarity was low. Not knowing when it would happen or what future it depicted, to Shizuku it was nothing but a nuisance. But still, she saw it. Norman Hamish falling into pitch darkness, as if being swallowed up by a deep abyss where everything would end. And she saw one more thing. At the bottom of the darkness, Norman was falling into. One person just looking up at him, unable to do anything, the figure of Shizuku Teardrop. Section. Interval 1. Well, how to put it, that tearflower ability. It's something I've thought about before. As the conversation reached a pause, Jim stroked his chin and tilted his head. It's rather inwardly aggressive, don't you think? Normally people don't just suddenly kiss like that. It was stimulating, got my heart racing. You really, anyway, what was with that pillow talk at the end? I didn't quite hear that part. The song she composed was really good. A reminder that the heart is not always a beautiful thing. Norman nodded with an unsettling grin, making Jim shudder slightly. Still, I'm saddened by her death too. She had a good sense. You knew her. She was famous in high society. We discussed fashion together. Shaking his head, Jim glanced over the documents in his hands and opened his mouth in mild exasperation. Just the killer's lover, really. A bold move, killing the master yet not fleeing or hiding, remaining at the residence. One could say he could not. True, as an Outlaws, he was quite insignificant category I rank. That explanation is unnecessary. When prompted, I'm compelled to provide it. Now it was Norman's turn to give Jim a sidelong glance. Enjoying his gaze, Jim continued. Outlaws have degrees of power. The category rank an Outlaws awakens to. He raised his index finger. Do you recall my area of expertise, Norman? Outlaws types was it? Category ranks. Don't forget. Grumbling, his demeanor soon returned to normal. Category I is dull to me. Mere budding monsters. Let's move on. He flipped through the documents. In addition to a Rudier, there were photos of an alley and several more of another kind. Corpses, 5 mangled dead bodies strewn about the street. Category II is a bit more interesting. I beg to differ. You and I rarely see eye to eye. Chuckling wryly, he continued. At Category II, their abnormality stabilizes to an extent. The difference from Category I is giving it a name, what kind of existence it is, what it can do. In Shizuku Teardrop's case, what kind of existence? One that drops teardrops into others' hearts, rippling out like a flower. What it can do, shake hearts, resonating with that lingering echo. The lingering echoes, tears of the flowers that shakes hearts. One could say it becomes more akin to the superpowers or magic imagined by all. As an aside, names like Teardrop or Hellhound become code names for the abnormality. Furthermore, compounding the words like lingering echoes, tears of the flowers with echo howling, creates multi-layered meaning, increasing stability. Like gemstone or fairy. How meticulous. It's important. Very well. Next is the tale of the Hellhound Sirius Flame. Pulling out a Rudier's photo from the documents, he waved it in front of Norman. The Helcatee Street serial killer incident. The victims appeared to have nothing in common except being gruesomely murdered. Now, tell me how you, who commanded the Hellhound, viewed this case. Well then, the questioned Norman gazed up at the ceiling absently. If he had to summarize it in one word, a tale of justice, perhaps. Chapter 2, The Hounds of Hellgate. The woman wished that no one would come. She did not want to show her appearance to anyone. She sat gasping in some unknown back alley. She could hardly utter a word properly. If someone approached, she would hurt them. More than anything, she did not want to see that person. The one who took her in after she had fled, unable to stay at home. That's why, even though she couldn't meet them, I finally found you. Hey. She let out an involuntary groan. Why? In the stone-paved back alley, he was there before her gaze. Perhaps he was slightly out of breath from running. Searching for her in this state. Looks like you're having a hard time. Well, we'll figure something out. Come on, let's go home. Why would he say such a thing? She had no place to return to now. Let's go home. Even if she went back, she had nowhere to stay. Yeah, I understand how you feel, at least a little bit. With a wry smile, he took a step closer. So reflexively she barked out. An unbelievable roar coming from her own voice, a howl threatening violence, instinct, life itself. As if that's the sound cannon fire would make on a battlefield. You've got quite a voice. Yet he casually approached and stroked her head. Even if she trembled her hand a bit, he would die. He was smiling. I can't say I'll restore your former life, but at the very least, I'll make you a place where you don't have to hide who you are. Section, L-Teal Sirius Flame. Red eyes, lush long golden hair. A patched-together trench coat covering her whole body, even when it's not raining. A nearly 2-meter tall, seemingly soft and alluring body you'd want to reach out and touch anywhere. How many times had she drawn Norman Hamish's gaze? That her. Good morning, Norman Sama. When he awoke and turned to the side, her face was there a short distance away. Morning, Elle. She was kneeling on the floor beside Norman's bedding. How long have you been there? How long, I wonder? Elle tilted her head innocently. Her gentle, mellow atmosphere was like a domesticated pet. I see. The key was from the master. Yes, he let me in. Norman was renting a room on the second floor of a billiards bar. The master was someone who had helped him out when he first visited Baldlam, and that led to him being provided lodging. Well, whatever, good morning again. Yes, good morning. After leaving the bedroom, washing his face, brushing his teeth, and going to the living room. I've prepared breakfast. I also cleaned the living room and kitchen. I put out the laundry too, and replaced the small bar of soap in the shower with a new one. He was greeted by her doting hospitality. Norman's rented room was divided into a kitchen, living room, and bedroom, relatively spacious. Go up the stairs from the first floor, through the door to the living room connected to the kitchen. From the living room, a short hallway led to the shower room and toilet separately, with a storage room in between, and further back were 2 bedrooms. Not only was it spacious, but the rooms themselves weren't old, and the location was good too. Originally intended for 2 people room sharing, the master was kind enough to lower the price for Norman. Before coming to Baldlam, he had been in the military, so his survival skills were high. But in the city, they weren't put to much use, and his former austere, regimented life was a thing of the past. He wasn't particularly slovenly, nor did he leave his room a mess, but his life skills weren't high either. If someone noticed the current Norman was once a soldier, it would only be a former comrade or a truly skilled detective. Hee. Of course, while Norman was sleeping, L-Teal had taken care of everything. Thanks as always, Elle. No, I do it because I want to. Whenever she came to Norman's room, it was always like this, so he was used to it. Sitting at the kitchen table, after a short wait, ham and eggs, salad and scones were arranged. Taking a bite of the scone, it was crisp with a faint sweetness. Delicious. I'm glad. Let me brew some tea too. Pouring the tea with elegant movements. Taking a sip, enjoying the aroma of the tea leaves wafting through his nose. Even when he brewed his own tea with the same utensils and leaves, there was such a difference, strangely. Before him was delicious breakfast and tea. The graceful beauty beside him was just like an elegant maid. What a nice morning. Fufu, I'm glad you think so, Norman Sama. If possible, he'd like to greet every morning like this, but that wasn't feasible. When she came to Norman's home in the morning, it was always a sign of work. What was placed on the desk was a single file. After she took a seat, he opened it to find, oh, this is crazy. Photos of 5 corpses. The first 4 had major lacerations, but the 5th was a dismembered, scattered body. Not exactly fitting for an elegant breakfast, but Norman's nerves weren't so delicate as to be bothered by it. An incident on Hellgate Street, apparently. Ah, that place. Yes, does it mean something? No, nothing. So the southern part of Baldlam then, what's the official story? It's being reported as a serial killer case up to the fourth victim, but the causes of death are undisclosed, and the newspapers only gave it brief mentions. Figures, that's how Big Sis would handle it. Information control was his sister the boss's job, skimming the case details below the photos with a casual air. I guess even for her the fifth one warranted actually doing something. Taking another bite of the chocolate-filled scone. Ah, this one's chocolate. Yes. How is it? Really delicious. You'd make a great wife. You can't say that. Reddening cheeks covered by her hand, Elle shrank her large frame while demurely swaying. Like an affectionate large breed dog. Her chest was also swaying tremendously, which he inwardly appreciated. Of course, he didn't show it on his face. A brutal serial killer case, huh? Pretty scary stuff. Yes, that's why I'll be accompanying you. Elteal Sirius Flame. Her plain dress and trench coat hung at the entrance even when it wasn't raining were efforts to blend into human society. Not to blend in, even if she wanted to, she couldn't blend in. Her distinct appearance was proof of her inability to mesh with her surroundings. Yeah, thanks. Yes. But her nod was light and flippant, and Elteal was just smiling. Like a pet fawning over its owner. Like a naive girl tricked by a bad man. Section. The windless city of Baldlam was surrounded by towering walls. Outside the city to the north lay a great lake, from which a river flowed, bisecting the town from north to south. In the central district stood the administrative buildings that served the city's functions, government offices, post offices, banks, police stations, as well as major commercial establishments, or theaters, museums, and libraries. The north was an upscale residential area favored by the nobility and wealthy. East and west hosted neighborhoods for the middle class, while the south was roughly divided into poorer districts. This was, of course, an oversimplification. The shops and people, rich and poor alike, buyers and sellers, all intermingled throughout. Norman's boarding house was situated in the western side, not far from the center. Here we are, the crime scene. Norman and Elteal had arrived at Hecate Street. It was a crossroads. Aside from the police blockade leaving it deserted, there was nothing remarkable about the plain stretch of road. Just a typical street of two-story buildings interspersed with evenly spaced lamps, utterly forgettable. Still, a serial killer striking on Hecate Street, of all places. Come to think of it, you seemed preoccupied earlier. Is there something about this location? You don't know. No. Ah, well, there were some strange rumors around here a long time ago. Weird moaning sounds echoing through the night, sightings of bizarre creatures, people even claimed to have seen apparitions. Norman shrugged. That Hecate Street is haunted by monsters. I've never heard that before. Well, it's probably unrelated to the case, so don't worry about it. He pulled a file from his coat pocket with his free hand. From the file, he extracted a single photograph. The fifth dismembered victim. No traces left at all, a dear sister's doing, I'd wager. Elteal. When called, she took a few sniffs of the air. Yes, I can still pick up the faint scent of the disinfectant used 2 days ago. Thorough as always, typical of my sister, anyway. Lightly touching the cobblestones where the now-vanished body had lain, he recounted the case details. Victims 1 through 4 had varying scratches and gashes, like they were mauled by some beast. There were theories about a pack of wild dogs or something. He studied the photograph. A corpse torn apart, dismembered. But with tremendous force, the body was forcibly pulled apart, ripped to shreds. No normal animal could do this, much less a human, hence the local rumors of monsters. But in reality, in Outlaws. Exactly. Which is why the case fell to Norman and his team. Of course, the possibility couldn't be ruled out that the first 4 victims really were attacked by animals. But the 5th body being so gruesomely dismembered was an anomaly. What kind of abnormality could cause this, I wonder? Simple brute strength, the ability to generate blades or projectiles. If it's the same perpetrator, we can speculate a few possibilities. Oh, what's that? It seems you've reached hierarchy category II in the middle. The first one might have been a coincidence, but by the 4th, their abnormality had stabilized. Their hierarchy category had evolved. The abnormality of the Outlaws can be applied in various ways, and its range of uses expands through training. However, to do so requires stabilizing the core fundamentals of the abnormality itself. For example, a name. By giving it a name and treating it as such, the abnormality stabilizes. The Outlaws researchers said so, and it was Norman's own rule of experience, to redefine oneself as outside of this world. If you don't understand it, at least give it a name. The unknown is frightening, but the known is not scary. That applied to Norman as well as the culprit, surely. Such a state was defined as hierarchy category II by Cartesius. The incidents occurred over 3 weeks, 5 times in total. There was a 1-week interval between the first and third, but after that it was every 4 days, totaling 3 weeks. The decreasing intervals make it easier to understand. They got used to the abnormality. Or they learned how to enjoy it. They couldn't hold back anymore, that's fine too. I see. Eltiel tilted her head slightly, as if puzzled. Whether Norman remembered or not, he had no intention of touching on that subject. If it's the same culprit, that is, what if there were multiple culprits? If it's not an Outlaws, we'll hand it over to the police. The 5th one is confirmed, at least. He responded with a casual shrug of his shoulders. The 5th incident occurred the day before yesterday. It might happen again tonight. So you're aiming for an arrest on the scene. That's the quickest way. I'm counting on you, Elle. Yes, leave it to me in that case. Yeah, I'm leaving it entirely to you. While Norman had some self-defense skills, he was at a disadvantage against Outlaws. But as a bodyguard, Eltiel Sirius Flame was the most trustworthy. Even so, Norman Sama. You mentioned the incidents are occurring more frequently this time, but did the police officers also make similar deductions? No, I don't think so. Didn't you hear about it from dear sister? I didn't ask her specifically. I guess my dear sister omitted that part. Well, never mind. He recalled the 5 victims. The 1st to 3rd were homeless. The 4th was a working-class man. Up to this point was fine, even if it was an odd case. The issue arose after that. The 5th victim was apparently a nobleman, a rather prominent one at that. An antique collector who bought and sold with other nobles, and had many customers. I see, so that's how it was. Yeah, there was probably pressure from above. In this city, it's hard to ignore the intentions of the urban elite or nobility. In other words, it sounds like they're saying the homeless people don't matter. That's pretty much it. Well, putting aside whether they were nobles or homeless, Hellgate Street has long been rumored to be where monsters appear. If grotesquely mutilated corpses actually showed up there, the citizens wouldn't be able to sleep at night. I see. But why would the nobleman come here at night? It's quite a distance from the upscale residential area in the north, and there's no particular reason for them to visit this area, is there? The records don't mention that. Either they didn't know, or it was concealed. Norman shrugged his shoulders casually. Then he looked around the nondescript intersection where 5 people had died. In any case, let's come back here again tonight. The culprit should know the police have started moving. To put an end to the serial killings, you mean? No, they used the serial killings to stabilize their abnormality. They'll definitely strike again. The question was when and where this again would occur. All right, let's leave here for now. Where to next? Since the initial victims were homeless people and laborers, let's go ask around with those folks. We should be able to find some homeless in the back alleys the blockade hasn't reached. I see, gathering information. The basics of investigation. That's right, though I don't expect much from it, we'll try what we can. Section. That was more than I expected. Norman let out a sigh laced with exasperation at the diner on Downey Street. From the semi-private booth-like seating in the very back, the view outside showed it was already dark. Norman had chicken shawarma and red tea. Cheer up, Norman Sama. Eltiel had 2 whole orders, each of chicken kebab, beef kebab, and lamb kebab. Instead of being cut into normal pieces, they were served in large chunks. The accompanying chips were thick, wedge-cut crescent moons, very hearty. She preferred her beef nearly raw and unseasoned with salt or sauce. She certainly had a voracious appetite. Norman Sama. Say ah. He obediently took the offered piece of meat into his mouth. It was a bit lacking without seasoning, but what mattered was her feeding it to him. All right, let's go over this in order. You can eat normally. Yes, thank you. She carefully cut pieces with her knife and fork and brought them to her mouth. Norman glanced at the 2 shawarma wraps in front of him, then said, We started asking around the homeless in that area, and while I didn't expect much, An astonishing fact came to light right away. Indeed. Who knew there was an illegal brothel there? He sighed in amazement. It seems even the police were unaware of its existence. It was apparently being concealed by the nobleman. Of course, nobles would conceal anything inconvenient for them. Yeah. Well, in this case, they were concealing it with ill intent. An establishment that didn't discriminate by age, gender, or anything, of course they'd hide that. There are proper establishments in this city, but I guess those didn't satisfy them. A terrible thing. Right. The important point here is that the nobleman was a regular client of that illegal brothel. The homeless people observe well. They may get scowled at when seen, but that's exactly what makes them useful for information gathering. Being treated as invisible has its advantages. First, the reason the nobleman was on Hellgate Street had been solved. Next, we went to the workplace of the fourth victim, the laborer, to ask around. This is where the story took a turn. This man was having his sister work at some brothel. Apparently, he was a gambling addict constantly in debt, but was a good payer. He had his sister sell her body somewhere to cover it. The issue here is that the police were again unaware of these facts. Not that the police were incompetent, but rather, it was concealed from them too. In other words, these facts were inconvenient for the powers that be. There may have even been some on the take within the police force itself. If so, the high likelihood is that the sister was working at the illegal Hellgate Street brothel. Otherwise, those details would have been in the records. So the fourth and fifth victims ended up being connected. Exactly. On top of that, I contacted a justice-driven detective, and we went to investigate that illegal brothel. The fury of Detective Harrison, who learned of the concealed illegal brothel, was quite something. A man of justice collaborating with Cartesius, I liked that about him. Sure enough, the laborer's sister was working there. The sister of the laborer, made to work at the illegal brothel by her brother. Her harrowing state was evident at a glance. Bandages were wrapped all over her body, and the uncovered areas were covered in old scars. Moreover, the other prostitutes were in similar conditions. Some were underage children, others had missing limbs, regardless of gender, around 10 people in all. They all had clouded, hollowed eyes. She seemed to be their supervisor of sorts. What left an impression was how she glared at Norman protectively in front of the children. How tragic. Utterly, though there's nothing we could do about it. The key point is that the nobleman was a regular client of the sister. The elite sure are troublesome, to take pleasure in harming young girls like that. The connections grew even stronger. Right. If we consider the 3 homeless victims as practice for stabilizing their abnormality, then the sister was likely an Outlaws. Selling herself while her brother gambled, then killing her own client. The motive is simple. Simplicity is good. When the reason is resentment and hatred, it's straightforward yet intense. She hates, so she kills. It doesn't get any clearer than that. For most people, hatred alone isn't enough to drive them to murder, but for an Outlaws, it's easy. All they have to do is manifest that hatred. However, if it was the sister, there's something I don't quite understand. What is it? She killed the client she resented, and her brother who sold her. But then why did she remain at that brothel? Exactly. After killing her brother, she had no reason to stay at a place like that. There was no need for her to commit the murders on Hellgate Street either. The brothel was just south of that street, practically next door. Money issues, perhaps. No, robbery would be easy for an Outlaws, whether it lasts or not. It's perplexing. There were a few children at the brothel purchased by the nobleman, but the sister was the only one with a direct motive. So regarding the question of who the culprit is, based on what's known, it seems to be just the sister. As for how she committed the murders, that's not a difficult question since she's an Outlaws. The remaining issue is just one. Why is she staying at the brothel? Well, to be honest, I don't really care. Are you sure? It would be easy if the sister was simply the culprit. Hearing about that would make it easier to write the report on this case later. Handling the Outlaws incident is his job, but writing the report is part of the job too. At the Cartesius Baldwin branch, Norman's sister Sphera Hamish is the director, overseeing administration, liaising with nobles, covering up incidents, and giving overall instructions. The scientist Jim Adamworth researches the abilities of Outlaws. There is also another person in charge of gathering information, but that person seems to dislike them. Even Sphera and Jim get along poorly with Eltiel and the others, so they rarely interact. Sipping tea, he opened the file of documents. It was then, as he was going over them again, that it happened. Oh. First, Eltiel turned toward the entrance of the shop, and Norman followed her gaze. The one who entered was a child. A ragged, tattered child whose gender was hard to tell. The child went straight to the back of the shop to their table and stood there silently without saying a word. A homeless child. Good work. Norman offered the untouched 2 shawarmas on his plate to the child. The child took a folded memo from their tattered pocket and placed it on the table, then left without a word. Their time in the shop didn't even last a minute. I had asked for an investigation on the first 3 homeless victims before going to the brothel. The memo was written on a piece of notebook paper, with surprisingly neat handwriting for a homeless person cramming the page. As expected, this is impressive for such a short time. Sleeping spots, meals, workplaces, supply routes. Wow, even how often they got intimate with women. Norman's movements paused for a moment as his eyes scanned the memo. Norman Sama. His pale blue eyes narrowed slightly in thought. The information he had gathered up to now, combined with what he just received about the homeless living conditions. A girl sold into prostitution by her brother, mutilated by a deviant nobleman. The illegal, members-only brothel and its pitiful girls. The 3 homeless victims. Hecate Street. Why did she remain at the brothel? It was like tangled threads unraveling. No, rather, scattered points being forcibly connected. He had no definitive proof, piling up maybes to forge a semblance of a theory. Norman fell silent, but Eltiel simply gazed at him, saying nothing. She soon resumed eating with elegant poise, showing neither indifference nor laziness, like a loyal dog awaiting its master's command. If called upon, if ordered. Ready to act immediately, maintaining a tense balance, unshaken no matter what happened. Eltiel, we may have to split up for a bit after this. What? A sound like gone could be heard, but then what shall I do? Sorry. It seems better if I show my face alone on that street, at least. Will you be okay? I'll put on a little act. Of course, I'll be relying on you in the end. May I? Well, it's not like I can refuse when you ask me like that. She smiled happily. Norman had asked knowing full well Eltiel wouldn't refuse him. Still, you look so lovely when concentrating on your deductions, Norman Sama. Just like a great detective. Well, I'm just an amateur detective at best. Then I suppose you're my assistant. No, I'd prefer to be your pet. If that's what you want, I guess. Rest assured, Norman Sama. Eltiel placed a hand on her chest and smiled gently, like a servant pledging loyalty to her master. No matter who your enemy is, I shall accompany you to the very ends of hell. Her words were moving, but considering what would happen next, it pained his heart. Well, just a little bit. Section. A young boy walked through the chilly night streets, the Hecate crossroads. He paced back and forth, surveying his surroundings, but his stride itself was light. The street lamps placed at even intervals along the street dimly illuminated just his feet, leaving the entire area quite dark. In some places, the moonlight allowed bare visibility. One could even call it carefree. Inviting, yet with enough careless openings to slaughter him. A gray, foul-smelling boy who appeared at the illegal brothel. Accompanied by a detective, he shamelessly pried into the brothel's affairs while appearing dazed, dragging along a giantess like a servant before leaving. He didn't know the details. In which case, it thought, I'll just kill him. It followed behind the boy, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters, silencing its footsteps, stalking closer. Fingers dangling, knees bent. 10 meters. For an ordinary person, it would take several seconds even at a full sprint to close that gap. But it was no ordinary being. Ever since stabilizing this power, its physical abilities had increased dramatically. A murderous intent and hatred for those it had killed before welled up from the depths of its chest. That was the source of its power's manifestation. Hence, that distance took it but an instant to cross. Another instant to thrust forward its weapon, and it would be over. Closing the distance in a single step, swinging the weapon down onto the defenseless back. Oh, that was dangerous. The boy spun around, avoiding the attack. Section. Norman saw the girl slide to a stop on the cobblestones. A cheap, simple dress and equally cheap, tattered clothes. Bandages were wrapped around visible parts of her body, along with scars from old wounds. She had messy, unevenly cut pale blonde hair and 3-inch nails drenched in blood. It's her. Why? Jacqueline Harley, sister of the slain laborer, asked. Nothing special. You're just giving off too much killing intent. More than that. Jacqueline Harley, shall I tell you about yourself? The battered girl's face twisted as she clenched her fingers and nails. I think that brothel is going to go down, just as you wished. However, Norman's words caused her tension to ease slightly. Seeing this, he knew his conjecture was not too far off. The detective I went to that shop with is quite important and has a strong sense of justice. He won't let a place like that remain. That's why you started this, right? The serial road killer case. I'm surprised. I thought you were some kind of being, but you're just a detective. I do get called that sometimes, but I'm really not a detective. What do you intend to do with me? That's up to you. Ideally, he wanted this to end peacefully, though that would require dealing with Eltiel later. My job is to apprehend Outlaws like you, so I'd prefer if you surrendered obediently. En route, so there really are others like me. In the dimly moonlit street, Jacqueline, in an almost crawling posture, narrowed her eyes. There was a particularly striking vertical scar around her right eye. She must have skillfully concealed it with makeup at the brothel. The kind like you is what we call a Category II deviant at my organization. Types categories, there are different levels and kinds. That's how my Cartesius organization classifies them. It's not that complicated a concept, really. With anomalous abilities directed at oneself, basic physical capabilities tend to be enhanced as well. Ridiculous strength, durability to brush off bullets, endless stamina to run for hours, recovery ability to heal most injuries overnight with rest. Assuming superhuman athletic abilities as a baseline, coupled with the anomaly itself. Manipulating body temperature, having abnormal flexibility, generating electricity. On top of the prerequisite physical prowess, further specialized bodily functions, like generating exceptionally hard nails. What they can do exists on the extension of human limits. But the scary part isn't the ability itself. Put another way, perhaps it's because they're so overwhelmingly capable that their mental restraints tend to come loose easily, a sense of omnipotence, of being almighty. Surpassing human capabilities causes their rationality to slip. From human, physically and mentally, they become outliers. To put it simply, they're a bit mentally unhinged, unable to resist doing whatever they want. Casting aside self-control, ethics, and the like. So that's why Outlaws. Quite an ironic name. I'd like to give a round of applause to whoever named them. It's not very funny. Don't you understand, detective? If you know so much about ones like me, I won't stop. Those 5 I killed were all unforgivable scum. So that makes it okay to kill them. If I don't kill, the battered girl's mouth curved into an arc. I want to, I should. I have to. Once that conviction takes root, you can't stop. Are you the same type, detective? Well, what do you think? No matter how I look at you, you're the enemy of women. You've already figured it out, haven't you? She smiled, her nails reflecting the faint moonlight. I did consider your motive and all that. Want to hear about the other types? Not interested. Jacqueline slowly rose to her feet. Norman let out a breath. You foo-foo. Jacqueline laughed, and her killing intent exploded forth rigidly. The righteous quintuple canonical claws. 5 flickering claws. Norman narrowed his eyes at the name she shouted. So that's the name of your ability. What was shouted was the designated name of her evolved ability, proof of her ascended level. Those claws could effortlessly tear apart humans, the instruments of her justice. Wielded with preternatural physical abilities. No need for more words, she would kill this man, Jacqueline the Ripper. In an instant, there was Norman. In the moment leading to death, he simply whistled. Pew, as if a master calling his dog. Eltiel Sirius Flame rushed to his side. It was a giant dog. Wearing a patchwork trench coat like a cloak, the red belt of the coat was connected to its neck like a collar. Its total length was nearly 3 meters. Its fur was black, blending into the darkness. Its claws were sharp like butcher knives, and its jaw had saw-like teeth. Only its eyes retained a human-like color, shining even brighter. What? Needless to say, Jacqueline was astonished. The claws were already raised. The black dog that had intervened in front of Norman landed on the stone pavement. Gah! And knocked her away with a body slam. The impact was extraordinary. If she were an ordinary person, that alone would have shattered all her bones and killed her. Cough, cough, what? With a shaking vision and blood dripping from her mouth, she saw it. The giant black dog standing in front of Norman. "If you are the Ripper of Hecate," the man said casually, yet with a smile, as he stroked the black dog's back. The black dog purred contentedly. "El is the hellhound of Hecate, you could say. Eltil Sirius Flame, the black demon dog Brat's dog." Her ability was to transform her body into a giant black dog. That woman from back then. "That's why you brought her along." "Yes, she's my bodyguard." "Ah, you'd better not stand up. You seem tough, but not as tough as El. Besides, El is a Category 3. A stable ability, further capable of various applications, known as Outlaws. In Cartesius, it is considered the highest rank. Is that okay with you?" The woman's face contorted as she shouted. A face covered in wounds. Her injured body trembled, a testament to the man's desires that had trampled her. The girl who was sold by her brother and cut by customers screamed. "How can you become the dog of such a man? Being used as he pleases. I know men like this. I've seen plenty of customers like this. Men who only see women as tools. If something happens, he'll definitely throw you away like a woman's enemy. You're noisy, woman." The black dog spoke in human language. Although its vocal cords should be different from a human's, such logic doesn't apply to Outlaws. It speaks because it can speak. "Your ego is too big. Do you think you're the center of the world? You and I are different." "Why?" "It's simple, elementary, the Ripper. Even if you hate men. I love this man, even if you're discarded by men. I was picked up by this man. If you send this man to hell, I will simply accompany this man to hell. That's all there is to it. You chose the wrong person to wag your tail at. If you were a pet, you should have chosen a master who would love you." Moreover, she growled, "If it's from Norman-sama, I would gladly accept even wounds or pain. No, I wouldn't do such a thing. I don't have a taste for hurting people. As expected of Norman-sama, you are so kind." "Don't joke." Jacqueline became furious. Jacqueline Harley had no choices. Like a beast, she crouched and her claws extended further. Blood flowed from her fingertips, but she didn't care. Emotions are easy fuel for Outlaws, but that was no longer possible. "El. Woofed. Go. Woofed." Delighted by the short command, the black dog barked. She shattered the stone pavement and rushed towards the Ripper. Jacqueline saw the dark night, the pitch-black darkness, the rushing black dog, night and black and darkness. Among them, the brightest eyes, Sirius Flame, shone brilliantly. The black demon dog Brat's dog shines in hell. With a roaring sound, the demon dog blew away the Ripper. The woman's body flew through the air, but that wasn't the end. Rue. The demon dog took a deep breath. From its extraordinary lung capacity, what emerged was not just a voice. Unlike Jacqueline, who had the ability to extend extremely sharp claws, this was a derived ability from transforming into a giant dog. Black demon dog howl, "Oh, oh, oh, oh." The demon dog's scream echoed through the night streets. A directional vibration of the air crushed and trampled the Ripper. That was the distant howl signaling the end of a short walk. "Woof." Shaking its large head, it glanced at Jacqueline, who lay bleeding all over. "Ah, gah." Her body convulsed, and with a hazy vision, Jacqueline looked up. At the black demon dog standing in the night. "Good job, El." The master slowly approached. He gently stroked the black fur as he stood beside her. "Kuwen." And the demon dog licked Norman's cheek. "Wah-ha-ha, that tickles." Seeing that, words spilled out. "Why?" To Jacqueline, the scene looked like a giant monster was about to eat the boy. If the demon dog bared its fangs even slightly, it could tear his throat. But Norman accepted the demon dog's tongue as if it were natural. "Ah, you and I are different." That's what she was told. Then what was different? Beside the demon dog stood him, but beside the Ripper stood a worthless brother. There was no connection with blood relatives. When she killed her brother, there was no hesitation. When she awakened to her power, the hesitation disappeared. Her brother had said, "With that power, you can make money in other ways," or something like that. In the end, her brother only saw her as a tool to make money, a tool for desires, a convenient horse. The Ripper had a brother who only used her as a tool, but the demon dog had a master. That's why it's different. That's why I lost. What the worst? The Ripper, born in hell, saw the bonds woven in hell and realized the mistake in her own justice. She let go of everything. Section. Indeed, the last line wasn't very good. Norman shrugged at Jacqueline's final words as she lay exhausted and powerless. She seemed to be looking at him with a complex expression, using her last bit of strength, but, well, it doesn't matter. He wasn't interested. More importantly, good job, Elle. Yes, Norman-sama. The demon dog had returned to her human form. Although her dress was torn and she was naked, a large trench coat covered her entire body. The two large curves of her chest and hips were visible through the trench coat. Her slightly drooping eyes were gentle. Those eyes had the whites and pupils reversed, with the pupils glowing red and black reversed eyes. A strong transformation ability, leaving residual effects after transformation. When they first met, she had reversed eyes even in human form and had to wear a blindfold to live. Through training, she was able to live without a blindfold. Even so, changes like this occur when emotions are heightened or immediately after using her ability. I always think this, but it's a waste that your clothes get torn every time you transform. Well, that's true, but I've come to terms with it. I always feel bad that Norman-sama buys me clothes. It's hard to find clothes that fit me. It's fine. By the way, if there were no restrictions, what kind of clothes would you like to wear? Well, she tilted her head slightly. Something with lots of lace and frills, something cute. I see. I'd love to see that. Norman nodded, making a mental note of that information. Still, as expected of Norman-sama, your joke was effective. What do you mean? The hellhound of Hecate Street, the rumors about the monster, you were referring to that, right? Ah no, that rumored monster, it's you. You might not remember because of various things, but the first time you and I met, and later when I picked you up again, it was on this Hecate Street. Remember, I got a little injured back then. That's how the rumors spread. Well, Eltiel smiled at Norman's words, her eyes widening. That is very romantic. Section, her motive was indignation. Norman said as he brushed her. Kua. Eltiel, in her black dog form, yawned in response. In Norman's apartment, the living room, her massive body was stretched out comfortably. Her usual black trench coat was off, and he was brushing her glossy black fur. Grooming. After work, Norman brushes her himself, a habit of theirs. Her fur had a unique luster and a smooth texture. As he carefully and slowly brushed her, Norman spoke. Jacqueline Harley was sold by her brother and forced to work in an illegal brothel. She's 18 now, and she started working there when she was 6 years. I can't imagine what kind of youth she had. Woof. Exactly, it must have been terrible. The important thing is that she spent 6 years in that place, surviving. For 6 years, she was sold by her brother and used as a toy for wealthy strangers. Used for their desires, exposed to their desires. She had been a mere tool for 6 years. A cart horse existing solely to satisfy someone's ugly desires. Woof. No, it's not just that. That brothel, did they have children there? Of course, not just children, but among them, she was the oldest veteran. She must have seen it, the discarded children over those 6 years. An illegal brothel. Age didn't matter, they say, but in this case, young children became the merchandise. On top of that, some were missing limbs, and Jacqueline herself was covered in wounds. Some children probably died while working or were mentally broken. That area didn't have good security. Of course, there were homeless people, but also orphans. The kinds of children forced to work at those places were either like them or sold like Jacqueline. She may have felt empathy for those children and hatred towards the men tormenting them and herself. Woof. The homeless were the same. Moving the brush, stroking behind the ears. The ears twitched rapidly. What do they do with damaged merchandise from the brothel? Simple, they discard it. Where? They just toss it into an alley, and the homeless will naturally pick it up. That's how the first 3 were satisfying their desires. This itself wasn't an unusual story. The living environment of the homeless could be understood from the memo received from a homeless child. Those 3 had been satisfying their sexual desires by recovering the discarded merchandise from the illegal brothel. Of course, she knew about it and was terrified, wondering if she would be next. But she became an Outlaws. Once she became an Outlaws, she quickly realized her abnormality. And she was quite intelligent. Maybe she learned from the noble clients, but killing her brother alone wouldn't change anything. She hated the brothel she was in and the men who toyed with them. More than that, she couldn't forgive them. So she killed and kept killing. Why? Because she couldn't forgive them. A sense of righteous indignation, an urge to do what's right. Kill because she can't forgive. That's why she stayed behind. After that, it's simple. Killing just the homeless and laborers wouldn't cause much of an issue, but if nobles died, it would become a big deal. And that's what happened. The brothel came to light too. Since the detective investigated, it couldn't be covered up. As a result, she achieved her goal, that righteous indignation, wanting to destroy that brothel. Woofed. Since the police brought its existence to light, she expected the merchandise would be protected as victims. Probably, if it hadn't come to light, the serial killing count would have increased from 5. The claws of righteousness swung down, not that anything goes just because it's righteous. But she couldn't stop. A ripper spawned from hell, giving birth to hell. Though it's ironic that what bared its fangs at such a monster was a hellhound. Well, I guess that's how the resolution part goes. There are probably some minor mistakes and misunderstandings, but I'm not a detective either. Woofed. Ha, I suppose so. It killed some time at least. All right, I think that's enough brushing. Woofed. Eltiel, who had been lying down, got up. After shaking her body, she circled around Norman sitting on the floor. Whoa, ha, that tickles, El. Woofed. Lick. Her large, rough, red tongue licked all over Norman's face. The ticklish sensation made him laugh involuntarily. In her black dog form, her mouth was large enough for Norman's head to fit inside, and even a slight graze of her fangs could tear his throat open. But Norman didn't mind. He accepted her while laughing. Woof. Oops. Section. When she finally gave one last lick and raised her head, she had returned to her human form. Not black, but golden hair cascaded down her body. Her defenseless red eyes gazed at the sprawled Norman Heimish. He gave a slightly dazed impression, but he couldn't be called luxurious or gaudy at all. It's hard to tell since he always wears a coat, but he's muscular from his military training and doesn't slack off on exercise. He also has good physical abilities. He doesn't seek fights, but he's not weak either. He's a man who can walk the dangerous slums safely. Eltiel knows his head is good too. When solving the Outlaws case, if she's there, he plays the detective role. She knows he's an attractive male, and that man is now pinned under her. And she thinks to herself, with just a bit of force, she could kill him. He's human and she's a monster. As a monster, she can kill him. This is simply a fact. Keeping this fact in mind, she's straddling him. It's sort of exciting. Woof. Ha. Lick across his face, defenseless, innocently laughing. Not a shred of crisis awareness. Each time she sees that, heat builds in her core. He's been like this since they first met, a year and a half ago. Eltiel, once a noble's daughter from another city, had visited Baldlam and became an Outlaws. Suddenly turned into a black dog, unable to understand anything, she trembled. Describing it as her world being turned upside down wasn't enough. Everything had transformed. Not the world, but herself. Trembling, terrified. She thought she had fallen into hell. Thought she was the only one in hell. It was him who picked up that her. At that time, Norman didn't even realize that dog was an Outlaws, just a whim. That whim saved her. She learned how to use her abilities and became Norman's partner in solving cases. Any other Outlaws, she doesn't really care about them. Well, except for maybe 3 of them, but let's put that aside. Norman Sama. Yeah. Their faces were nose to nose. Her glowing red eyes captured his pale blue ones. Her bountiful breasts softly squished against his solid chest, subtly but undeniably conveying that sensation with each breath. Her arms remained draped over his shoulders, stretching out pale and voluptuous. Long hair became a natural dress, covering her translucent back and pooling around her marshmallow-like plump rear. Those hands, too, could shatter his shoulders with just a bit of force. Her massive size, inverted pupils, preference for copious flesh, her sense of smell rivaling that of dogs even in human form, and heightened physical abilities. Phew. You seem amused. Yes, very much so. Her body swayed, the squashed breasts bouncing. It's good for the eyes. Oh my. Soft and smooth, mainly against reason and such. Yufufufo. This man doesn't fear her. Neither her human guise nor her true monstrous self. He accepts Eltiel's serious flam as she is, allows her by his side to care for him, even though she could kill him on a whim. As if saying that wouldn't be so bad, he remains defenseless. NN. Lick along his neckline. His body shuddered faintly. The taste of sweat and skin on her tongue, she wonders what his blood would taste like underneath. She's curious but doesn't want to know. Since he treats her as human, she doesn't need to taste his blood. Very well then, Norman-sama. After brushing, shall we move to the shower? Moving her lips from his neckline to his ear. Her plump lips released hot breaths. Her eyes inverted color, strong emotions, rippling waves of yellow light from her pupils, filled with scorching heat as if to incinerate hell itself. Whispering with devoted beastliness. Whichever form you prefer, please gaze upon my true self. Section, Interval 2. The hellhound serious flam. Are you really fine with that? Even with a carnivore licking her chops right in front of you. Well, men do tend to be drawn to danger sometimes. I don't think that kind of danger is purely physical, though. He nodded thoughtfully, not sure how serious she was being. Jim inched away again. While backing up, he glanced over the case report. Phew hun, for an incident caused by a Category II Outlaws, this was fairly tame. 5 casualties is quite merciful. The issue is the complaints from the antique-obsessed nobles whose gold was being rapidly spent in the city. The lord you mentioned, Brant Byron, was quite the operator. I've purchased decor from him several times myself. He added further. That howling caused good citizens to live in terror of the existence of dreadful beasts. It compounded the existing monster rumors with a serial killer's mysterious howls. Yet another unnecessary urban legend is born. This is problematic for the Cartesius, tasked with keeping Outlaws a secret. I don't know about all that. Sister handles those kinds of adjustments. Too bad. The ones who always get dumped on are the field agents like you, Norman. Norman sighed, and Jim's energy level rose. Anyway, the righteous canonical 5 claws, huh? Not the Cartesius naming convention, but not bad. How about the Ripper? In a way, the sense of justice and duty arising from a depraved mind. A twisted outburst born of torment. Pretty common case. The hardening claws are mundane but handy. Could have all sorts of uses if it's a prostitute theme. Saying that, Jim studied Norman's reaction, but he just sank further into the chair, looking sluggish without losing his smile. He nodded once. As you know, the minimum usable standard is Category II. Even if it's only provisional, the stability of the power and mind is a huge deal. At least you'll be able to give it commands. Whether it actually listens or not is a different story. That's no good. Exactly. Jim spread his arms wide as he shouted. Therefore, it's best for any unlaw kept at Cartesius to be at least Category 3. The conversation moved on. I did say that it's usable from Category II, but honestly, this level is unreliable. It's more like, maybe you can nudge it a bit. However, Category 3 is different. Your excitement's pretty high. Of course it is. It all starts at Category 3. Not only is the mind more stable, but the ability itself also becomes more controllable, making it possible to adapt. Expanding abilities, increasing range, specifying targets, and so on. The kind of incidents that happen with Category 3 cannot even be compared to those below it. Norman recalled it. The past and future visions from Shizuku's, lingering echoes, tears of the flowers. The human-like speech during the transformation caused by Eltiel's black demon dog, and even the shaking, reverberating roar. Those were all examples of the flexibility that only Category 3 allowed. As annoying as Jim's tone and enthusiasm were, his points were spot on. The third incident you encountered, the whole Phantom Thief commotion, was caused by an unlaw of Category 3. As a result, several valuable items were stolen from within Baldlam, and on top of that, the destruction of the Baldlam Museum led to its closure. One of the reasons you're being interrogated now. Hi. Come on, hasn't this whole street assailant rumor gotten way out of hand? As it is, our investigators are mysteriously dying or disappearing lately, and we're seriously short-staffed. What do you plan to do about that? It couldn't be helped. Haha, that's just what a culprit would say. Then, Now for the next interrogation, Norman, the phantom thief who appeared in the city. How did you confront it? And how did you, carrying that jewel, manage to dance with that eccentric? Norman, whose hands were bound, repeatedly opened and closed his fists. The ropes restraining him, of course, remained tight. Dance with, huh? That's a clever way to put it. Because it was, indeed, a story about youth. Chapter 3, The Dancing Phantom. The woman was unsure of what she should do. And now, there was something she had to do, so she took action. What did you just say, you bastard? The irritated woman spat the words at the man with annoyance. I surrender, I give up, you're too strong. So why don't we make a deal instead? After knocking down the man who was trying to interfere with her mission, he said such a thing. Despite likely having a few broken bones, the man just smiled dumbly. A deal, you say? What could I possibly gain from doing anything with the likes of you? Well, you see, doesn't it seem like we've been chasing after the same case, so why not cooperate? There's no need for that. What makes you think I require assistance? The woman had absolute confidence in her own abilities. She didn't need to borrow anyone's help. She could solve the problem herself. Well, I'm not really worried about that part. Are you sure you should just keep barreling forward like this? The man said with a smile. What are you getting at? The woman's face contorted, and she nearly bit through the cigarette clenched in her teeth. Should she really keep going like this? Of course she should. Pushing forward was her mission, or so it was supposed to be. Irritated. At the person. Well, you just seem kind of irritated and uncertain. I may not be as capable as you, but I have all sorts of information on people with special abilities like yourself. More capable than me, you say? Then the man smiled. You think so, don't you? I probably know more than you, so I can be of help. Is that so? I think I can assist you, so you don't lose sight of what you need to do. Section, Lonsder Enhanced Dia. A tanned woman with a single red streak in her messy black bangs. Her asymmetrical hairstyle, which reaches down to her chest, looked self-cut, but combined with her attractive features and defiant smile, it gave the illusion of an intentional style. She wore a man's shirt and pants held up by suspenders, with a jacket thrown over her shoulders instead of putting her arms through the sleeves. The right pant leg was boldly cut off from the crotch down. She wore her clothes with a bold, natural flair, like they were tailored perfectly for her form. Her legs were model length, her waist curves inward, her ample chest demanded attention, and her straight posture was akin to a stage actress. No matter where she was, it felt like she demanded to be the center of attention. She naturally drew eyes and occasional applause, yet she never lent an ear to the voices around her. An indomitable diamond that refused to bend, no matter what. Upon seeing Norman, she opened with, Yo, Norman, thought you'd be showing up soon. Mind sparing a cigarette. She lounged in the middle of a couch that could probably seat 3, propping her long legs up on the table in front of her. On the low table was an overflowing ashtray piled with cigarette butts and some liquor bottles. There were also some familiar takeout boxes from a diner on Downey Street and scattered newspapers. The mess wasn't limited to just the table either. Letting out a sigh, Norman placed a hand on his felt hat as he surveyed the scene. Lonsder's home was on the top floor of a 3-story abandoned building. It had originally been a combination warehouse and villa for a bootlegging gang with an elaborately decorated interior. About 3 months ago, Lonsder had single-handedly raided and wiped out the gang, thereafter taking up residence there. She had set up the showers and toilets, but if Norman hadn't specially ordered replacements, the broken first and second floor windows would have remained shattered from her attack. She was simply unkempt like that. This was made evident by the fact that as Norman went around collecting trash in a thick burlap bag, Lonsder continued lounging on the couch smoking. Lonsder, I keep telling you to clean up a little yourself. It doesn't look like you've tidied up at all since the last time I was here. HMPH, what are you saying, Norman? As Norman tossed bottles, paper scraps, and other debris into the bag, Lonsder just waved her hand dismissively. If I did that, I'd be depriving you of your work. I understand the awkward feeling of being unemployed. My job isn't being a housekeeping service, though. So I'm not taking that from you then. My heart isn't so narrow as to reject your love. It's quite ample, in fact. My chest is very ample. Why did you rephrase it like that? Lonsder deliberately arched her chest as she knelt on the couch, causing Norman to sigh again. With her shirt unbuttoned down to the 3rd button, her tanned cleavage was peeking out. Norman averted his gaze, not wanting to encourage her teasing antics, and continued collecting the garbage. I may lose out to some loyal hounds in certain ways, but don't you think I come out on top in terms of perkiness and bounce? If nothing else, you definitely outdo me in terms of fatigue-inducing. Heh, please don't take pride in that. Muttering complaints, Norman gathered up the visible trash and tossed it down the vertical shaft opening that led to the first floor. The roughly 2-meter wide hole was in the corner of the room, which was about the size of 2 modest living rooms. He used thick burlap bags because the process involved dropping the trash down from the 3rd floor first. Afterwards, Norman would have to retrieve the bags, empty them properly, and then carry them back up, all part of his duties. Once finished, he took a seat in the ornate chair across from Lonsder. Though showing its age, it was still rather luxurious, likely the chair the former gang boss used to sit in. But it was a bit too opulent, making it not quite comfortable to sit in. Norman figured Lonsder probably chose the couch for that reason, among others. So, how have things been lately, Lonsder? A colorful question, but I'll indulge you. Last week I gambled away my entire fortune in a poker game. On the way home, some punks tried to mug me, which pissed me off, so I took out their whole crew and robbed them, but I was still in the red overall. At least I got some booze and cigarettes out of it. Actually, no, even that was a wash since it was cheap swill. Pretty thin stuff. Sounds like quite the eventful time. Her taking out muggers made her little better than them herself. With no stable job, most of her days were spent lounging in this room, drinking, smoking, gambling, or orchestrating her own muggings of street punks. Putting it that way, she sounded like a lost cause. But Lonsder always carried an unflappable air of decadent beauty in her disheveled home. Perhaps it was because she lacked any sense of desolation. There was an oddly aesthetic quality to her debauched lifestyle. She just naturally exuded style in whatever state she was in. Well, if you're going to drink rubbing alcohol straight from the bottle, any liquor is going to taste watered down. That's the only way to really catch a buzz anymore. Ah, but the cigarettes were good. They were actually hand-making their own batches. I liked them enough that I told them to give me 1 pack a week as a tribute. Just finished off the latest pack, in fact. I see. It's rare for the heavy-smoking Lonsder to not properly ration her cigarettes. Nah, I planned it out. I knew you were coming today. With a haughty, phew fun, she took a deep drag from the fresh cigarettes Norman had brought her. Her gaze then turned to the stack of different newspapers lying on the table. 5 different dates from this month alone. 4 cases so far this month, and they're all unsolved to boot. The cops may be incompetent, but they're not totally useless. For them to be stumped means these are cases that can't be solved through normal investigation methods. And then yesterday, a notice for a 5th case arrived, which naturally means you'd be called out to come see me. Impressive as always. Elementary deduction, my dear assistant. Norman couldn't help but wonder if she had really needed to call him that. Well, that's the situation. Seems like a job tailored for the great Lonsder Phantom Thief Extraordinaire. HMPH, what a ridiculous title. Says the one with the ridiculous profession. And, what of it? Prompted, Norman started to retrieve the case file from his coat draped over the chair. But before Norman could begin explaining, Lonsder spoke up first. The jewel thief has been striking various antique shops, museums, libraries, and even the city hall, making off with antiquities and art pieces, all preceded by a notice. The first antique store was dismissed as a prank at first, but was still robbed, so greater security measures were taken in coordination with the police for the subsequent cases. But it was all for naught. Glimpses of the thief were spotted, but the targets were still stolen clean. I could use some new information beyond what I already know. With a look of boredom, she narrowed her emerald green eyes and extended a slender finger. Well, go on then. You've got something more, don't you? Her finely shaped lips curved into a predatory smile, like a hunter watching its prey. Though she seemed to already know everything, Norman handed her the envelope tucked into the file, as requested. Oh, this is new, even for me. Nice, the thief's notice. It was a pitch-black envelope sealed with bright red wax. The seal had already been broken. Sis had the detective work pretty hard to get a hold of this, so take good care of it, yeah. They're supposed to go the extra mile, that's their job. Ahem. Rather than immediately open the envelope, Lonsder first examined it thoroughly from all angles, feeling the texture and giving it a sniff. High-quality stuff. Not sold anywhere in Baldlam, this is from Port Quarry. Port Quarry was a large port city and commercial hub, located a few hours by train from Baldlam. It is a port city by the sea, and at the same time a commercial city with many towns and railway lines connecting it to the rest of the country. It is a big city with a lot of national and international products, so the range of goods is incomparable to that of Baldlam. Sounds like it's from one of those fancy stationery boutiques in Port Quarry. The wax seal too, by the looks of it. Indeed, With a small nod, she finally removed the contents. A folded white stationery card bearing a distinct feather pen emblem in each corner, likely the store's symbol. As expected, the contents of the forewarning were as follows. On the night of the coming full moon, we will take the blood diamond from the Baldlam Museum. We look forward to your valiant efforts. The Phantom Thief Tissel. The Phantom Thief Tissel. That name is currently causing an uproar in the town, or more precisely, among the rich and those who love rumors. Incidentally, the night of the full moon is tomorrow. That gem is supposed to be worth 300,000 stirs. It's particularly valuable at the Baldlam Museum, they say. If you can sell it somewhere shady, you could easily get 10 times that. If you put it up for auction, the price would skyrocket. I see, the previous 4 times were just demonstrations, and this is the main event. Nodding, she flipped over the envelope and letter just like before, smelling them and tracing the characters on the front and back with her finger to check the texture. Norman watched her do this. Her emerald green eyes were narrowed, but the smile on her lips remained unchanged. Did you figure something out? The culprit is a woman. Not a Robin Hood type, but an intelligent one who mocks the police and museum. She's narcissistic, arrogant, and looks down on others. She doesn't mind hard work or keeping records, in her 20s or 30s. She visited Port Quarry last spring, but now resides in Baldlam. Her unlaws ability is either the deviant state or the distortion state. Norman somehow managed to swallow his surprise at the words that came pouring out. By the way, why do you think so? Come on, use your brain a little. Twisting the corner of her mouth, she stubbed out her cigarette in the ashtray and stood up. Without putting on the jacket draped over the sofa, she slung it over her shoulders, snapped it in place, and tossed the warning letter to Norman with 2 fingers. As expected, he caught it skillfully in his palm. What will you do? It's decided. The museum. Sounds fun, doesn't it? After saying something serious, she lightly hopped up and down, clenching her fist. Norman shrugged at her behavior. Well, he had expected her to act carelessly like this. Lonsder's enhanced dia. She didn't have a stable income, but she did have temporary income. That's because her real job was a detective. Let's go, Norman. Detective versus Phantom Thief. We'll see who wins, or rather, it'll be a battle of wits between 2 monsters. Isn't that hilarious? Section. Norman walked briskly through the center of Baldlam, her long legs carrying her along at a refreshing pace. Norman, of course, was right beside her. That stationery was a limited edition sold for only about a month last year by the specialty store Prince Princess in Port Quarry. It coincided with the 20th birthday of our nation, Britain's Princess Vera, and the 20th anniversary of the store's founding. She said, puffing on her cigarette. It was quite popular among the young nobles and wealthy women of Port Quarry, used for love letters and such. So a woman in her 20s or 30s. No, there are other reasons I thought it was a woman. I believe she's likely in her early 20s, but there are also some painfully girlish women in their late 30s who cling to that age range. The older women get, the more they insist on appearing younger than they are. If she were older than her late 30s, she'd use something more traditional than a limited edition. It was a harsh way of putting it. What about you then, Lonsder? A girl, a young lady, a woman. I'm a beautiful woman. I won't deny that. But then couldn't you just say she's in her early 20s, or something simple like that? If it were just the stationery, sure. I'll explain that later. It's not that I'm trying to be coy, just a matter of order. As for the material's origins, the ink is from Baldlam. You can tell from the sheen and bleed of the ink. She bought the stationery in Port Quarry but uses ink domestically, so she must use ink regularly. So that means we can narrow down her occupation. No, wait, that doesn't help much, does it? Lots of jobs involve using ink. Exactly, so I didn't mention it. I see. Then what about her personality? Satisfying desires, narcissistic, and all that. Satisfying desires, not a Robin Hood type, mocks the police and museum, intelligent, narcissistic, arrogant, looks down on others, doesn't mind hard work, keeps records. Lonsdar repeated her words accurately and concisely. It's simple. Calling herself a phantom thief and saying, "We look forward to your valiant efforts," is nothing but a provocation toward the police and museum. If she were just a common thief, she'd target something else. She could go for some noble's treasure if she wanted. True, no matter how you look at it, it's an unnecessarily high risk. As for keeping records, the stationery was bought a year ago but preserved in good condition. It must have been kept sealed and well-maintained until recently. I don't know why she started this recently, but she clearly waited patiently and prepared carefully until then. That's why I said the ink seems too deliberate. What if she just happened to buy it, forgot about it, then remembered and decided to use it for phantom thief stuff? Boring, don't look at me like that. For someone going through such elaborate trouble, you think she'd do it on a whim? She's prepared carefully, and if she's taking the high risk of sending a warning note, she must have a reason. That leaves the content of the stationery. The writing or something. There's a more precise way to put it. By the way, I didn't mention this because it can be faked, but the culprit is ambidextrous. The handwriting. Close, but the pen pressure and ink bleed. She laughed pleasantly. The handwriting was elegant, but if you look closely, the ink bleed is ever so slightly different every other letter. The impressions on the back, too. There's a pattern in how the odd-numbered and even-numbered letters start and end, with the even-numbered ones having slightly heavier pressure and more bleed. In other words, she wrote the even-numbered letters with her non-dominant hand, and the odd ones with her dominant hand. I only noticed from scrutinizing it and tracing the back, so even if the culprit was right in front of me, I might not realize. Though it's also possible she only ever uses one hand normally. Why would anyone go through that trouble? Just imagining it gave him a headache. The phantom thief deliberately gripped the pen in both hands, alternating which hand wrote each letter. She's enjoying herself. Just like he enjoyed solving mysteries, her smile deepened further as she repeated those words. That envelope and stationery are packed with clues about the culprit. It's like she's saying, "Notice me." It would have been easy for her not to include any hints at all, and yet she sent a warning note. Putting all the information together, you could say she's living up to the words. "We look forward to your valiant efforts." Grinning. The passers-by shuddered and made way for that hideous grin, but she didn't care. It had been a while since he'd seen Lonsdar looking this excited. Despite her sharp tongue, an envelope alone was enough to get her like this. He could only imagine what would come next, but it would probably surpass his imagination anyway. Not that he minded. "Norman, I'm thirsty, give me a drink." Yes. He took out a skittle of medical alcohol from inside his coat and handed it to her. An ordinary person would likely pass out, but she was no ordinary person. Not just her deductive ability, but her very existence. What about her Outlaws ability? You're probably more knowledgeable about that than me, but you can just ask me to explain it in my lovely voice. I'd love to hear Lonsdar's lovely voice and a full explanation. Very well. If I were the phantom thief, I'd do the same thing. Her personality is clearly unstable. He wished he hadn't asked. Even a cheeky fairy would do it. Well, in her case, the personality disorder would be even worse. A hikikomori, or a tear flower trying to act all innocent like a hellhound, probably wouldn't, though. That's what I mean. I plead the fifth. If you want a lawyer, I'll do it. How about the crime of toying with a woman? In a way, that's an honorable crime, but don't lawyers decide the charges? I am the law. Rest assured, guilty or not guilty. Lonsdar laughed, and Norman shrugged. But Lonsdar, you've made deductions about Outlaws' abilities before, haven't you? He wasn't quite sure why. But she must have. If it exists, it can be observed. If it can be observed, it can be deduced. She had said that before, and he had seen her make such deductions many times. His words carried that expectation, but Lonsdar just shrugged. When Norman did it, it only sounded half-baked, but when Lonsdar did, it seemed more plausible. I dislike putting mere ideas into words without the necessary information. Clack, making a sound with her feet, Lonsdar stopped walking, and Norman followed suit. Their gaze landed on the Baldwin Museum, where the phantom thief would come to steal the next night. The culprit could just be an ordinary person, depending on the circumstances. No, let me rephrase that. An extremely intelligent person with a bad personality. If she has an Outlaws ability, well, how about time stopping? That would explain the details and reasons for the incident, wouldn't it? But I thought you disliked spouting ideas. Cuckoo. You seem to be enjoying this. Do I? Pretty much. Phew fun. This isn't some novel, it's a real phantom thief, you know? I've wanted to take one on. It was an unusually high level of excitement, even for her. She often got sarcastic when it came to deductions, but it was rare to see her cracking jokes about it or hopping around like earlier. Well, it was good that she was motivated, though he did worry about her overdoing it. Harrison was at the museum entrance, his usually expressionless face looking vexed as he watched them approach. One last confirmation, Norman. Between the phantom thief and the treasure, which should we prioritize? Should we kill the culprit or spare her life? For now, prioritize Lonster's life, but feel free to kill her if it means saving you. And she gave him her biggest smile of the day. Then let's begin our investigation with that policy. Section Enhanced Huh. The moment he saw Lonster's face, Harrison frowned even more severely than his usual Buddha-like expression and muttered bitterly before entering the museum without a proper greeting. In one hand, he carried a somewhat thick file. It was clear he didn't want to talk much. Inside the museum, a tense atmosphere filled by several security guards and police officers prevailed. It was closed today and tomorrow due to the forewarning, leaving it eerily quiet. Being so close to the predicted crime time, the guards all had tense expressions, eyes already alert. Even though it seemed meaningless to be honest, the police probably couldn't abandon their work either. What should we do? Miss Lonster, I want to see the location where the diamond was placed, and the spot where the necklace was first reported stolen. And Harrison, do you have a floor plan of this museum? Yes, I do. Good. According to the floor plan handed over, the museum had 3 floors, 1 basement level and 2 above ground. The basement housed storage rooms and offices for staff, while the upper floors were mostly exhibition spaces. Return it properly. Got it memorized, so don't need it anymore. Let's go, Norman. Lonster carelessly returned the floor plan and started walking. A gorgeous woman strode confidently through the quiet museum, her footsteps echoing. The security guards and police officers watched with surprised expressions, but no one stopped her. Harrison must have cleared it with them beforehand. My head hurts. It's ridiculous to desperately guard some diamond they call priceless. Even disregarding its reputation, doesn't it still hold immense value? They first headed to the first-floor exhibition space, the spot where the initially stolen necklace had been. This museum had small rooms along its route, and the necklace's location wasn't particularly important. Not the museum's centerpiece, just a spot you could easily pass by without notice. In the center of the small room was a bench, with a display case by the wall, nothing noteworthy. Did Lonster see it differently? After glancing around for a few seconds, she said, "Okay, next." They promptly moved along the route to the second floor. The exhibit of the blood diamond ring that prompted Norman and Lonster's involvement was quite different from the necklace's unassuming spot. Located at the very back of the route, in the center of the museum's largest room, the ring was encased in glass. The diamond was relatively large, about the size of a small coin. Even from a distance, its brilliance reflecting the lights was apparent. Despite its name, the diamond didn't look red at all, instead radiating a clear, sparkling shine. A few people were gathered around the diamond case. 2 police officers, an elderly man in an expensive suit, a middle-aged man in workwear, a gentle-looking old woman and a squinty-eyed woman, plus a bespectacled, adorable young girl. Seeing them surrounding the case, Harrison furrowed his brow and stepped forward. Hey, Mr. Oliver, what are you all doing? This is troubling. Leonard, The middle-aged detective glared at Harrison when called out. Slightly stout with a stern face and thinning hair, he glared at Harrison, then Lonster and Norman in turn. He stared at Lonster a bit longer, carefully expressing his hostility towards her. The troubling one is you. Sure, you have your circumstances, but we also have security protocols to follow. Having our hands tied like this is a problem, especially by some woman playing detective. "You're as stubborn as ever, Chief Inspector Oliver." In response, Lonsder replied politely, unusual for her. Oliver was the police chief of the Baldwin precinct, a rigid man with a boots-on-the-ground approach. His suit was decent quality, and he usually looked well-groomed, uncharacteristic of his gruff demeanor. But today, he seemed rather haggard. As a police chief, he was Harrison's superior officer in a sense, but the situation here was complicated. As a collaborator of Cartesius, Oliver's authority extended beyond regular police jurisdiction. This allowed him to provide Norman's group with case files and grant them access to crime scenes regarding the Outlaws incidents, after regular investigations concluded unsuccessfully. So Norman rarely clashed with active police operations, except for occasions like this. Despite organizational approval, having outsiders meddle at an active crime scene clearly didn't sit well with Oliver. That stubborn attitude is why your wife left you. No matter how much you indulge in your vices, like spoiling your dog or overeating your favorite foods out of loneliness, she won't come back unless you acknowledge your faults and apologize. Mind your own business. Though Lonsder casually revealed his personal information, Oliver just bitterly retorted, how did you know the police chief's wife and daughter left him? None of your. If you ask, it's obvious. Compared to the last time I saw Chief Inspector Oliver 2 weeks ago, he's gained weight, most likely a sudden gain. Looking at the wrinkles on his belt, it's clear he's wearing it 2 sizes looser than usual. He loves being in the field, so it's not an activity. Therefore, it must be due to temporary emotional stress. For a man who can't cook to rapidly gain that much weight through overeating, fish and chips is the obvious choice. His wedding ring on the left hand, quite shiny, isn't it? Constantly fiddling with it in an unmanly way has polished it with finger oils. And up until now, I'd always seen Chief Inspector Oliver wearing well-maintained, high-quality suits. As a male chauvinist patriarch, he must have had his wife take care of his attire and choose what he wore. But today he looks quite haggard, with fresh and old food stains on his collar and sleeves. Ketchup too, by the looks of it. In other words, he's barely ironed or done laundry properly. Dog hair on his pant legs, the pattern suggests a small breed. He's come home to no cleaning or laundry done, yet still makes time to play with the dog. Too distracted for chores, but not for the dog's company. In short, his wife has left him, leaving him unable to keep up appearances as he stress-eats fish and chips and gains weight. His wife finally got fed up with his unreasonable behavior and left. Any rebuttals? I've done the laundry. Just haphazardly using detergent by the looks of those stains. A chilling silence descended. The looks directed at her mixed awe with something like dread. Chief Inspector Oliver was the picture of utter bitterness. Well, everyone. Clapped. She drew everyone's attention with that dramatic gesture. This room meant for the blood diamond had become Lonsder's room. As you've no doubt realized, I am Lonsder Enhanced Dia, a detective. I was called here today as an advisor for this thief case. I just have a couple of questions, so rest assured. I'm not suspecting any of you of being the thief, at least not yet. Section, that was pretty rough on Chief Inspector Oliver. It was just a performance. Outside the museum, with her right hand in her pocket and using her left to flick ashes from the cigarette pinched between her fingers, Lonsder muttered indifferently. I'm just an outsider after all, and the police dislike me anyway. I had to assert control over the situation like that, or I wouldn't have been able to properly interrogate anyone. I see, but was that really necessary? Because all you did was shake everyone's hand before leaving. Indeed, Lonsder had greeted everyone there, besides Chief Inspector Oliver, with a handshake. It seemed she would start questioning them after that, but she suddenly claimed to have remembered something and promptly left the museum. Neither Oliver nor Harrison followed. Even Norman was perplexed. Oh, because I know who the thief is. Oh, I see. What did you just say? Yes, the thief is clear. So there was no need to ask questions there, just to provoke a reaction. What did you? Just from a handshake. Yes, a handshake was enough. Totally boring. From the envelope deduction too, you got it just from a handshake. That deduction became completely pointless, which is also annoying. I see. But if so, he only had one question left. Can I ask who it is? Doesn't really matter who. Lonsder exhaled a long plume of smoke, then said dismissively, I've lost interest. Just hand it over to Fairy or something. She'll surely ruin their scheme in the worst way. But this is our job, you know. Let's at least check out the other crime scenes. No need. Once I know their ability type and rank, there's no point deducing further. You lose interest that quickly sometimes. Evidently, yes. Come on, checking the other scenes might be interesting. Section. Boring, I'm done with detective work. Returning to the third floor of the abandoned building she called home, Lonsder flung off her jacket onto the sofa, roughly stripped off her wine-red shirt, and plopped down, shouting. Tissel, really. What a disappointment. I thought this would be an enjoyable game of deduction, but it's barely any different from the usual Outlaws cases. Norman, booze, cigarettes, food. Should be in the jacket you tossed. I've got food at least. Then provide drink, put a cigarette between my lips and light it, feed me. Be as reverently servile as a knight serving his queen. Knights don't really do that. In my kingdom, they do. All hail the queen. Sitting beside her defiant form, he first gave her a drink, then placed a cigarette between her lips, waited for her to take a puff, and finally fed her the burger he'd picked up at a diner on the way back. The mingling scents of tobacco smoke, her sweat, and Lonsder's sweet fragrance. Glistening beads of perspiration formed on the dusky swell, barely contained by scandalously revealing black lingerie. I could grope you right now, and no one would know. Isn't it already obvious? Thinking objectively, we're free until tomorrow night. Indulging carnal desires as stress relief could be quite amusing, no? It's a charming invitation, but if I indulge in Miss Lonsder and don't finish the report, my sister will kill me. And an NDHH? A groan escapes along with a puff of purple smoke. She's an annoying woman in every way. Don't speak like a child. You're a detective, aren't you? I told you, I'm no longer in the detective business. Even so, she's still my sister. Makes me want to kill her even more. Then please help me as my partner in writing the report. Hi. Without helping from Miss Lonsder, I can't do anything. Ahem. She shields her face with her bandaged right hand before giving a wry smile. I like the way you put it this time. Section. First of all, when it comes to the Outlaws cases I've dealt with since meeting you, I think one's personality can be profiled to some extent based on the type of ability that manifests. Still clad in her underwear, Lonsder sinks lazily into the sofa as she spins her words. The Outlaws ability types defined by Cartesius are 4. Latent state, which affects the mind and 5 senses. Metamorphic state, which allows one to transform their own body into an animal or something else. Deviant state, which enhances physical abilities and grants or extends physical traits. Distorted state, which warps and manipulates the properties of objects other than oneself. You don't need me to explain these to you. Indeed, this is basic knowledge regarding Outlaws. Unlike the category hierarchy that indicates the strength, it's purely a classification of the types of abilities. First, the latent state. These ones are socially inept. They're bad at grasping the appropriate distance from others, and their personalities tend to be introverted. The way they lack communication skills varies from person to person. Some can't speak properly in front of others, but when they do open their mouths, it's nothing but insults and provocation. It was difficult to comment. The metamorphic state has the most conspicuous manifestation of abilities. Since their appearance becomes completely different, once it stabilizes, their inner self remains largely unchanged from before they became Outlaws, even with the changed looks. So if their fetishes were twisted, it's due to their original nature, not because they became Outlaws. The distorted state, since their ability clearly targets others, tends to interfere with others, as the name implies. You know, the ones who get overly familiar or bossy with people. It's the ultimate form of that. Basically, they can't be satisfied unless the world conforms to their will, so they keep pestering others and become a nuisance. The deviant state, that would be me. Our values tend to become extreme, and once we get fixated on something, we can't let go. Probably due to the heightened abilities, we think we can do anything ourselves. We're prone to being careless, arrogant, and looking down on others. In other words, we have bad personalities. You're saying that about yourself. I have a nice face, body, and voice, so it evens out. In the end, it was difficult to comment. However, I can understand what she's trying to convey. Her wording carries a sense of malice, prejudice, or exaggeration, but in a way, it's understandable. And on that note, this. As she gently waves her bandaged hand, she says, "At the museum, when we shook hands in order, that guy tried to crush my hand. Why, it was a provocation. He considered what kind of person I am and did that, either to point it out or yell at me in that situation. It's utterly astonishing arrogance. For a moment, I was boiling too and tried to crush his hand in return. I heard about that on the way back." "Ah, I see. Well, you see, we were both holding back, but since we can constantly exhibit these physical abilities, only my kind can make such provocations. It's a simple matter. I didn't notice at all. I got it. My bad, I'll tell you right away next time. I thought it would heal overnight, so it was okay. It's a bad habit, Lonsder." Norman directs an intense gaze at her as she gives a wry smile. He only noticed the injury to her hand after leaving the museum, when they arrived at the library crime scene. She had kept her right hand in her pocket the whole time, which struck him as odd. He immediately wrapped it with the ointment and bandages he had in his coat. Having been a doctor's son and a military medic, that sort of thing wasn't a problem for him. The real problem was that she didn't mention the injury. A much bigger problem than the thief's identity. Hey. She laughs softly as she rubs her bandaged right hand with her left, almost caressing it like a precious gem. It's a soft, gentle smile, unlike her usual ghastly grin. That feeling alone has satisfied me quite a bit. How cheap. No, I'm a high-class woman as a rule. I choose my suitors, and the price depends on the buyer. Anything else you want to ask? What do you think the ability is? Probably phasing through matter. Even though he tried to crush your hand. That's the basic ability of the deviant state. Phasing in any case. He can probably phase through walls, floors, or whatever he wants. And his motive. There was nothing at the crime scene. She takes a bite of her hamburger, then wipes the sauce from her lips with her finger. The way she licks that finger is strangely sensual. Rest assured, Norman, I'm confident about this. And his motive. Because the other party is the phantom thief Tissel. Hi. Cuckoo. She laughs mockingly, shaking her single red strand of hair. No, you don't need to understand. Just admire jewels, not flowers, dogs, or fairies. Huh? She's playing coy. Well, that's not unusual, so it's fine, but if you know that much, can't you do something about it, Lonsder? Weren't you listening? That's why I'm feeling deflated. For a moment, her mood seemed to improve, but it quickly reverted. Listen, Norman. She prefaces with one thing. I had high expectations after seeing that notice. I even thought it would be better if it was just an ordinary human. Then I could play a deduction game, thinking it might be some drunken fool calling himself a phantom thief. But what happened when I opened it up? There was no back and forth, no phasing or anything. The point is, meet my expectations. Having said her piece, she lies back and sips from her bottle of liquor. Isn't that just being a sore loser? That's why I said it didn't have to be me. Ah, that's right. I heard you were going to the capital with the ferry next week. How about switching places with me? Even if you say, how about? I only heard about it the day before yesterday, so how do you know? I shrug my shoulders to deflect the question that leaves me perplexed. Her deflation is more severe than I expected. As I ponder what to do, I ask, I understand about the abilities, but then why become a phantom thief? Hi. Well, with that ability, wouldn't it be better to infiltrate a bank or something? Probably arrogance, due to being a deviant state. He was provoking the police, after all. Or maybe it's just a hobby or something. Her offhand remark is cut off midway. Lonsder. Rising abruptly, she places her hand on her chin. Why? She murmurs that small question. The most important question when dealing with Outlaws cases. Why did he become a phantom thief? If it was for money, he could just rob a bank. To get used to his ability, but even then, he's been flawless since the first heist. Was the act of being a phantom thief itself the goal? A hobby? Fetish? No, then the timing of him provoking me doesn't make sense. Would a fool who wants to be a phantom thief reveal his identity like that? Arrogance due to being a deviant state. Rather, if it's the behavioral principle of a deviant state, then. Her stream of words abruptly stops. Norman. Yes. I've changed my mind. I'll take care of dealing with the phantom thief myself. She gives a cheerful smile, a complete change from her earlier lack of motivation. Oh, the detective is making a comeback. No, the detective business is still on hiatus, or is it? In a way, it might be a detective's job. Few fun, it's getting a bit interesting. All right, I'll praise you, Norman. You raised a good question. I feel like I just said a normal thing. That's fine. You're my partner, after all. She stands up, satisfied. I can do it now. First, let's deal with that diamond. I'll have Leonard handle it. He'll probably give you that unpleasant look again. Speaking of the diamond, I heard it has a pretty crazy backstory. Ahem. The blood diamond, it's just a regular large diamond, right? Do you know why it's called the blood diamond? A diamond bathed in blood, I suppose. Yeah. This is a fairly common tale. As tales go, the jewel displayed at the Baldwin Museum is said to bring death, or something like that. Apparently, it was originally mined near the border of some country, and the neighboring countries fought over it, with quite a few people dying. Even after that, it remained an object of desire, with more people dying in battles over its possession. Hence, the blood diamond. A diamond shining with the blood it has bathed in and absorbed. I was surprised, but it seems some people associated with this diamond have actually died in Baldwin too. The person who directly oversaw its transportation to this city, and the one who arranged for it to be exhibited at the museum. This might be related to the phantom thief, you know. If we investigate further, there could be more deaths. It's a cursed diamond. Nonsense, it's a valuable gem with history. People would fight and die over it. This curse is just people's preconceptions arising from a sequence of facts. Money is enough reason for people to kill, and people die easily. Well, I guess so. I shrug my shoulders casually. It's a topic I'd rather not dwell on. Memories I don't want to revisit. I wanted to dig deeper into the diamond, but I shift the conversation away since I don't want to talk about the Western Front. What about the diamond itself? You don't dislike it, do you? As a work of art, I don't dislike it. As an accessory, I have no need for it. And his motive? Any jewel would pale in comparison if I were to wear it. She laughs, brilliantly sparkling like a jewel. Well then, let's begin the resolution. Section, the phantom thief thistle quietly sank into the floor. It felt like plunging into mud. But that mud solidified by Thistle's will, allowing them to walk through it freely. They slipped lightly through the roof of the museum. Oddly enough, they could breathe within solid matter and felt no pressure. Though their vision didn't work, they could somehow sense the presences of humans. They emerged on the second floor of the Baldwin Museum, the largest exhibition space. In the center of the vast hall stood a single glass case. They didn't use a smoke screen, they knew who was there. They could sense it somehow, the presences of a human and a kindred spirit, a tall, tanned woman, hair black with a streak of red. An actress-like beauty who smoked cigarettes with powerful poise. Wearing a men's shirt, pants with one leg cut off at the calf, and a jacket worn over the shoulders without putting her arms through the sleeves. Her right hand holding the lit cigarette was neatly bandaged, a boy about her height. Ashen hair tied back behind his neck. A felt hat, coat, and dazed expression giving him the air of a small animal. His face was well-formed, but with an air that would likely attract older women rather than his peers. Lonsder enhanced Dia and Norman Hamish. Normally. Lonsder didn't seem surprised when Thistle suddenly appeared from the ceiling. You'd lay out the reasoning for how you deduced my identity, but I suppose that's unnecessary this time. Though is this really the best place? It's a museum. Hehe, it doesn't matter. The phantom thief's unrestrained words prompted an involuntary outburst of an old woman's voice. Norman flinched, eyes widening, as if realizing Thistle hadn't revealed their identity to him. As Thistle removed their mask, exposing their face, Lonsder laughed. I was wondering what kind of wicked woman would show up, but you turned out to be quite the wicked old hag, Filgy Mule. Section. Hehe, you're one to talk, missy. Didn't tell me about yourself either, did you? The unmasked phantom thief's distinctive wheezing laugh revealed her to be an elderly woman. Her small frame was clad in a tailored tuxedo, cape, and silk top hat, the very image that comes to mind for a phantom thief, mismatched with her advanced age. Her name and face rang a distant bell in Lonsder's memory, from seeing her with Detective Oliver at the museum yesterday. I'm surprised. Two things specifically. That the phantom thief was an old woman, and that someone this elderly was one of the Outlaws. In the past year and a half, they'd seen various Outlaws, but never one this old. The general rule was that abilities tended to awaken in the late teens to 20s. Of course, not everyone followed that pattern, and the oldest Outlaws they knew of previously was around 50, but Filgy Mule clearly broke that record. She looked to be 70, if not older. It doesn't matter who I am to the likes of us. Well now, since you're a detective, I was expecting some deduction like yesterday. Look who's talking. Lonsder's grip tightened on the cigarette in the hand that had been smashed by the thief yesterday. I'd have thought it would be healed by now if you're one of us. Of course it's healed. But Lonsder smiled gently. It's a good luck charm. How cheap. Norman shrugged sheepishly, trying to deflect. Hey, passionate youth. You're awfully funky for an old lady. What was with that calling card? That, I was quite disappointed by it. She sighed, a mix of disappointment and exasperation, as if it was nothing like she'd expected. I left so many blatant hints, over and over, 5 times with the exact same one. You're the first to catch on, detective. I did feel the police were more incompetent than I'd thought. Quite a letdown. I didn't really get it either. That's just about right for a detective's assistant. Can't have you being too clever. Gee, thanks. Hey. The old woman laughed, glancing around at the display case across from Lonsder and Norman. It was empty. So you moved the diamond somewhere, did ya? Wasn't told that part. Of course not. I had it moved. The director was blathering about upholding Baldlam's honor against you, trying to set traps and decoys and such. Laughable, really. With the very thief they wanted to stop right under their noses. Well, I suppose the director had to keep up appearances. Norman was a bit lost, since he hadn't been informed about moving the diamond, thanks to Lonsder keeping him in the dark as usual. It's simple, Norman. Yesterday, remember the people surrounding the diamond case? The detective and director were obvious. Then there were 3 women and a middle-aged man in workman's clothes. The old lady here was one of the scholars, and the man a locksmith. And their purpose? With a thief expected to strike the heavily guarded museum, there was no way outsiders would be allowed in. Those 4 clearly weren't security guards. So what were they doing? Dressed as workmen, so they were there to work on something. Timing-wise, they were likely setting traps or reinforced locks on the case. The women were experts brought in to prepare decoys sophisticated enough to fool the thief and verify if they'd work. And then, but that was just a sideshow. How clever. Her eyes gleamed as if that realization thrilled her. I nearly burst out laughing when you showed up. Instead, you crushed my hand. Even Stevens, dear. At my age doing something like this, well, I got a bit carried away. Had to get some adjustments made, take some medical leave to get my powers under control at first. Same for you. Who can say? Is your assistant just a regular human? Yes, more or less. What a shame. Don't worry, there are plenty more like us in this city. Yes, how wonderful. Her grin widened. With each exchange, the arc of her mouth hangs higher and higher with every conversation, tightening, straining, until Norman could feel the air thrumming with tension. He sensed it but did nothing about it. You seem the more experienced monster between us. I envy that. How many of our kind have you played with? Hard to keep track. Some were worth remembering, some weren't. I'd love to know. The thief persisted, seemingly unconcerned about the lack of the diamond she'd announced her intentions to steal. When I first gained this power, I was certainly surprised. My children had long since moved out. My husband died in the war. With nowhere else to go, I came to Baldlam and this happened. Baldlam, the windless city encircled by walls. The final destination for wanderers carrying their respective reasons on the wind. And once your power settled, what did you think next? What could I do with it? How far could I take it? Hedi. She laughed incessantly at the promptly given answer. The grin wouldn't stop. She had deviated from normal, strayed from ordinary, transcended mere humanity. And she reveled in it, channeled it into action. But playing make-believe phantom thief was too easy to be any fun. And trying to hide my abilities and pretend to be normal just led to bottled-up stress. Indeed, we can masquerade easily enough, but at our core we're monsters. The transient form was the most suitable for daily life among Outlaws. In essence, simply constantly manifesting exaggerated physical abilities, maintain control over that, and they could pass unnoticed on the inside to an extent. Of course, true assimilation was impossible. I understand the feeling, thief. That's why I came. The jewel that had strayed from humanity just kept laughing. The Outlaws woman's laughter never ceased. She and I were quite alike, it seemed. A detective is one who dissects, explains, dismantles, and exposes the truth, a profaner. Let's have an answer session. Your reason for acting as you did. Why did you decide to become a phantom thief? She inhaled deeply. You simply wanted to use your Outlaws abilities to the fullest. She declared. The thievery was incidental. The calling card was the real aim. A crime enabled by an old woman's supernatural physical prowess and phasing abilities. You wanted someone to try and stop you, no? What you craved was a playmate. Lonster's grin didn't fade. Filgy was still smiling too. Challenging me was you hoping to provoke a reaction, like an immature brat looking for attention. Utterly laughable. But I understand the feeling. There was a time before I met this man that I went through something similar myself. So, I'll indulge you, keep an old maid company in her belated rebellious phase. Hezi. The air warped, not with killing intent or bloodlust or any kind of violent ambition. It was surely pure instinct. An overwhelming, primal drive to unleash one's full capabilities as a living being. Lonster had anticipated this would happen. Once she grasped the thief's motivation, that's why Lonster hadn't revealed Thistle's identity. The who didn't matter, the how wasn't that big a deal. Fellow Outlaws, kindred outliers, a squabble between fringe monsters, a brief intersection of those who had strayed from the path. After that, it couldn't be stopped. Norman Hamish. Lonster shouted, eyes blazing. I, a detective, will say it, this is a monster. I know detective will ask, may I devour this monster? Well, may I? Answer me, human. The air trembled from the cry. As Norman awaited Lonster's response, fists clenched, as tightly as could be. So Norman answered. This was the initiation rite for Lonster and Norman. Before the dense premonition of violence that would make ordinary people faint just by being there, he touched his felt hat and told the beast on the verge of explosion in a casual-looking motion. Yes, please, go all out. Those words were the signal. Haha, I'll show you the way out, you shitty old hag who doesn't know her age. Hihihi, I'll enjoy playing with this young lady who doesn't know respect for her elders. The two Outlaws, the two deviants, the two monsters, exposed their abnormalities, simply underneath the madness of wanting to enjoy. Section, Norman heard that sound. A thud, a dull, low but large thunderous sound. It was the collision of Lonster's middle kick and Filgy's fist. Ha 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 ha. Hit us heavy. Overlapping mocking laughter, the beauty and the old woman engaged in combat. The close quarters combat with the physical abilities of the deviant form was a high-speed, ultra-powerful exchange. Each feinting jab contained enough force to shatter a person's head, and a serious body kick could rupture internal organs. They exchanged dozens of these blows in a second. Battles between deviants above a certain level were extremely rare occurrences. In the year and a half Norman had been in the city, he had only seen a handful of Outlaws. The old woman in tattered clothes leaped around with a twisted grin. From her acrobatic movements, she lashed out with her short limbs like flailing punches. It wasn't trained martial arts movement, just aimless waving of arms like a child. However, with her monstrous strength, ordinary people couldn't even see it coming, let alone evade or defend against her lethal blows. Ha! If your heart is childish, your moves are too. Lonster stepped forward, fists raised in front of her chest, neatly deflecting the sloppy attacks. Her movement was close to boxing, but incorporated kicks utilizing her long legs in her own style. She used her fists to deflect Filgy's attacks defensively, while attacking and evading with her legs. You have quite a graceful way of moving too. Even monsters train, huh? The slums are good practice. Lonster smiled wryly and drove a kick into the freak. Filgy leapt back sharply to evade, landing on a shaggy rug. Then, intangible Grudgebloom's sleuth snatch. The shaggy rug bent, and with a sudden acceleration several times faster, the old woman's body shot forward. Section, Uo. Wincing from the pain in his abdomen, Lonster instinctively bit down on the cigarette in his mouth. His shirt on the left side of his waist was torn, the flesh beneath gashed. The suddenly accelerated Filgy had slipped past Lonster's defenses and made contact, but no matter how much she accelerated, it shouldn't have been enough to gash flesh. Yet it happened, and it was Norman who voiced this realization. An application of matter penetration. You fool, Norman. Look closer than that. That cosplaying old hag launched herself cackling like a catapult. Hi-ho. Something like that, yes. The right hand of the cosplay catapult granny, drenched in blood, landed on the wall, causing it to bend. In that instant, Lonster's sharp mind processed the reality. Two things became clear. The attack penetrated matter, then ripped out what it had passed through. Like passing through a showcase or vault to steal the treasures inside. That's why the crime scenes were never disturbed. The other was her acceleration method. She used her power to partially sink into the floor, creating tension in the sunken matter, and launched herself off that spring-loaded force. Her power application was skillful, using two derived abilities simultaneously as a Category 3. Theoretically and physically considering matter penetration, she would have to insert her own flesh into matter. A deviant form's abilities affect their own body, so logically they shouldn't influence other matter, but logic doesn't apply to unlaws. If she believes herself able, then it becomes so. Clothing is a prime example. If she can pass through matter, her clothes should too, potentially leaving her nude each time she uses her power. Yet Filgy remained clothed. She must perceive clothing as part of herself and have a clear image regarding matter penetration. Getting a bit wild there, Lonster. He's here. Bounding, leaping around, using her power to create spring forces off floors, walls, and ceilings to accelerate continuously. Laughter echoed from all directions in what seemed like a dance. Trying to dance, freak. Ah, it's the dance of our deaths. A booming dawn shook the air. The limit of acceleration Filgy's deviant form physicality could withstand as she charged forward. In that moment, Lonster saw her bare, gleeful grin. She was reveling in it, fully unleashing the power she possessed. Being able to do as she pleased came with euphoria, especially when staking her life on it. She understood that feeling. She wanted that too, but... For an instant, the gaze turned to the still upright Norman Hamish. This old woman and herself were quite alike, harboring the same fundamental cravings at their core. Yet the difference was that steadfast innocence standing there. You and I are different. Between freely indulging those cravings and being satisfied was the difference. Intangible grudge bloom sleuth. The instant Filgy's hand touched Lonster's chest. Unsullied gemstone anvil maiden. Section. Gachari, the thief's hand was shattered. He. Let me teach you one thing. Her hand had certainly made contact with Lonster's chest, yet it was shattered. If you struck something extremely hard head-on with your fingers, this would be the result. But Filgy had touched Lonster's left chest. Nevertheless, the fact was her hand was pulverized. The supposedly untouchable grudge bloom had been. When abilities collide, the stronger one wins. It's that simple. An abnormality surpassing Filgy's matter penetration to steal her heart was, you hardened your body. A pity. The tanned beauty smiled. Quite a pity. The phenomenon is close, but the truth differs. Smiling so widely her lips might split. The old woman leapt back. There was pain, but instinct moved her body. Her power activated, her body sinking down through the floor like when she first appeared, down to the first floor. Passing through a few more walls, she moved through a path of connected exhibition rooms. Ha. Ragged breaths echoed through the dim, quiet exhibition room. Both reason and instinct were sounding alarms. Here. Yet what welled up from her throat was a dark delight. Her instincts had made her flee to the first floor, but in the maze-like first floor, her matter penetration gave her the advantage. Display items lined the area. She was well acquainted with their value from her work, maintaining many of them. Even Lonster would have trouble moving freely surrounded by these. Not yet, not. She muttered those resigned words when a loud noise came from upstairs. Wah! Reflexively looking up. Ha, miss me already. Lonster burst through the wall behind her, shredding the stone, wood, and display pieces. In that moment, she saw something strange. Faintly glowing red patterns like tattoos covered Lonster's hands and feet, but there was no time to consider it. The woman's face split in a grin as she grabbed Filgy's neck from behind in a vice grip. Ha, shall we take a museum tour? Slamming Filgy into the wall, she took off. Clutching Filgy, Lonster ran rampant, smashing through walls and displays with no regard for the route. You damn! The pain was no issue. Instinctively using her phasing negated any damage except to her neck. But the problem was, Gaw, you bastard, the exhibits. Lonster's rampage destroyed everything, each piece worth far more than Filgy's yearly income, and she pulverized them all while swinging Filgy around. Surely even she understood their value. Ha ha ha, are you stupid? It's too late to complain after starting this here. If you cared, you should have picked the location more carefully. Ancient swords used in wars 1,000 years ago. Coins circulated 2 millennia past. Taxidermy specimens of extinct animals with only a few remaining in the country. Stone statues by historically renowned artists. Original texts penned by ancient philosophers. Even the museum building itself was a centuries-old historical structure. She trampled and defiled everything that had accumulated immense value and history over the ages. The embodiment of brazen recklessness raged for around 10 seconds, demolishing the first floor before. Whoops, can't stray too far or I'll get scolded again. Hi-oh. A floating sensation. She was thrown straight up, realizing she was back on the second floor when she came to. Oh, there you are. For an instant, her gaze met Norman's as he continued standing stock still. There was no time to be dumbfounded at his nonchalance. What is this? Just before smashing into the ceiling, her left hand was pulled back. Something had become wrapped around it at some point. Not something. The bandages previously wrapped around Lonster's right hand. The wrinkled eyes flew open. A deviant form's power could be extended to their clothing. The abnormal ability takes effect by defining the clothes wrapped around oneself as part of one's being. Otherwise, depending on the type of ability, one might end up completely naked every time they use it. This is a more flexible point than metamorphosis. However, it's not something that can be done immediately. One cannot do it without the necessity and attachment to recognize it as part of one's own body. And yet, that's just bandages. Does it look that way to you? Her smile changes, from a monster's mocking laughter to a gentle, human-like smile. Then that's the difference between you and me. You and I are alike, yet different. I hate to say it, but I'm a heavy woman. You and I are different. Unsullied gemstone anvil celestial maiden. The bandages are drawn in. Gah! Lonster's fist pierces Filgy's face. The fist sinks in, harder than steel. The phantom thief does not know its true nature. Unsullied gemstone anvil celestial maiden. It is an increase in her very existence density. Instead of hardening her body, the resulting hardening and weight gain comes from increased density. Tens of times harder and heavier than steel. The floor and carpeting beneath her feet must already be cracked. Compressing a human form with a mass of several tons, yet without the slowing effect of weight and physics. Just as heavy, hard, and strong as she wishes. Hi-oh-gah. Even with one hand bound and his face punched through, the phantom thief counterattacks. Piercing through the wound bandages, his right hand tries to scratch and grab Lonster's body. But, ha-ha-ha, what's wrong, phantom thief? You can't use your age as an excuse anymore. Unable to slip through her high-density body, he can only scratch the surface. Lonster does feel pain. Her sense of pain remains even with increased density, but she is laughing. Let's make it a chain death match. At this point, neither can properly guard, so the Outlaws' attacks will pierce through. However, naturally, the gem has the advantage. Ga-ga-og. Hadazohata. Her fists pierce through again and again. Jabs, straights, uppercuts, blows, a flurry of left hooks. The old woman's attacks could hardly be called counterattacks, more like death throws. Her body is blown back by the punches, only for the bandages to pull her back and the punches to pierce her again. The old woman bounces back, is pulled in, and bounces again. You like to dance, don't you? Dance is meant to be done hand in hand. The phantom thief dances, the detective laughs. Receiving pain, being injured, yet her smile does not stop. Covered in blood in a ghastly manner. Laughing at the filth, the greed-enhancing diamond enhanced Dia. Casting aside pretense, concealment, schemes, and conspiracies. Discovering the single truth from among the many mysteries, the detective. Unsullied gemstone anvil celestial maiden points to the truth. Gah! The gem's fist knocks out the flower of vengeance's teeth. Stop. Stop, what are you saying at this point? You're under arrest for the crime. Breaking and entering and theft. I'll let the assault and attempted murder slide since it goes both ways. You old hag. As if she didn't know, the beauty laughs. You must not steal other people's things. Ugh. Another blow to the face. A particularly large, downward-swinging strike pierces the phantom thief's head, putting considerable distance between them. Nu, gu, ah. At that moment, the flower of vengeance musters her last strength. Having mocked the police 4 times, she was finally the same kind as the gem in the end. To take that life away, her ability to slip through and graze anything. And yet, it's useless. Why? She cannot escape the bandages wrapped around her hand. It's simple, elementary phantom. What may seem like mere bandages to Filgy is something else to Lonsder. The proof of kindness received from her assistant. The phantom thief may steal treasures, but the truth is always in the detective's hands. While pulling Filgy in forcefully with her right hand, Lonsder spins her body. Her right foot, marked with red patterns, traces an arc. Her right foot, made extremely heavy at just the tiptoe by her ability, while the rest is made nearly massless, reaches supersonic speed in an instant from her own powerful rotational force and centrifugal force. The air breaks with a sharp sound. She drives it in. The downward spinning kick smashes into Filgy's pulled-in side face. In that moment, unsullied gemstone anvil celestial maiden burst. Extreme overload on her tiptoe. A spinning kick of dozens of tons of mass driven in at faster than sound speed. The old woman's body disappears, punching through the floorboards. Hey, Norman, 2 things. Yes, what is it? The bandages just got shredded. I'll ask for new ones later. Of course, as many as you need. And the other thing. We're getting out of here soon. Pardon. When I was rampaging downstairs earlier, I broke a few pillars, and that just now was the final blow. Sister's going to freak out, you know. Don't worry, Normand. As the floor, walls and ceiling all begin to tremble and collapse around them. She who destroyed everything puffs out her chest. I'm worth far more than some museum, aren't I? Section, Filgy felt no pain, nothing. Where Lonsder had kicked her, buried under rubble as she exhales her last breath. All she feels is a strange sense of weightlessness. What was the difference between her and that woman? That woman smiled, saying the difference was those bandages. Filgy did not understand what they meant to her. Perhaps it was about that boy who had been standing there the whole time. The detective had been gripping him tightly, never letting go. Unlike herself. Her husband had died in the war, but her daughter had a family, even a granddaughter. Come to think of it, her granddaughter was around the same age as that boy. And yet she had parted from them, coming to this city, from her beloved family, supposedly. She naturally let out a laugh. That was the answer to what was different. The things she should have cherished, she discarded for the mere reason of not feeling fulfilled herself. As a result, she had become nothing but a directionless monster. How ironic that she who discarded everything would gain the power to slip through anything. That's why, even as a monster, she could not defeat one who held dear what was most important. She could break anything, do as she pleased. But for her, the most important thing was never mistaken. Well, how embarrassing. With those last words, the life of the old woman who only wanted to be fulfilled slipped away and fell. Section, the answer was the perfume. Norman heard Lonsder's bored-sounding mutter. She muttered, Hey, Norman. It kinda hurts. Just bear with it, you'd normally be dead. Quite the ironic joke. He didn't mean it as a joke, but she suddenly laughs in amusement. After the big ruckus, having left the crime scene processing to Harrison, Norman and Lonsder returned. The detective silently protested the state of the scene with full-body outrage, but that was his job, so they left it to him. Norman was treating Lonsder's injuries as she sat in her underwear. Her purple lingerie and tan skin were alluring, but now was not the time for that. In addition to the gash in her side, she had numerous small bruises all over. Norman carefully treats each of Lonsder's injuries as she lies back on the sofa. Her arms full of scrapes and bruises from initially using them to block and deflect attacks. He disinfects, applies ointment, places dressings and gauze, wrapping each wound in bandages one by one. He even sutures the wound on her side properly. You're quite handy as always. Picked up all sorts of things on the battlefield, but this is the most practical skill. So perfume. It's simple. She sniffs. There was a faint lingering scent on the calling card, so I knew her identity as soon as I shook her hand. Got my hand crushed and all that too. With the snip of scissors cutting the bandage, he switches gears in his mind. Phantom thief Thistle. That's right, Thistle, the flower Azami, its perfume. One of our national flowers, so it implies she's of a certain age and has some patriotism at least. The stationery was for the princess's birthday too. While some people might use Azami perfume, it's unlikely someone of her standing would use the same flower name as a phantom thief. And she sniffs once more. The flower language of Azami is "do not touch me." Well, I'll be. After the museum collapse, I checked the staff room downstairs and rummaged through that old lady's desk. There were photos of Port Quarry and the envelopes and stationery from that stationery shop too. Oh, and her desk had pen holders neatly placed on both the left and right sides. She wanted them to be found. As he kneels to apply a dressing to her thigh. In the end, any idea why she was doing the whole phantom thief thing? Resting her leg on his own thigh and running his fingers along to check for swelling. I understand that she became Outlaws and used her powers. But in the end, I didn't understand why she bothered to be a thief. Who knows? Her toes playfully tickle his thigh that her foot rests on. Ticklish. I can't quite figure out that part. She said her husband died in the war and her children were independent. With the way she snapped as an Outlaws, she must have been harboring a lot of pent-up frustration. If there was a reason for the museum scholar to become a phantom thief, well, maybe checking the bookshelves at her place would give us a hint. I see. I'll have the detective put in a request. What if there were mystery novels lined up there, or if she had written them herself? In that case, you could say, Filgy Mule was truly living out her youth. Having aged, withered, with no family, perhaps she had fulfilled a dream glimpsed through her awakened abnormality. That may be a bit too fanciful an imagination, but phantoms themselves are fanciful existences to begin with. Say, Norman, was I right to kill that woman? Lonsder looks at the man beside her. Despite the wounds all over her body that her deviant state, healing power could fully recover from in a day or two, he carefully treats them. A diligent man. She posed the question to such a man. In the end, Lonsder and Hans Daya killed Filgy Mule. After repeated blows, a heavy revolving kick that could be called the finishing blow. Damage exceeding the durability of the deviant state led to her death. She understands that to kill an Outlaws, especially the physically durable deviant or metamorphic states, requires that much force. The hole opened in these ruins was made through an act similar to crushing Filgy to death. The person she killed was an Outlaws who had abused her abnormality. That's why she killed her. Lonsder and Hans Daya was a detective, exposing crimes through deduction, uncovering the truth from hidden mysteries, and delivering criminals to justice, an ally of righteousness. Even before becoming an Outlaws, she had been a detective, handing over criminals to the police under a firm sense of justice and ethics. She wanted to do the right thing. Born with an extraordinary intellect, she could perceive things ordinary people could not. The eyes of a famed detective who noticed what no one else did. It was inevitable, her calling to become a detective. But a year and a half ago, Lonsder became an Outlaws, deviating from everyone else. Wanting to exercise her abilities, she playfully became a phantom thief like the old woman. Living, able to live only by her own rules. She was supposed to want to do the right thing, but before she knew it, she only sought amusement. Instead of protecting the innocent, she reveled in freely wielding her abnormality, taking pleasure in cornering those who committed crimes. A self-contradiction. The detective had become far removed from a detective, but still. Yes, it was right, that's what I think. Norman Hamish affirms, Lonsder and Hans Daya, replacing the foot resting on his thigh. And he slides his hand over the sole, instep, ankle, calf, thigh. Lonsder's breathing escapes at the slow, sticky movements, meticulously, obsessively, as if checking a gemstone for flaws. That person was acting selfishly, and as soon as she knew you were an Outlaw, she came to kill you. If she had killed you, she probably would have started hunting Outlaws. It's a miracle there were no casualties until now. Plus, with an ability like that, apprehending her would be difficult. You know, subduing an Outlaws without killing them is difficult unless they're category 3 or lower, right? So, you did what you had to do. And he looks up at her, straight in the eye, smiling slightly. I'm the one who told you to do it. I see. She exhales, releases the tension from her body. Lonsder can no longer tell if what he's saying is really right. She's lost that. A broken moral compass, a vanished sense of guilt, crumbled common sense, lost criteria for judgment. She can logically deduce right from wrong. She can think rationally, but Lonsder cannot hold any conviction in it herself. She cannot have faith in her own deductions. That's what becoming an Outlaws has done to her. A detective who can deduce but not justice. That is the woman Lonsder. Thank you. No need. That's why Norman shows her what she should do, what she must do. He provides her guiding light of righteousness, allowing her, who can no longer be a detective, to remain one. That is why he is her partner. Not denying the Outlaws Lonsder, but affirming Lonsder as she is, an Outlaws. Hey, Normand. Yes. Am I a detective? Yes. I don't know a better detective than you. He tells her the words she most wants to hear. Having met a year and a half ago during a certain case, initially opposing each other, then cooperating, until Lonsder lost herself, the words he says to her. I see. The woman who showed her that being a detective is how to live, thinks. Surely she is no longer the gemstone of a detective, but having someone who so adores her. The red patterns emerging on the toes he caressed are proof. That alone makes her stronger than any adamantine. As long as you tell me so, I will continue being a detective. Section, Interval 3. And so the gemstone-enhanced Dia solved the Phantom Thief case by destroying the Baldwin Museum. Jim exhaled heavily. Lowering his eyes, he extended his right arm and placed his left hand in front of his chest, continuing the exaggerated gesture slowly. No. Do you realize what you've done? He shot up energetically, eyes wide open as he shouted. The museum is completely destroyed. 80% of the exhibits are demolished or damaged. Do you have any idea the hundreds, thousands, no, the billions of stirs in damages when you consider the museum's intrinsic value? No, it's not just about money. Which is it? It's both. As one who loves art, this time's damage is simply unforgivable. It was a museum that got wrecked, not an art museum. Such minor details don't matter. Swinging his arms wildly, he spun around several times on the spot. Norman watched him, just narrowing his eyes. Minimizing collateral damage is part of your job too, you know? What were you doing? I'm recording this as an official statement, so think carefully before making excuses. It couldn't be helped. Norman nodded briefly to the fuming Jim. Lonsder is more valuable than any of your so-called art. Utterly dumbfounded by Norman's deadpan seriousness, devoid of any hint of joking. Even Jim was left speechless. He stared at Norman in utter disbelief for over 10 seconds, then suddenly, never mind. He sat back down calmly. Filgy mule. According to Cartesius theory, Outlaws cannot manifest at a very young age before a firm sense of self develops. But I've never seen such an elderly Outlaws myself. Seems age isn't a factor in awakening. As if his earlier agitation was a lie, he smoothly continues his commentary. I remember that calm old lady giving exhibit explanations when I visited the museum. Never thought she'd become such an amusing eccentric, prancing about in a phantom thief's disguise. Quite the conundrum. I was a bit puzzled by that too, until I found out she was an acquaintance of yours. That explains it. I'd rather you didn't say that. Jim laughs heartily, shrugging. Still, that infiltration ability sure came in handy. Reaching Category 3 abnormality in the wild is rare too. Could have been useful if she was tamed. Norman didn't so much as flinch. Aren't you going to say anything? Nothing in particular. Or rather, my body's aching to the point that even talking is becoming a chore. Then let's wrap this up, following the flow of our hierarchy discussions so far. No, there's nothing above that. Abnormalities only go up to Category 3. Then allow me to hear it. The Tearflower Locktroom murder, the Hellhound serial killings, the Gemstone Phantom Thief incident, and now, the trigger that led to you being interrogated here. Last week, the brand new express directly connecting the city to the capital on its maiden run went missing. It arrived hours late, with nearly all passengers found dead in a horrific train incident. A dreadful fate. The sole survivors were you and the fairy Aristep. Tell me the truth behind it. The truth, huh? Norman let out a brief, cynical chuckle. Nothing special, just a matter of ideals. Chapter 4, The Empty Express. The young girl was bored. She was aware that she had gone insane. Further, her surroundings had rapidly gone insane as well. Everything was just as she wished. Whatever she said became reality. She lacked for nothing. A paradise made just for her. "Dang, you seem bored, miss," the boy said, as if seeing right through her. He had appeared in her world recently, and yet he still did not belong to her. "Yeah, it's not fun, terribly boring in fact." However, the girl laughed. Not because it was funny, but just out of habit. If she smiled sweetly, others would instantly become her captives. But the boy was different. "Are you perhaps scheming something?" "No, not really. There's nothing I want to do." "That's a lie." Dang. Her sweet smile cracked. His words struck like a knife. "It's not that I have nothing I want to do, I just lack a clear direction is all." I'm surprised. It was the truth, just as he said. There were things she wanted to do, she just lacked a clear direction. She had a purpose, but no goal. "Hey, why don't you stop all this now? And what will you give me if I do?" "Well, at the very least, I'll prepare a place where you won't be bored." Section. See Claire's airy step. A flaxen-haired girl with a side ponytail, pale pink and light green odd eyes. She always wore a mischievous smile. See Claire's is difficult to describe. She cannot be summed up in a single word. The one constant is the bright green staff she always carried. That smile did not necessarily mean she was enjoying herself. Whether happy, angry, or sad, she smiled. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. She was inscrutable. Such as C. Claire said, "I'm looking forward to the capital, sensei." Sitting cross-legged on the opposite sofa, she wore a mischievous grin. She had suddenly looked up from the book she was reading and closed one eye in a sweet smile. "I can't say I'm too eager about it, to be honest." "Is that so? What a shame, I've been too excited to sleep for the past week." "Oh, by the way, how much did you sleep last night?" "A full 12 hours. "That's way too much." "Tee-hee. Good grief." Realizing he was being teased, he looked out the window. The scenery rushed by at high speed. Norman and C. Claire's were currently on a train, the Trevito Express, running from Baldwin to Nodnorl. The private cabin seats were soft and comfortable, but there was a low vibration and noise. C. Claire's followed Norman's gaze, looking out over the wasteland stretching to the horizon. "A train bound for the capital, huh? This is my first time riding one. They really play up at being cutting edge to jack up the ticket prices. Did you see when we boarded? Everyone riding is filthy rich, like that museum director you trashed last week." "Yeah, I saw him. Let's avoid him at all costs. A murder might go down otherwise." "Yeah, it was lucky we could experience this, thanks to the Cartesius funds covering the cost." She picked up a teacup from the table mounted below the window. It was part of the tea set ordered from room service. The school isn't exactly fulfilling, you know. She attended a girls' school in Baldwin. Wearing a white double-breasted jacket and green skirt, her skirt only reached just above her knees when it should have fallen to around her calves. It was truly rare for an Outlaws to attend school. Sitting across from each other in the not-so-spacious compartment with her skirt that short, Norman thought he might catch a glimpse of her thighs, which wouldn't be good. He thought it but didn't say it. "You should really attend classes properly." "Well, part of why my attendance is so spotty is because of work with you, sensei. But I am pretty popular at school. Every day, someone comes to ask me for advice about their troubles. That's quite the reputation you've cultivated, but does it have anything to do with classes?" "Unfortunately, an all-girls boarding school is mostly just training to be a bride." "Boring. Wouldn't that make it all the more reason to study diligently?" "There's no need for me to study. I'm an only child after all." Her sweet, sunny smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. But her eyes didn't quite match the smile. "Do you even know who's paying your tuition?" Now who could that be? Some kind benefactor, perhaps." "My sister, don't forget that." "Tee-hee." She took a sip of her tea. "Well, it's a rare chance to leave the city environs and even visit the capital. I'm honestly just looking forward to it. C. Claire's, just to be clear, we're still working, you know." "I'm well aware. But surely, I'm allowed to enjoy the sights of the capital as we go, no. As long as you get the job done. We were planning to stay overnight anyway." "Tee-hee, yes, I'm really looking forward to it, sensei." She set down her teacup and deftly spun the shaft of her staff in her palm. Round and round it went. Norman just shrugged indifferently. A year and a half after first visiting Baldwin, Norman was now headed for the capital after a 6-month gap. He was visiting Cartesius headquarters in the capital to file various reports. It was originally his sister Spheria's duty, but she was busy with affairs in Baldlam, so Norman was acting as her proxy while doing some sightseeing. C. Claire's was accompanying him. This was also an extremely rare opportunity. For an Outlaws like me to actually leave the city, you know. She wore a bright smile, yet her eyes didn't smile, as the girl called a monster who couldn't leave the city. She has some freedom of movement within the city, but if she leaves the city without permission, she will be detained or killed. At least that's what happens to Outlaws, whose location and presence are known, and she is informed, so it's probably true that she's floating around. And I even get to go on an overnight date with Sensei. Everyone will be so jealous. Well, I'd go anytime if I got invited like that. Oh, what if all four of us invited you at once? I'd just make clones of myself. I was hoping you'd say you'd choose me, even if it was a lie. How sad. Contrary to her words, C. Claire seemed delighted, smiling sweetly as the staff shaft spun. The train isn't so bad. C. Claire's murmured, looking out at the scenery. As long as there are rails, you can go anywhere. Much faster than walking, horses, cars, or bikes, but it can't run without rails. Isn't that interesting? Free, yet the least free of all. Only able to travel a predetermined path, yet traveling that path is the fastest way. You mean the restrictions? No, not quite, Norman Sensei. There are restrictions, but freedom exists within them. Like this cutting-edge express train, for example, what exactly makes it cutting-edge? It's way faster than before and can carry tons more cargo. Indeed. And just to confirm, how many cars make up this train and how many are passenger cars? 10 cars total, with 2 being passenger cars. One has the bar and restaurant, the rest are freight cars. Right, exactly. That very car ratio is part of the freedom. Here's the strange part, though. Not many people leave Baldlam. There are traveling merchants, sure, but would they really need to dedicate luxurious passenger cabins on an express train? Couldn't it all just be freight trains? C. Claire's question gave Norman some pause. I don't think it's that complicated, really. Oh, it's probably for the merchants themselves. The freight cars in back to ship tons of goods to the capital. That's necessary for transport and hauling food, daily goods, expensive items, and whatnot. Riding in the express cars would be the final step. But then the hauling costs go up, right? So it gets more expensive and more responsibility too. If there's more responsibility, you'd want the person in charge accompanying the goods. I see. So those are the people riding in these cabins. Her staff rapped the floor. Brilliant deduction, Norman Sensei. Don't go praising me now. Norman stood up. Where are you off to, Sensei? Getting a refill on the tea. It'll still be a while until we reach the capital, right? Did you want me to pick up anything to eat too? Getting peckish. On a fancy train like this, can't we just call for service? But then again. But it might be best to not go out there just yet. Say, Hugh, she said, then exhaled loudly. Fua. Before Norman could wonder about it, she kissed him. By the time he registered the sudden act, he found himself pushed back into the sofa seat. MMNH. She even slipped her tongue in. Stunned, he opened his eyes wide only to find hers were open too at point-blank range. Her bewitching, shimmering odd eyes, the deep kiss lasted over 10 seconds. Teehee my. What was that? The moment he asked, a dull, thudding sound came from outside the cabin, like something repeatedly falling over. C. Claire's. I'm controlling it. After a brief pause to consider her response, he checked the weight of his folded coat and donned his felt hat. So it's safe to go out there. I wouldn't recommend it. Of course, if I'm with you it won't matter if it's out there, the most horrific battlefield or a crime-ridden Outlaws. Not a single hair on your head would be harmed, Sensei. In fact, I'd make it such a wonderful time you'd think we were just on a lovely date. But still, we shouldn't be courting danger needlessly, should we? We could just stay in here and pick up where we left off with the kissing. What do you say? Her rapid-fire proposal was clearly teasing, so he replied, I'll take that to mean it's safe then. Well, what a shame. He didn't seem too disappointed. Section. When I stepped out of the room, there were numerous corpses lined up. At my school, you know. Yeah. There was an incident where mannequins were scattered in the drama club storage room. I was asked to solve it. It caused a bit of a stir, thinking it might have been a thief. I see. In the end, It turned out that a cleaning kid had just accidentally knocked them over and scattered them. For the adorable reason of being scared of getting scolded, I even did the aftercare. Wow, sounds like you were really relied upon. The mannequin's back then looked kind of like this. Unfortunately, these are the real deal. Sighing at Claire's words, Norman looked around inside the train car. 2 passenger cars with rows of compartment seats. They had become steel coffins running on the rails, people lying down and dead. I hope the drivers and such are okay at least. Norman asked Claire's, who was loosely embracing him with her arm. Resting her head on his shoulder with her arm loosely wrapped around him, she tapped the floor a few times with her cane. For now, it's best to leave the windows open. I'd still prefer if you didn't leave my side though. Got it. Well, there's no point just standing around, so shall we take another look? Entering a nearby passenger room, he examined the corpses again. A middle-aged man in an expensive-looking suit was sitting, slumped over with drool dripping from his mouth. However, there were no signs of struggle or resistance. Doesn't look like they were attacked, no external injuries either. Claire's, what did it feel like to you? Something unpleasant. She tilted her head slightly as if thinking. Let's see if Sensei's arm can change my mood. Without hesitation, she embraced Norman's arm. I got the sense that something was mixed into the air, but I couldn't tell what exactly. For now, just focus on guarding Sensei and my private room. Thanks to that, I cheated death too. Wait, what was with that kiss? If your ability was protecting us, then the kiss wasn't necessary, right? I just felt like kissing you. I see. Well, if that's how it is, fair enough. This is very bad. What's on your mind, Sensei? Regardless of who or what was targeted, it'll be trouble if we arrive at the capital like this. No sooner had he finished speaking than he quickly started walking, while still embracing Claire's arm. My, what brisk movements for Sensei Norman. What will be so troublesome? A train full of corpses arrives, and the only 2 survivors. What's the first thing that comes to mind? A fated couple who miraculously survived through the power of love. That those 2 are the culprits. Cuckoo, I'm glad you didn't deny it. The moment Claire's laughed, the train car shook violently. Whoa! Their center of gravity was disrupted enough for their bodies to float momentarily. It only lasted a few seconds, but why thank you, Sensei. Claire's was now snugly in Norman's embrace. The lush body of the bewitching girl and her fresh scent. Are you okay? Of course, that was quite the big shake though. This isn't good. The train engineer might be done for too. If we derail, we're in trouble. I appreciate you relying on me, but even I would probably break a bone or 2. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. And when they proceeded to the next dining car, sure enough, corpses were scattered everywhere. But what was lying in wait was not just that. It was a giant snake. An enormous snake I had never seen before, at least 3 meters long, came lunging at us. Thunk. In response, Claire's, the girl called a fairy, simply tapped her cane. Fairy hand Spriggan. The giant snake was instantly cut straight down the middle vertically. The spurting blood stained the dining car, but that was quite a surprise. Not a single drop reached the smiling Claire's and Norman. I've seen snakes before, but never that big of a size. What about you, Sensei Norman? Snakes that size don't normally exist, let alone inside a train car like this. Not normal, abnormal. In other words, a train hijacking by the Outlaws. Section, the problem is whether the culprit behind this incident is still on the train. Inside the dining car, while rummaging through the corpses, Norman said, like I mentioned before, if we arrive at our destination without grasping the situation, we'll be treated as suspects. We need to find either the culprit or some kind of clue, otherwise the moment we get to the capital, we'll be interrogated. You're being unusually talkative. Claire's, glancing sidelong at Norman examining the bodies, elegantly sat in a chair sipping tea. As for the train hijacking, what do you think the motive was? The dead were nobles, merchants, and wealthy people from Baldlam. Anyone could have had political or financial reasons to kill them. Or maybe we were the targets, or it was indiscriminate terrorism. Or perhaps the cargo cars were the real target. I see, so the cargo was the aim then. It's possible if it was for money, though there is an issue with that theory. Oh, how would they retrieve it? Let's say they did seize the cargo, where is this train headed? The capital station. Right. Even if there was a retrieval team waiting at that station, The capital station is huge with many unrelated people around. This is the latest luxury express after all, so it would draw a lot of attention. With most passengers dead too, safely seizing only the cargo from such a conspicuous train would be quite difficult, I think. True, while not impossible, it does seem like too much trouble. Then was it to assassinate someone? Hard to say. He pondered briefly. When you want to kill someone, there are countless ways to do it. You don't need the unlaws to kill people, it's simple. But Norman thought. If it was to assassinate someone, poison gas seems questionable. There's always the tiny chance of miraculous survival. In any case, for now, let's head to the engine room. If the culprit is there, we'll apprehend them. If not, we'll figure it out then. Rest assured, I can handle anything. With a thunk, the fairy smiled lightly and tapped her cane. In moderation, please. They proceeded to the next car, section. That earlier monster was probably just checking if we were alive after the poison gas. The time delay was likely waiting for the gas to disperse. In that case, the question is whether that snake was alone or had accomplices. What's your guess, Sensei? Probably accomplices. Because it's clear these guys were working together. When they entered the next freight car after the dining car, mixed in among the cargo were 5 armed men lying dead. Ruggedly armed with military knives and guns, definitely not passengers. Well, if those were the snake's accomplices as the sensei says, then what does this mean? Could there be others besides us? You work fast, see Claire's. There was no need to ponder who did it. Honestly, I was hoping for a bit more of a reaction, Sensei. The adorable fairy puffed out her cheeks in feigned displeasure. Surprise, or at least wishing you had left some alive for questioning, nothing like that. Well, I can't say I wasn't hoping to leave some alive. Voicing a minor complaint. Sorry, but as your bodyguard, Sensei's safety is my top priority. Though saying she was sorry, C. Claire seemed satisfied with Norman's dissatisfaction. So then, Sensei, why don't you fully utilize your army medic skills and deduce their identities, personalities, motives, and even what they had for breakfast this morning just from examining the bodies? That's not really an army medic skill. Lonsder could probably deduce their entire dietary habits from today's breakfast, but, shrugging nonchalantly, he looked down at the hastily arranged corpses again. An autopsy wasn't his aim. It doesn't matter because C. Claire's, sitting on the cargo, is the culprit. He nodded once, although I can still tell some things. Oh, like what? These guys were likely just some hired thugs or something. In their coat pockets were labor vouchers. The kind you get after finishing a job, which can then be exchanged for cash at labor exchanges. Though small, their addresses were printed on them. There were also loose coins, cheap liquor bottles, betting slips, and the like. They have really rough hands, so probably construction site labor or factory work. Just some small-time punks you could recruit off the streets. I see. She tilted her head slightly. From construction work to train hijacking. The unemployed really do have a wide range, don't they? Quite educational. There's nothing wrong with being unemployed. Don't worry, Sensei, I don't look down on the unemployed. Anyway, the fact that small fries are involved means there's an employer. Maybe they were supposed to retrieve the cargo, though they're lightly armed for that role. Were they each just going to grab what they could individually? But if these thugs came out of a luxury train, it would look pretty out of place, don't you think? Yeah, I agree. The station, just what were they planning to do? Sensei. Norman seemed to realize something and took out a pocket watch, along with the express train's schedule for confirmation, and clicked his tongue. He then pulled out a small book from his coat, his expression unusually stern for him. What's that book? A geography book. I see, that coat of yours really does contain everything, as always. So what is it? This train isn't headed for the capital. Pardon. Her pale green and light pink irises narrowed ever so slightly. That's shaking from before. It caused us to switch from the intended route to an unused line. He showed C. Claire's the geography book. It was open to the area they were supposed to be in now. Taking a pen from his chest pocket, he drew a line on the map. It curved slightly, but was essentially straight. This is the intended rail line from the train's pamphlet. And we likely switched to the abandoned line around here. Unused meaning. Seems there's an abandoned coal mine up ahead. Instead of a train hijacking, this is what it was for. Diverting from the main route to an abandoned station makes unloading the cargo easy. They can take the whole thing. That's why these corpses weren't prepared to transport anything individually. That's bold. If the train doesn't come, it'll cause an uproar. Even so, it's enough to recover the valuable cargo. He closes the geography book and exhales heavily. It's more serious than I thought. More like Outlaws hijacking train. Something like half and half. That too is outrageous, but they've prepared more thoroughly than I imagined. Not good. Norman feels a sense of impatience. Phew. He adjusts his hat and gathers his thoughts. A train hijacking. The murdered town leaders, the snake-like Outlaws. The small-time thugs. Considering the situation, there's a high chance the main culprit or someone similar is in the engine room. If they're small-timers, there may be others in the other cars too. If the station's route was switched, we don't have to worry about being surrounded by police in the capital. But there's a chance we'll be surrounded by ambushers waiting at that station. Then it shouldn't be a problem, right? I'm here. Well, I can't deny that. If it was just an ordinary human crime, that might have been fine. But this is an Outlaws incident. It's his job to deal with it, so leaving it alone would hurt Norman's own evaluation. Evaluations are important. He has to earn points. Evaluations, he has a reason he must earn them. Only his sister knows that reason. All right, Claire's. What is it? Could you do me a favor and not kill any suspects that seem like the main culprit? I'd rather not. The fairy chuckled dryly, as she carelessly poked a corpse with her staff, looking amused. Like I said before, I'm Norman Sensei's bodyguard, so your safety is my top priority. That means I'm firmly resolved to kill anything that could endanger you. Speaking such dreadful things, with an adorable smile. Her response was as expected, but what to do? But you're right, you have your own circumstances, Sensei. She taps her chin with a slender finger. Shall we make a bet, Norman Sensei? Twirling her staff elegantly with her fingers, she gracefully lifts her skirt in a curtsy. As I said, I want to kill anything that could be dangerous, whether human or Outlaws, because there's no reason greater than ensuring your safety. But I'll try to understand your situation too, Sensei. So if the motive of the likely culprit in the engine room is trivial, I'll kill them. But if there's a good enough reason for them to do this, I'll spare them. How's that? Is that supposed to be a bet? What are the criteria for trivial in this case? We'll discuss that together. It feels like I'll just have to try and convince you not to take the culprit's role. Kyukuku no. The fairy laughed again, shaking her head dramatically with exaggerated gestures. Doing so amidst the corpses was totally incongruous, inappropriate, and flippant. This guardian wishes to guard what she wants to guard, but she doesn't simply guard the treasures she's meant to protect. She's a monster that warps her surroundings, others. The culprit's role belongs to someone else. I'm the monster whose role is to utterly annihilate the fools engaged in wicked schemes. Well then, I will kill and kill for Norman Sensei's sake. And I'll do so with the utmost seriousness. So, Sensei, try your utmost to stop me with equal seriousness. I knew you'd come. The engine room they arrived at was more spacious than expected. The vibrations of the train and sounds of wind were louder than before, the floor constantly shaking. At the back were the engine room for feeding fuel and the operator's seat, while the space of a few meters in front had just enough width for two people to squeeze in side by side. The important part was the man sitting sideways in the operator's seat, right in front of them. Even sitting, he was a small man. His appearance could hardly be called neat, or bluntly put, he was downright unsightly. His attire was so-so, neither particularly elegant nor dirty, just an ordinary-looking laborer. The pipe clenched in his teeth was his only distinguishing feature, but that was just a superficial symbol. At a glance, Norman understood. An Outlaws, he had the rough aura unique to those who have made violence a daily norm. His dark eyes looked resigned to everything, but deep within flickered a dull light. He didn't seem surprised by Norman and Claire's appearance. Rather, he looked as if he had expected it. A blasé nod of this being how it would turn out. Oh, Claire's. The fairy, still clinging to Norman's arm, showed a rare hint of surprise. Unusual for her. Which of you is the mastermind behind this train hijacking? What's your aim? Knocker Cromwell, yes, to kill you too or perhaps recruit you. Pardon. For a few seconds, Norman and even Claire's froze. That he was the hijacking mastermind was expected, but his aim being to kill or recruit Norman and Claire's, not robbing the cargo or assassinating a VIP? Let's talk, Hamish. We have time, this train isn't headed for the capital. You must have switched the route midway. As expected, let me explain clearly, Norman Hamish. I was once in the same position as that fairy there. I see. Norman nodded, understanding with that one statement. So you were an Outlaws of Cartesius. That's right. Section, Knocker took another puff of his pipe. I was discarded by Cartesius in Baldlam. Sullen smoke puffed out. There was no emotion in his words. Just stating the facts tersely, as if his heart had already been rubbed raw. If Norman didn't recognize his face, it meant he had been discarded over a year and a half ago. They tried to kill me, but I survived. That's why I'm carrying out these activities. For what? Outlaws human rights movement. Pardon. To publicize the existence of Outlaws and gain assured human rights. That's my aim. Outlaws human rights movement. Norman's mouth fell open in shock, and even Claire's smile had frozen. I heard you two would be on this train. From who? The train hijacking and recovering the cargo were just a side benefit. You know, Fairy, you're one of the most useful and dangerous monsters within Cartesius. Sensei, you're being ignored. Outlaws human rights liberation, I'm sure it sounds ridiculous. But the treatment of Outlaws is abysmal. Aristep, you attend a girls' academy in Baldlam, don't you? Or your colleagues can even go out freely as long as they file a report afterward. Well, that's thanks to Sensei's affection. That's just for you. Our residences were assigned. We barely had any freedom to go out. Claire's wavered slightly. She must have had something come to mind. In fact, until recently, that was how it was for her too. I know you played a role in easing those restrictions, Hamish. Splendid. Thanks, I guess. He couldn't quite find the words when suddenly praised like that. But it's not enough. The twins in the capital are developing anti-Outlaws weapons. At this rate, we'll lose even our utility value. Hence, the small man quietly imbues his words with fervor. We Outlaws need liberation. We have the power to fight. All we need is funding, time and manpower. You don't think it's impossible? Of course not. If you join Hamish, the 4 from Baldlam will likely follow. That would make it more realistic. I see, you're taking this very seriously. Norman had thought it ridiculous. An Outlaws human rights movement. If the world became aware of Outlaws' existence, it could revive something like the medieval witch hunts at worst. While the content was outrageously absurd, there was no playfulness in Knocker's tone or demeanor. This little man was utterly serious, fully intending to go through with it. Dreadfully single-mindedly aiming for a potential vein and continuing to swing his pickaxe. Like a miner who doesn't know if it even exists until he finds it. I see. And Norman had realized something, a spirit that seeks to change, to warp its surroundings. So you're a distortion. That's right. Distortions have a distinct characteristic, differentiating them from other Outlaws. Their abnormalities and mental states target others and their surroundings. Their abilities clearly aim to warp something other than themselves, both the physical material their power affects and the people their existence impacts. Things that warp everyone, their surroundings, common sense itself. Incidents caused by distortions tend to be large-scale, even among Outlaws. Claire's was the same. You're jumping ahead, Hamish. Then let me ask you directly, I aim to warp the world for Outlaws' future. Won't you lend a hand? I'm sure even you wish for the same. Ahem. Appreciating his terseness in saying only what was necessary, without wasting words. But Norman wasn't so easygoing as to decide based on that alone. I have something I want to ask. What is it? I'll answer as best I can. Was there a reason for killing the passengers? Many killed indiscriminately. Whether or not they were guilty, Norman didn't know, but surely there was no reason for them to be swept up and killed like that. No. Knocker answered shortly, striking like a sledgehammer on steel. They were in the way, so I killed them. Processing this many civilians is too much trouble, so I killed them. I see. Norman nodded. Claire's, I'll take the loss on our bet. Oh, are you sure? Yeah, it's fine. It's unlike him. His words are so cold and empty it's horrifying. Rather than killing, just neutralize them and let Cartesius handle the speech. That would make things easier down the line. But more than that, let's kill this guy here. It had been a gamble on the culprit's motive, But after hearing Knocker's story, there was no reason left to spare his life. A monster who kills people simply because they're a nuisance cannot be allowed to live. I didn't expect him to be such a pathetic bastard. Well, it's nice to see this rare side of Sensei Norman, but... The fairy steps forward. Her movements are light and graceful, belying the severe vibrations of this place. Maintaining an otherworldly aura, she taps the floor with her staff. A tapping sound resonates. Sprig in hand. Dull miner's hammer. And then nothing happened. See Claire's. I guess it didn't work. Same category 3, huh? I told you I knew you were coming. Knocker stands up. He is indeed short, even shorter than Claire's. I assumed there would be a falling out. If you became an obstacle, I'd have to eliminate you. And Aristep, your ability can be killed by mine. That's why I was waiting for you. That seems to be the case. I tried using my powers before joining the agency, but it was meaningless. So that's why you were surprised earlier, a rare occurrence. The distortion has the ability to distort and interfere with the properties of matter. So, if Claire's distorts something with her ability, and Knocker can further distort it, the fairy's magic would be erased. My powers will be unusable too, but if we cancel each other out, the fairies are just regular humans. What he took out was a rugged knife. If you don't cooperate, I'll kill you like the other passengers, because you're a nuisance. Knocker Cromwell's movements were simple. Close the distance of a few meters and swing the weapon. His movements were refined to just that. Judging by his physicality, he didn't solely rely on his ability. He had trained to use it as a weapon and enable its application. One wonders what circumstances led to this, Outlaws being cast aside. Despite being useful and supposedly valued, he was discarded like a worthless rock. What story lies behind that, but more importantly than that right now? Claire's should I do it? Just watch, Sensei. End. Norman stood still without moving, his hands in his pockets. Reality would soon unfold before them. Die fairy. A curse-like statement. It was the first time emotion had been glimpsed from him. Heh! A shrill sound rang out. Knocker's eyes widened. Needless to say, it was not the sound of a blade tearing flesh. It was the thick sound of the sturdy knife being driven into the wall. If you can't use your ability, you're no different from a regular human, huh? She hadn't used her powers to defend herself. What the fairy wielded was an emerald green staff. She had hooked the L-shaped handle onto Knocker's knife-wielding hand, deflecting the blade. Due to the fastest, most efficient movement, the little man's blade ended up stuck in the wall. My, you've underestimated me. I'm the sensei's bodyguard, you know. There's no way I can't protect him just because I can't use abilities. The fairy chuckled lightly as her staff flickered. Her fingers gripping the center of the shaft flicked, causing it to spin. The rising staff tip accurately struck Knocker's elbow. Gah! Staggered by the joint strike, the little man recoiled in confusion and pain, dropping his knife. Now, you were trying to kill me, weren't you? His movements stopped with a clunk. Claire's had spun around, hooking the staff's handle around Knocker's neck. Of course I won't let you. A vertical punch struck the immobilized little man's solar plexus. She dropped her hips for a magnificent thrust. Gah. Not stopping there, she released the grip on the handle and struck with it directly. Smashing his temple, his body slammed against the wall. Damn it. Staggered by the barrage unleashed in an instant, Knocker finally retreated a few steps back. But the space was cramped from the start. She quickly closed the distance on him, withdrawing a new knife from her pocket. Where did you learn such martial arts? Our dossier had no such information. Which period are you even referring to? One grows day by day, be it human or fairy. Insolent brat. Earning scowls is my specialty, as a fairy. Though a narrow corridor, there was enough room for the small man and young girl. No issues swinging the knife, but the staff couldn't be swung fully. So Claire's gripped the center of the shaft to spin and swing it. Blade and staff continuously crisscrossed. The small man's movements were based on military close-quarters combat assassination techniques. Against the lightning fast, minimum motion attacks seizing the slightest opening in the enemy's breath and consciousness. Her style deflected the enemy's strikes and subdued them. She deflected the small man's thrusts with her staff, counterattacking by stabbing the end forward. If evaded, she'd spin and snag his body with the shaft to control him. Her movements were like a dance. The spring breeze is warm, yet cannot be grasped. but the wind blows freely wherever it wishes. The otherworldly young girl, out of place anywhere in any scenery, though it may be rude to say of the girl. The sight of her deftly dancing in the narrow corridor, staff in hand, suited her dreadfully well. The fairy realm, where fairies flit about, forbidden to humans. Cuckoo. The skirmish lasted barely tens of seconds. The one scowling was the small man, because the fairy had taken control of the situation's flow. Just where did you learn such techniques? Perhaps it was fear. That an ordinary schoolgirl possessed combat skills to match an assassin's. Having sealed her abnormality, he thought he could defeat the child, yet struggled. Maybe, just maybe, was she still hiding something? He may rethink, deem it overthinking. Yufufu. But the fairy's smile wouldn't let him. Unchanging in any situation, even facing death, her smile remained. She never changed, never cowered, never feared. The one changing, cowering, fearing was her opponent. Not understanding is scary. The small man leapt back, forcibly retreating backwards. Not caring that his back hit the engine room door, he gripped not a knife but, this should do it. A small handgun that fell from his sleeve. An assassin's single-shot pistol, concealable in clothing, small but lethal enough to kill. The trigger was instantly pulled. Norman stayed rooted unmoving. He knew what would happen, though concerned. Phew. For the first time, Clairs let out a sharp exhale. Gripping the staff vertically, the bullet struck the shaft center, cracking the entire length until it shattered. And the small man saw two things. A slender white blade protruding from the shattered sheath hidden within the staff, and geometric wing patterns materializing on the fairy's back. Clairs. A panicked cry came from Norman, but the fairy paid no heed, advancing forward. In an instant, an impeccable thrust pierced Knocker's heart like an arrow. A flash of the slicing blade through the air. Go. Knocker vomited a cloud of blood. Dull miner's hammer. Fairy hand Spriggan. Nothing happened, damn it. Unfortunate. If you could seal me, the reverse is also true. Fairy hand Spriggan. The ability to freely manipulate air as a solid. She could shape the air into any form she desired through sheer willpower. The terrifying part was its invisibility. Moreover, her original power to only manipulate visible surrounding air had been twisted through training to expand its range tens of meters around her. She could solidify and control unseen air remotely, even adjusting its composition and pressure. A sprite guarding treasures, thus the fairy's hand. In contrast, Knocker's dull miner's hammer likely softened solid objects. But to Knocker, the nature of their abilities wasn't the crucial point. So that's how it is. Those wings of light just now, so you people are special because of that. The wings on her back had already vanished, but were seared into Knocker's vision. With that power, you could twist so much more. Not forcing your own twists onto things. What I want to twist differs from what you wish to warp. We're different, you and I even told so. He didn't understand. Is that also why you were abandoned, for not getting it? The small man looked about to cry out something. That's enough. But swifter than that, the fairy withdrew the slender blade from his chest. Blood gushed from the wound, a dull sound accompanying the spray of blood from his throat as life drained from the small man. And with that, it was over. The death of a monster who twisted many lives. The two who were targeted survived. Phew. What a mess, I broke the sheath, sensei. With a wry smile, Clairs waved the blade to shake off the blood. Well, can't be helped. Let's go buy a new one sometime. And. Nice work out there, as expected. Yufufu. She laughed at the praise. Not a plastered-on smile. Pure, unrestrained joy unlike her usual demeanor. It's elementary, my master. She smiled warmly, like the gentle breeze of spring. I had a good sensei. Section. It was certainly an enjoyable journey. 2 days after the train hijacking, after giving his report in the capital, Norman smiled as usual on the return train home. They had defeated the ringleader, but the hard part was still ahead. The cleanup after was always difficult. They had to return the train through the abandoned mines back in the direction it came from and head to the capital. They arrived in the capital that night, but then endured questioning and explanations that dragged on until late at night. After just a few hours of sleep, Norman took care of his original business, went on a sightseeing date with Clairs, and then departed the capital again the next day with hardly a moment to catch his breath. The short duration of their detainment left him with a lingering sense of unease, but he supposed it was a blessing in disguise. Norman visited Nordnall every 6 months, but he could never get used to it. He didn't even stop by his family home. In the end, Norman's place was in that windless city surrounded by castle walls. It's hard to say it was enjoyable, he muttered, gently touching the brim of his felt hat. I was especially surprised to encounter someone on your level. For me, the only regret was that my wager with Sensei didn't quite pan out, she said, then suddenly tilted her chin up, as if realizing something. Oh, here's a bonus quiz for you. Can you figure out when I used my ability just once? When you deflected the bullets, right? He answered immediately. I was surprised you blocked the bullets head-on with just your staff, but I didn't know what would happen if you charged forward after that with the staff fragments and deflected bullets flying everywhere. For just that instant, you pushed aside anything in the way with your ability, am I wrong? Perfect, as expected of Sensei. It was elementary. Kyukuku. The fairy had acquired a new staff in the capital to replace the one she broke. But Claire's, that was still reckless of you. At that moment, the image of shimmering green wings flashed through his mind. I know, but it was just for an instant, right? I hope you can overlook that. Honestly, I beg of you. He sighed heavily. Well, what a troublesome expedition that was. Norman couldn't find enjoyment in being caught up in the train hijacking, getting entangled with a self-indulgent revolutionary, and having to write an extra report. What did you think, Sensei? About Knocker Cromwell's Outlaws rights movement. His actions were out of line, but the goal itself. Norman considered it carefully when asked. Giving rights to Outlaws isn't a bad thing. In fact, it's good. If that's all it was, I may have cooperated. Oh, that's a shame then. If Sensei had been on his side, it may have gone more smoothly. It wouldn't have made a difference, Norman said with a wry smile. It never would have gone smoothly. He stated it as an obvious truth, as if it were a natural order of things. Most people are ordinary humans. The world doesn't move for the sake of such a tiny minority. Putting the majority before the minority, in other words. Unfortunately, yes. At least that's how the current world worked. The existence of Outlaws becoming public knowledge would only breed suspicion and paranoia. It's better if their existence remains hidden. Living day-to-day wondering if your neighbor has strange powers would be exhausting. That's why Knocker Cromwell's goal was too much of a pipe dream and idealistic. It would have caused far greater chaos beyond just the incidents individual Outlaws could create. He must have understood that and acted anyway. The result was Norman and Claire's alone on the derailed train. I can't say I don't understand the feeling, but he couldn't agree with it. Yufufu. What is it? No, it's just rare to hear you make such an impassioned remark, Sensei. There are times for that too. He cleared his throat awkwardly. It had been rather uncharacteristic of him. In any case, when we get back, I'll have to report to my sister as well. I'm already dreading it. Then I'll just say it must have been troublesome for you. But hey, Sensei. The fairy curved her lips in a slight smile. Her two-toned eyes looked straight at Norman. In an instant, all sound vanished from Norman's world. The only thing remaining was the fairy smiling beautifully. A bewitching, otherworldly smile. If it really was that much trouble, why don't we just run away and never go back to Baldlam? The fairy's words flowed into his ears like pure sweetness. That city causes you so much trouble. Instead, why don't we go somewhere just the two of us alone? I wouldn't mind that at all. If that's what you want, Sensei, I have no hesitation about abandoning my current life. Ignoring the content, he felt an urge to unconditionally agree, lured in by her sultry, alluring voice. That was the kind of existence Claire's Aristep was, not because she was an Outlaws, but simply because she was a fairy. A trickster luring people into another world. Her distortion mode Outlaws nature aside, she possessed an innate enchantment. A sweet temptation. If he accepted, she would surely protect him from any calamity. There were no Outlaws monsters with greater combatability than Claire's. Norman knew that well, so he answered, I'll pass. Section. Claire's Aristep knew Norman would answer that way. Distortion mode Outlaws have a tendency to interfere with their surroundings, separate from their abilities. They want to warp the environment and society around them to suit their own convenience. Claire's was the same a year and a half ago. As a student at Baldlam's Girls' Academy, she awakened her unlaw's powers and unleashed that mental influence. As a result, she brought students and teachers alike completely under her control, like puppets obeying her every word. The place meant to nurture humans had become a fairy realm kneeling before its queen. Or perhaps she had simply finally mastered her innate enchantment. But being an academy where many noble and merchant children studied, her potential reach was incalculable. So she began to consider, what should she warp to her will? That's when she met Norman. From that point on, Claire's era step stopped warping anything other than Norman Hamish. More precisely, she decided to direct her innate distortion mode desire solely onto him. To warp someone else meant changing their fundamental nature, turning someone who wished for righteousness into someone craving wickedness, someone who empathized with others' sadness into someone who delighted in it, an ordinary human into a monster, turning the holder of 4 unlaw's collars into one who held just a single collar. Norman Hamish was too stubborn, Claire's thought. In the year and a half since they met, this young man never changed, even remaining alongside the fairy Claire's as well as Teardrop, Demon Dog, and the Diamond Unlaws. He treated Claire's like a troublesome student, even teaching her self-defense. Norman had his bottom lines and priorities that Claire's could not alter. It might be fun to make him prioritize her above all else, but she also didn't want him to change. If he changed just from a bit of temptation, she would have lost interest in him from the start. Fairies had no interest in toys that broke so easily. They wanted to play with their toys forever. Claire's had realized the initial train attack was an unlaw's incident. Her ability's effective range was a few dozen meters, meaning she had full awareness of the entire train from the beginning. She knew the situation on each car, that a dwarf waited in the engine room, all of it. She pretended ignorance and even invited Norman to play a game midway because she wanted to see what judgment and choices he would make. Of course, she had protected him with all her might, that was undeniable. But she also wanted to observe him. A twisted love, a warped affection, a distorted ardor. She was aware it was wrong. That's where Knocker Cromwell erred. The issue of unlaw's rights was irrelevant. They could do as they pleased. But unlaws must never think they are right to do so. Selfishly warping the world around you on a whim, there's no justification for that. If they tried to lay a hand on Norman, her beloved treasure, they would face the consequences. The fairy's hand protects its treasures. Kyukuku. She gazed intently at the young man before her, the treasure she had claimed, practically devouring him with her eyes. No matter how she looked at him, he didn't change, only shrugging nonchalantly. Then I won't say anything more today. Yeah, your temptations would just trouble me. Oh, that's not quite right, Sensei. In one fluid motion, her staff pressed against the center of his chest, pinning him. That alone immobilized Norman. With the perfect line through his body's center of gravity pinned down another technique he had taught her. Pinning him down, Claire stood and straddled Norman's lap, pressing her body against his. At point-blank range, their breaths mingled, their gazes entwined. The fairy smiled. I can make it so no sound reaches outside. She whispered sweetly, her melting voice languid, using her power to transmit directly to his eardrums. Reportedly, a rather pleasurable sensation. That made the brain tingle deliciously. Conveniently, this private room has no glass in the door, so no one can see inside. In other words, we still have some hours until Baldlam, right? Whatever we do, no one will know. Norman's throat made a slight noise in response. That reaction alone delighted her, even if you can't twist the way things are. But that's a different matter altogether. Now, Sensei, make your choice. The air shimmered, stretching out from his back, with a faint hint of green swirling around him, enclosing him so he couldn't escape. The fairy smiled. With the usual smile, but with even more love and desire than ever before. The fairy's guardian lavishly adored his own treasure. Because your choice, Sensei, will bring me more joy than anything else. Section Interval 4. Practically speaking, Fairy's airy step is quite impressive. I've researched many unlaws, and it certainly stands out among them. Oh, looks like we're in agreement. Exactly right, Claire's is incredible. Being called Sensei is almost embarrassing. The two boys nodded at each other, agreeing. But do you really think you've got the reins on that one? That unrestrained nature is exactly what makes Claire so charming. Well, I'll let your lovesick ramblings slide, but I do have one question. The story about the train ride is private. That's irrelevant. What I want to know is about Knocker. He was an excellent unlaw. He mainly handled assassinations of key figures who posed obstacles to Cartesius. But Jim tilted his head exaggeratedly, as if in thought. Without ability, the fairy's airy step shouldn't be any different from a human physically, right? Are you telling me she beat a professional assassin in close combat? It just means Claire's was that strong. That seems like a bit of a stretch. Jim's heavy, probing gaze suggested he wasn't convinced. Just as a hypothetical, did Knocker really not say anything in the end? He left no last words. I already told you it was instant death, one thrust to the heart. I see. Is that so? If his ability had still been active, I could believe it. But with both of them canceling each other out, it's hard to see how Fairy's airy step could win. Didn't something special happen? Sorry to disappoint, but sometimes reality is just dull. Nothing happened, and that's the end of it. Is that so? Jim nodded a few times. Anyway, it was a rough journey, wasn't it, Norman? And now, after that rough journey, I'm stuck dealing with this. It can't be helped. You were questioned in the capital, but after discussions at the Cartesius headquarters there, certain suspicions arose. That was Knocker Cromwell. It's believed he was connected to you. What? It's not so strange, is it? Your passion for unlaws is quite well known. Were you even listening to my story? I was listening, yes, but there's the question of how much of it is the truth. Zahi. With a sigh, the strength left Norman's body. With that statement, everything was lost. The entire meaning of this interrogation was erased. The headquarters believes that you and the miner conspired to hijack the train, but then your relationship broke down. That train carried many nobles and influential figures closely tied to Baldlam's Cartesius. There were plenty of reasons to target it. Even in the name of human rights activism, it wouldn't be strange for you to act. After all, you said it yourself. Your four aren't monsters, they're human. And with that, Jim spread his arms wide. Your story is over, but the main issue begins here. Section Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5, The Baldam Hero. So, you understand now, Norman? Let me reiterate your criminal charges: disturbing public order, property damage, and the suspicion of going against the Cartesius order. Do you see why you ended up in this situation? No, not at all. Especially that last one is completely unfounded. Is that so? Weren't your regular trips to the capital part of the preparation for that? You know, I was just going there, as my sister's proxy, to report to headquarters. Nevertheless, the Cartesius order suspects you. That's why I'm interrogating you like this. I can't just nod and move on when you deny the allegations. The 4 incidents you told me about seem independent, but that's why your demerits are stacking up. You should be prepared for some form of punishment. Jim let out an exaggerated sigh there. It pains me as your friend, you know. If I had someone else interrogate you, you'd likely be found guilty without question, so I took it upon myself to be the interrogator. Going back to the beginning, what will happen to me if this continues? Execution. We may not have too many agents to spare, but going against the Cartesius order is a clear act of rebellion. They can't let someone like that off easy. What if you intervened? HMPH. The quality of his smile changed. The grin plastered on until then became deeper, more pronounced. This was the main issue. It's a deal, Norman. His words rang out. The benefit I'm offering is simple avoiding execution. Additionally, I'll pull some strings to wipe away all your demerits from this incident. He prefaced the condition with, I want your help in the military utilization of the unlaws. Section, Military Utilization. Yes. I shouldn't need to explain why. Norman's expression was blank, not so much devoid of emotion, but rather suppressing some feeling. Jim was smiling, grinning from ear to ear as if this situation couldn't be more enjoyable. 2 years ago, our nation suffered a great defeat on the battlefield and accepted a temporary ceasefire in exchange for a hefty reparation. But that is only temporary. We don't know when the war will resume. What do we do then? The unlaws each possess various abnormalities. Each one causes incidents according to their mental state, but what if we could use that for war? I absolutely detest those monsters called the unlaws, but I recognize their utility. It costs to raise them, but the return as weapons is spectacular. And, Scouting Norman, I evaluate your ability to handle the Outlaws more than anyone. I want to entrust the special Outlaws forces I'm putting together to you. So, kill the enemy on the battlefield, or infiltrate as a spy in enemy nations, depending on the abnormality. The era of spies is coming, and of course, I can guarantee favorable treatment and pay. So, you once devoted your life to this nation. It's the same as taking up arms for the country. What do you say, Norman? I want to hear your answer. Norman didn't shrug. No fidgeting, no change in expression. He just asked one thing. What about those four? Of course, they'll be your pets, your weapons from now on. I see, that's enough. Section, it happened in an instant. By the time Jim noticed, Norman was in front of him. Silently, without a sound or presence, he had leapt onto the long table. Jim hadn't looked away, and Norman's limbs were bound, yet the documents Jim had been holding were trampled underfoot. Still, the photos of Shizuku and the others laid out were untouched. Gah! Jim tried to stand but failed. Norman's kicking foot struck Jim's right knee, halting his movement. As Jim pitched forward, an elbow struck his head. As Norman stepped off the table, he grabbed Jim's neck with his arm. Now wait a min. I refuse. A dull snap rang out. Norman had broken Jim's cervical vertebrae, letting the now lifeless body roll away, uncaring. I'm pretty tired from all this. More importantly, where is this place? With weary steps, he leaned on the table in the back. Should I go stop those four first, then rescue my sister? Or should I leave the cleanup to someone else? No, maybe we'll all just run away. I have contingencies prepared for situations like this, but, muttering to himself, he suddenly turned around. Two things struck him as odd from behind. The door to the left was half open, and the body Norman had just made was nowhere to be seen. Oh, huh. His gaze turned upwards, reacting more to his ears. The faint but distinct sound of footsteps came from above. I see. Nodding once, he began collecting items from the table. Straightening his clothes, he stowed his personal effects and a collapsible cane inside his coat. Checking that the gun was loaded, he finally placed the felt hat on his head. Well now, what poor taste that man has. The reason for his sigh was the view outside the window. The nighttime city of Baldlam spread out below. There was only one place this high up with such a view. The Baldlam Tower, huh? Section, a strong gust of wind blew at the very top of the Baldlam Tower. There was a large bell tower, a symbolic structure housing a massive bell. The stone bell tower was quite spacious, supported by pillars on all four sides. With no walls, the surrounding city within the ramparts was visible, exposed to the powerful winds. In its center, right under the great bell, Jim Adamworth waited for Norman Heimish. Despite having his neck broken, he stood there alive as ever. Don't you find this city strange? He opened without preamble. Those rampart walls, there are no records of when they were first built. Apparently they originated from nobles supporting the founding of the Cartesius order. The wealthy moved in, people were employed to serve them, and slowly but surely it developed into a city. So, that former Baldlam has now become, as you know, a nest for monsters. At least one Outlaws incident occurs weekly, keeping you running around the city. A result far removed from its original purpose. This city was undoubtedly strange. I believe this city is an experiment ground for the Outlaws. The Cartesius headquarters has investigated, but couldn't find any definitive answers. Then are you an Outlaws too? Norman thought it was impossible, unusual regenerative powers. It wouldn't surprise me at all if there were Outlaws with such abilities. The problem was that Jim held a decent position within the Cartesius order. Heavens no, I'd hate to be associated with those monsters. Then what are you? My research specializes in the ranks of the Outlaws, but raising their rank requires either arduous training or severe physical and mental strain. The latter is a shortcut, but we have limited test subjects. I see, disgusting. Yes, this is an artificial immortality procedure to forcibly create Outlaws. Preposterous. If you want to mass-produce that for military use, just mass-produce it. Unfortunately, the success rate is low. It rarely works, whether for regular people or the Outlaws themselves. So far, I'm the only success case. You'd have been better off as a failure. Norman swallowed the bile rising in his throat, pressing his hat against the buffeting winds. This wasn't a conversation he wanted to drag out. but Jim didn't stop talking. Well, now that I've revealed the shocking truth, the situation hasn't really changed. We're already shorthanded with the recent disappearance of intelligence officers. Not to mention when I tried to apprehend you, you went on a murderous rampage and killed 20 of my private soldiers. Water under the bridge. If you came at me with lethal intent while trying to apprehend me, I had no choice. Hahote. So, fleeing and murder charges have been added to your list of suspected crimes. You're the mastermind behind it all, aren't you? Norman flipped all the switches in his mind. When acting together with Shizuku and the others, Norman would switch between his thoughts, abilities, and actions. Not holding back, but purely so they could fully unleash their abilities, as that led to exponentially quicker incident resolutions. More importantly, to meet what he demanded of them. Oh, what's going through your mind? The train hijacking, that was well done. Switching the rail lines, you mean? Jim didn't falter. Rather, he seemed to have some expectation of Norman, sporting a smile. No, before that. How did Knocker Cromwell's men sneak onto the freight car? If they came with the passengers, I would have noticed. Then either they boa-arded after the passengers, or hid before the passengers arrived. Right. Which means there was setup besides the perpetrators themselves. And that was... Mary Walwood was the president of the shipping company. The woman killed in the first incident was a skilled company president who took over her late husband's shipping business. But she died, and for the walled city of Baldlam, a shipping company was a critical operation. If she died, the company would be paralyzed, or at least cracks would form. Speaking while reconstructing everything he had witnessed in his mind. Like a map. His home, the living room scene, the furniture left untouched, the small objects placed about held information. First, he picked up the toy train model. Seeing the fallen woman's nightgown on the floor, he next turned his awareness to Jacqueline Harley had killed Bront Byron, who was a buyer of antiques and valuables among the nobility. A bloodstained bandage. Due to the incident she caused, he was killed, an illegal brothel was exposed, and the nobility was questioned and pressured by the police. As a result, their movements became restricted. Tracing the bandage leads to a tarnished box containing tarnished gold coins. The desire the Ripper tried to correct, the hell that created the Ripper. The story jumps around, doesn't it? At this point it does. But if you walk through the room of memories and see what you witnessed, the story changes. The large diamond ring that Filgy Mule tried to steal, it had rolled onto a woman's nightgown. The jewel thief incident. In that case, the museum was completely destroyed and ceased functioning. Then the problem became what would happen to the undamaged exhibits. They couldn't just leave them in the ruined museum. The wealthy would buy them, or they'd be moved to another location in the city, or to a museum in another city. Right, but due to the brothel incident, the movements of the nobility were restricted. Especially those who desired antiques probably didn't want to make any big purchases because of Bront Byron, who was killed. Plus, that whole thing had a bad reputation attached, including the destruction of the museum. It would be difficult to find a buyer in the city. The box of gold coins disappears from the room. Then they would try to move it to a museum outside the city. In which case, who would do it? For transporting things, it would be a shipping company. And that company was Walwood's, right? Did you confirm that? Yes. Among the bodies on the express train was the director of the museum. The inventory of items being transported included that diamond, and there were documents issued by the Walwood Company. What was found was a dining car. Among the bodies were nobility and wealthy merchants dealing in valuables. One of them was the director of the Baldlam Museum, there to oversee the transport of the artwork. But why would they deliberately use a risky company like one whose president was killed to do the transportation? Here, the story comes back to the beginning. Ah, I see. Jim nodded in understanding. Norman remained still, simply exhaling. You said earlier you were on good terms with Miss Mary, right? And that's when the train hijacking occurred. The 4 incidents were separate incidents, but they weren't. They came together as one thing. The 4 incidents were all connected. Are you saying this was all my doing? Yes. Nodding, he joined the fingertips of both hands together. This is where it gets serious. Knocker Cromwell said, I knew you would be on this train. Indeed, that's why he hijacked the train. But if you think calmly, it's strange. He was cast out from Cartesius. I go to the capital regularly. even if I don't know when, and it was only recently decided that sea clairs would accompany me. Knocker Cromwell did it because Norman Hamish's companion was sea clair's Aristep. How did the revolutionary cast out from Cartesius know that? Or how did Mary Walwood notice Alfred Curtis's change? Was it really just consulting about the future? Maybe. But the newly awakened Outlaws would be doing everything to hide their change. And yet, did someone tell her? If that gave you a slight doubt, then everything connects. Did someone tell Mary? Did someone tell Jacqueline what would happen if she killed Mr. Byron? Did someone set up the museum director? Did someone tell Knocker about Norman's movements? Someone was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The listed conjectures are a thin thread, something you can only see by piling suspicion upon suspicion, assuming that's the case. It ensnares those who touch it, the threads tangle and are woven across the city. A malice spun by someone's intention. Invisible, unnoticeable thin spider threads. And that someone is you. Section, splendid deduction, just like a famous detective. However, wasn't it you who said things like who and how didn't matter? You should be explaining the why, not those other things. Like I care, not like I'm writing a report here. That's exactly it, Norman, that kind of attitude from you. The smile that had been plastered on vanishes. With a face like a crying child, he shouts, aren't you a bit too indifferent to me? What about you? Aren't you and I friends? And yet you're always just talking about those monsters. I'm not talking about the interrogation earlier, about how to stabilize their abilities or how to apply them. You only drop by my lab occasionally to ask what you want to know and then leave. Think about how hurt I feel after you leave. Wait a minute, that's your reason? You did all this just because you wanted attention. No, of course there was also a practical reason. Regaining his rationality with an unsettling quickness. To be frank, what I wanted to know was about beyond Category 3 ranks. I thought you knew about that, Norman, but as I said, you're too cold. So I thought if I put you in dangerous situations through various means, I might be able to get something out of you. This guy, you wanted to pry info from me, but what if I'd actually died in one of those incidents? Well, I trusted that you wouldn't. But it didn't turn out well in the end. You didn't tell me anything, and having my subordinates monitor the 4 combat situations was fruitless. The spy for Fairy and Hellhound did nothing. The spy for Jewel got caught in the museum's collapse and died, and the spy for Fairy was even wiped out by the miners group. Don't try to sympathize with the victims. Yeah, well, but you being so cold is no good. What's with that emotional tone? Trying to make me laugh. Hess, if you did laugh, my efforts would have been worth it. Ooh, that cold gaze, it's giving me chills. I only feel a physiological revulsion at his contortions, but that's just how Jim is. He did it because he wanted Norman's attention. He did it because he wanted to extract information from Norman. I can't understand it. I don't want to. So that's the whole story. All has been revealed, my friend, my detective. Since I framed you once and tried to kill you, we're even, so why don't we study and control those monsters together? Don't screw with me. Even at this point, on one side he cornered and framed me. On the other he tried to kill me without a second thought. And yet he still thinks we can talk it over, join hands as friends. It's the height of selfishness. Toying with people's hearts, lying, arrogantly doing as he pleases alone. Monsters, did you call them monsters? A creaking sound, my heart creaks and grinds. The reality in front of me, the person next to me. Even if I can't see or touch them directly, we rub against each other, creating that jarring grind. Ah, so that's what this is. I inadvertently clicked my tongue. This is it. This is why. This is what I can't forgive, why Norman is in the city. You call them monsters, but really, how disgusting. Take a look in the mirror. Branding them as Outlaws monsters. Using them as weapons, as tools. Exploiting them for your own conveniences, desires, and selfishness. Not recognizing their human rights, only seeing their abilities. Which one is really the monster? If they committed crimes of their own will, if they used their abilities as they pleased, it's understandable that they be punished. But if not, if it was an accident caused by their abilities or an out-of-control incident, but they didn't cross the line, there are those with various thoughts and various abilities. The difference of whether those differences are just a bit larger or not. Surely, it's not that big a difference. They should be able to live without committing crimes, doing the right thing, being different from everyone while doing things for everyone's sake, living so as not to bother anyone. It's not about being a monster, it's about monsters doing bad things like you. You're saying strange things, Norman. Aren't you also using those four girls? Ah, that's true. You're right. From the outside, I'm probably no different than Jim in that regard. For my own convenience, I'm prioritizing those four girls over others, driving people away, killing them, rejecting them. And yet, even to a monster like me, they gave me their love. Each in her own words confessed her love to the monster Norman. Yes, this tone warms me. Whichever form you take, please, look upon my true self. As long as you call me a detective, I will continue being one. Your choice, whatever it is, brings me more joy than anything. They brought color to my empty world. So I won't allow their hearts to be scorned and looked down upon. If I can't forgive it, then I'll stake everything to accomplish it. That's why I'm going to kill you. If you don't die, I'll keep killing you until you give up. If you don't give up, I'll kill you until you die. Wonderful, let's do that then. Try deducing and proving you can kill the me that exists now, show me. You can be the detective and I'll be the villain. I don't care what roles we have. In the end, there's only one word that describes us both. And that is, we're moles from the same hole. Fellow moles just devouring each other, befitting of monsters, right? Section, the detective's cold gaze pierced the villain sharply. He lightly swung out the folding cane he took from his pocket to extend it, gripping it naturally in the middle of the shaft. The villain grinned broadly, eyes glittering as he raised both fists in front of himself. The distance between was just a few meters. The light came from the electric lamps on the 4 stone pillars and the moonlight. Now, let's have fun, Norman. The villain stepped forward with a light movement, but it was an inhuman physical ability. The distance between closed in the blink of an eye, and a sharp, straight right punch came flying. It entered the hall with a perfect textbook motion. Oh, there was a cracking sound. It was the sound of the villain's right elbow snapping like splintered wood. The detective deflected the approaching right fist with THR left arm gripping the cane, using some technique. And before the villain's arm could fully extend, the detective ensnared it with the cane, locking the joint, and used the acceleration to brutally break his arm. The second time, and the detective didn't stop there. With his left arm entangled in the villain's right arm, he shifted his wrist and moved the tip of the cane. The target was the villain's throat. With a thud, the detective struck him in the throat with the cane handle. Inevitably, the cane tip shot out, slamming directly into the villain's throat. GGRR. A dull sound escaped from the villain's mouth, an inarticulate voice. The cane thrust squarely into his throat, crushed it, and pulverized the cervical vertebrae behind it. Like a fallen camellia flower, his neck bent unnaturally. It was an instant death from the counterattack. But from the broken, bent neck that should have killed him, the attached face twisted into a deeper grin. Ha, as expect. He tried to say as expected, but the words didn't come. The detective was already moving. With a kick from his left foot, he drove into the villain's right knee, crushing it. Separate from physical ability or bodily strength, based on human anatomy, the villain's knee gave way. With the arm still ensnared, he seized the villain's swaying head. Ha! With a sharp exhale, he slammed the villain's face into the stone pavement, smashing it down. A sickening crunch of the shattered skull. Without losing the momentum from the full-force smash, he spun once on the pavement before standing up and turning around. Red lifeblood spilled from the head, defiling the stone tiles. The forehead was shattered, and the brain surely damaged as well. Vital points of the human body, its structure, where and how to efficiently destroy a person. The detective, once an army medic, knew it well. It's a terrible thing to use techniques and knowledge meant to save lives to kill, but still. The third time. Gazing at the corpse, with its neck broken and face caved in. News Norman. The villain sprang up, shouting the detective's name. His neck was already healed, and the damage to his face was starting to regenerate too. His words were slightly slurred and he staggered for a few steps, but soon returned to normal. A disgusting. Watching directly, the wounds closed up like a reverse playback. The spilled blood remained, but the flesh filling in the wounds was a gruesome sight. Don't say that, Norman. You can do the same, can't you? The villain advanced on the detective with open arms, laughing mockingly. This time, a left hook sliced through the night air toward the detective's face. The detective simply dropped to one knee and ducked his head to dodge it. The hook grazed his face slightly, cutting his ear and splattering blood. Diving into the villain's range, he thrust out his right side, using that momentum to drive his right elbow into his enemy's body. Go ah! The elbow struck squarely into the heart's location. Utilizing the villain's own forward inertia, it plunged in deeply, shattering his ribs. Before the villain could counter with his right arm, the detective hooked the cane handle behind his right heel. Scooping upward with the handle, he kicked out the heel, causing the villain to topple backward. The fourth time. Seizing the lapel of the falling tuxedo, the detective halted his descent and rammed the cane shaft into his left eye. With a wet squelch, the eyeball burst, and when he withdrew the cane, the villain fell slowly backward. That one was a bit messy. He carelessly wiped the shaft on the stone tiles, but his gaze never left the villain. You say terrible things, Norman. I'm getting sick of this. With a sigh, he watched the villain rise again. More accurately, he watched the wounds. The shattered left eye socket regenerating in that reverse playback. He had pulverized the vital points, broken the neck, damaged the brain, even burst the eyeball, yet all the wounds healed. Staring at the closing wounds, sickened by the sight yet burning it into his memory, a searing heat lanced into his right side. The shooting pain made him crumple reflexively, clutching the blood gushing from his flank. Ha ha ha, I had a trick up my sleeve too. In the villain's hand was a small gun, a compact single-shot model concealable in the sleeve. The detective's focus on the villain's wounds had cost him, slowing his reaction. But I was aiming for your heart, you see. Looking at the muzzle, your gaze, the angle of your arm, I could calculate the trajectory. I just got a bit distracted and couldn't fully dodge it. Phew phew phew, you say such amazing things so casually. Admiring him despite treating his own wound, the villain's slightly unsteady gait was likely from blood loss. Yet he still smiled. Well, your technique was splendid. I realize that even being immortal doesn't mean you can't die. After this is over, I'll have to retrain my skills. That wound doesn't look pretty either. Shall we call it a night? Whatever, I don't care about that. Norman simply spat the words out as he stood. His footing was unsteady, but still. Norman, don't push yourself. I don't actually want you dead. Shut up. As Jim approached within arm's reach, Norman suddenly burst into motion. Like a predator, he ignored his own injury to circle behind Jim. He plunged a slim dagger into Jim's chest, a blade concealed in his telescoping cane. What are you doing, Norman? I don't mind you hugging me, but stabbing me with a sword. I miss the vitals. Well, if you thrash around weirdly, it could shift and hit a major vessel. Hearing this, Jim froze. Even if he couldn't die, Norman would if he moved wrongly. The detective was well versed in what areas to target as dangerous or not. Besides, it's not pointless. Norman took a step forward. Pressed at the knee, Jim followed the same motion. You may be basically immortal, but it's just basically. You can't recover spilled blood. Your physical structure is still human. Another step forward. And there must be a limit to how much you can regenerate. The later wounds clearly took longer to heal compared to the first ones. That's why Norman let himself get shot, to time how long it took the eye injury to heal. Another step forward. If you were truly, completely immortal, that discrepancy wouldn't exist. So your regeneration does have limits. I don't know the resource behind it, but as long as I can tell that, it's enough. You went that far thinking about it. One more step forward. There are likely various definitions of a great detective, but if being one means never overlooking even tiny details to uncover the truth, then Norman Hamish undoubtedly deserves the title. One more step, another step forward. Normans, you can't mean. That's exactly what I mean. One more step forward, and that brought them to the edge of the bell tower. One more step, and it would be a straight plummet to the ground below. Down there was only pitch blackness, in stark contrast to the distant city skyline. Surely even you would die from falling this height. But you would die too. Are you planning to die together with me? That would be interesting in its own way. At this, even Norman had to give a wry smile. You've got to be kidding me. To have come all this way, yet this stubborn man refused to act because Norman would die too. Why go that far? This is what it takes to stop you, isn't it? Are you sure? What about the people dear to you? Ask that. Norman envisioned them. Shizuku, Eltiel, Lonsder, sea clairs, were they hallucinations from blood loss? They seemed to be shouting for him to stop, and further questions came, even from a corner of his own mind. Why are you doing this? Ha. Norman let out a small laugh, not at Jim Adamworth, the villain, but at the imaginary visions before him, or perhaps at himself. It's elementary, my dears. In an instant, the wind whipped past. He didn't even need to take that step. The backs of the heroes who try to protect the city are pushed. Norman Hamish and Jim Adamworth were cast into the open air. The dark abyss below looked like a canyon waterfall basin. The towering spire in the night was like a massive plunging waterfall. Both detective and villain fell toward that basin. Section. Torn apart by the fierce winds, the two figures trailed arcing sprays of blood. As life leaked away into the empty sky, Norman felt a sense of déjà vu. It was Shizuku's vision, the sight of falling from a great height. This must have been what she saw then, unable to do anything but look up from below. But Norman believed that in a situation where his death was assured, Shizuku would not be the only one there. And he saw the scattered droplets of blood whipped up into the air, droplets that should be falling. In the next instant, he heard a voice, carried to him by the wind. Honestly, you never do invite me along, Sensei. Along with the voice, Norman slammed into what seemed like a board. No, not a solid impact like that. It was an extremely thin wall of air. What alone would instantly break, too fragile to bear any resistance, instead arrayed dozens, hundreds of layers stacked in the direction of Norman's descent. Passing through these consecutive barriers, his body took no damage from their brittleness, but his downward speed steadily decreased from the cumulative resistance. Layer after layer, contorting the very nature of air itself to protectively envelop something precious. The fairy handspriggan shielded its treasures. Of course, that alone would not suffice. The delicate air walls, made flimsy to cushion Norman's body, could not fully arrest his momentum. There are limits to what an assistant can clean up afterwards. So the gem grabbed the detective in the hollow. Around halfway up the tower, a tanned woman embraced Norman. How did she do that? That question has always been simple. With extraordinary physical abilities, she ran up the outer wall of the tower. She then rotated her body and used centrifugal force to approach the outer wall again. Hattie. She thrust her strengthened hand into it. With her wrist and beyond scraping the outer wall, the two fell. It would be too much of a burden to forcefully stop the fall with Norman's current body. She was already on the verge of losing consciousness from the impact of clinging to the outer wall. So, she slid down while using her wrist as a brake. Her deviated physical abilities and bodily functions. She deduced that was the best way to save him. Unsullied gemstone anvil celestial maiden points to the truth. I'll kill you if you don't catch him. From a few meters above the ground, she threw Norman as gently as possible. Still, the danger to his life was not over. On the ground, there was little light and it was enveloped in darkness. Changing from dozens of meters to just a few meters does not end the hell. 1. So the jet-black hellhound ran. It threw its large body into the air and used half of it to catch Norman's body. With its beautifully glossy, smooth fur. Not thinking about the landing, it accepted its master using its belly. The hellhound then fell to the paved ground. Taking all the impact, it only gave Norman the sensation of jumping into a bed. The hellhound was on the ground that was supposed to be hell. Even transforming from a human, it burned with unwavering loyalty. The black demon hellhound dog Bratskdog shines in hell. Norman Sama. The hellhound immediately regained human form and lifted him up. Norman avoided fatal injuries from the stab wound in his chest and gunshot wound in his side, but he had lost a lot of blood and wouldn't last much longer like this. She cradled him as the detective ran over rubbing his wrist, and the fairy crouched by his side and opened a first aid kit, but he didn't respond. I won't allow such a way to die, Norman. So the tearflower placed her hand on his chest, exposing her long white hair, her slender fish-like hands bare. The girl who disliked touching anything uses her ability for the one man she wishes to touch. Norman. Shizuku Teardrop calls out to the one who is her peace. Norman Sama. Eltiel Sirius Flame calls out to the one who is not afraid of her. Norman. Lonsder Enhanced Dia calls out to the one who gives her righteousness. Sensei Norman. Sea Claire's Airy Step calls out to the one who doesn't let her get bored. Ah. And a voice leaked from him. A resonance. Amplifying Shizuku's ability through the four of them and pouring into Norman's heart. It couldn't reach him before, but now it can. What they want to convey to their beloved is simple. The lingering echo resonance makes the heart tremble. Ha! Light dwelled in Norman's eyes, and he looked at the four surrounding him. Shizuku was drenched in sweat from the unaccustomed use of her ability. Eltiel was clinging tightly as she cradled Norman. Lonsder had a slight smile, but the cigarette pinched by her trembling fingers was unlit. Claire's had no smile, only a desperate expression as she began treatment. Norman tried to say something clever, but that just now was really amazing. I want you to do it again. He was poked, pinched, kicked, and his wounds were pressed hard, so I guess it wasn't that great after all. New Warman. As the black sky gradually whitened to welcome the morning, a scream rang out. Who the five turned their gazes toward was Jim, in an appearance too gruesome to call merely covered in wounds. His entire body was drenched in blood, with broken bones piercing through the flesh everywhere. His arms and legs pointed in strange directions, and his gait was unsteady. I saw it. What happened just now? That's what I've been seeking. Ha ha ha. As I thought, you were the key all along, Norman. It's amazing. Still, his eyes shone brilliantly, dyed with a joyful color. He showed up. Was he always like this? He's changed quite a bit from the biologically repulsive man I remember. He was pretty gross from way back, but this is even worse. Given the situation, is this creep the mastermind? Geez, what do you think, Sensei? The four who had rarely agreed were all wincing at Jim, who was just as suspicious in his gait as Norman stood up and took a step forward. Jim, you really are persistent. Sorry, Norman. I was looking forward to a double suicide with you, but that's no longer possible. Right now, the figures of those four who saved you, what were those? Jim's body had begun to heal at a slower pace than before. That glow from their bodies. It was of a completely different nature from their abilities. Tell me, what was that? The sigh he let out was long, filled with resignation. Critical case, that's what I call it. Critical case, what does that mean? What kind of enhancement is it? It's not about getting stronger, Jim. Quite the opposite, really. To put it bluntly, it's just a safety valve. Visualizing the degree of ability activation through the body. It's not expanding what they can do. Even if the ability has stabilized, there's still much unknown, and the danger of it running out of control is not zero. Then that glow was. What you saw earlier is the stable state, meaning that level of burden is not an issue. When it reaches the deep state right before going out of control, it gets flashier and more brilliant. It's really just an indicator. The reason Norman just stands by or behind them when they fight is so that he can assess their burden during battle and stop them immediately if there's a problem. He's always watching over them. The Outlaws' ability is directly linked to emotion, so even without using it, if their feelings surge, their bodies will glow a bit. But it's not really a side effect worth mentioning. No, what are you saying, Norman? Not an enhancement? No, that's not it. Ability stabilization and visualization of the activation rate. It makes it easier to manage. His excitement reached its peak. Having finally grasped this realm, Jim howled as his emotions exploded. Just how did you manage to do that? Well, it's not that complicated, really. It's just an application of the ability. In contrast, Norman steadied his breathing while staggering. I don't feel like talking much, but if I'm considerate and stay close to my partner, that's enough. In Shizuku's case, she had to change her hairstyle due to her outfit. Her beautiful, slender, and smooth hair. At first, the two of us would grasp one lock at a time and focus our awareness there. It was quite rewarding, wasn't it? Since I could constantly touch Shizuku's hands and hair. Facing each other, or having her sit on my lap, or leaning against my back, it was adorable how embarrassed she was at first, and I was happy that we gradually became more comfortable around each other. Like a cat. That's part of Shizuku's adorableness. She keeps a bit of distance when we're out, but when we're alone, she really clings to me. Nowadays, we can even stay attached while doing our own things. I was really touched when I realized that. Well, you'll never get to see it though. Or rather, I don't intend to let any other man see it, and if they do, I'll have no choice but to kill them. For Elle, her eye color changed due to the side effects of her transformation, so it was easy for her to make them glow. The issue was when she was in dog form. To make her fur flare up like flames in an obvious way, we started by brushing her entire body. Elle's fur when she was a dog was so soft and fluffy that I dozed off petting it several times. Then Elle would fall asleep too, and when I woke up, her transformation had worn off, leaving me embracing her naked body. That was really something. To open my eyes and be greeted by that magnificent sight. But you know, Elle's real charm lies in her kindness and devotion. She dedicates herself to me in every way. To be honest, it pains me a little to treat her carelessly sometimes. But I'm also a bit pleased with myself over it, which is troubling. Part of me wants to live an indolent life being doted on by Elle forever. As for Lonsder San, instead of tattoos, at first we made her blood vessels glow. But that was a bit gory, and I wanted something beautiful and stylish for Lonsder San. So we drew lines on her skin with ink and made those glow instead. The tricky part was that since I drew directly on Lonsder San's body with my fingers, it was toxic for both our eyes and fingers. She would tease and distract me while I was drawing too. I had to muster all my rationality since it was a necessary task, but I find her teasing quite charming. Or rather, Lonsder San is charming no matter what she does. She said something similar herself, that even if you gathered all the jewels in the world, their value wouldn't come close to hers. Wait, didn't I just say that? Well, it's worth repeating any number of times. I can't help but gaze at her in wonder constantly. For Claire's, getting her manifestation itself was extremely easy since it just happened without me doing anything special. I guess that's to be expected from a genius. The fun part was designing her wings together. Since Claire's is so fashionable, she couldn't settle for anything less than something befitting her, right? Something fairy-like that suited her personality. During that process, Claire's would tease me, and I'll admit it was a bit enjoyable being played with when I confessed my reactions. Well, it can't be helped when Claire's is at her most adorable while smiling and enjoying my responses, you know. You probably can't understand, but while Claire's smile may look the same, it's actually completely different depending on the tone of her voice, the angle of her smile, and so on. Just being able to read that makes time fly by. She's truly a bewitching girl. See? It's a simple thing. Anyone can do it if they truly care about the other person. All four of them were speechless. Shizuku nearly dropped her sniper rifle. A strange sound escaped from Eltiel's throat. Lonsder San's cigarette fell from his lips, and even Claire's usual smile vanished as his mouth hung open. The four of them knew that Norman cared about them. Even so, it wasn't like him to express his emotions so blatantly. And the content, saying words drenched in such raw desire, was completely out of character for him. Is it, my lingering echo flowering tears? The one who had an inkling of what was happening was Shizuku. She had used her echoing tears earlier to save Norman, but there had been something irregular about it. To begin with, her ability hadn't worked on him before, and she had never used it to pass a resonance through another person and direct it at someone else. It was the first time she had used it in that way. As a result, was this why Norman's words were spilling out uncontrollably? She didn't know. She didn't understand anything, but his words, what he truly felt. So, what you're saying, Norman. Jim chose his words carefully before he spoke. Reacting to the torrent of emotions Norman had just unleashed. You're saying that understanding and coexistence with Outlaws is what's needed for this critical case. Yes, exactly. I've been saying that all along. Just treat them as people, not as monsters. Even if you don't understand, it's okay to love them without understanding. Is that so? Jim nodded, his body shaking. Ha ha, I see, so that's it. Now I finally understand. I can finally grasp who you are, Norman. It seems I've been mistaken all this time. Jim Adamworth had been seeking something, a path that went beyond the current rank to reach a higher level. From beyond the distant walls, the sun peeked out, casting light upon him. Love. Love of all things, that such a vague concept would be the key. Thank you, Norman, for showing me, but this is problematic. It's not easy to replicate. I can't possibly bring myself to love Outlaws like some kind of pervert. No, wait, I've got it. The blood-stained young man broke into a wide smile. You love me. If it's you, I can love you. Guide me to the heights. And with the rising sun behind him, 4 lights exploded. Shizuku Teardrop's long hair shone a deep blue. Eltiel Sirius Flame's reversed eyes burned with yellow flames. Crimson lines of vivid light ran across Lonsder and Hinsedia's entire body, and Seaclair's airy steps back was adorned with glowing green geometric wings. Critical case, deepening state. In their state, just a step away from a full-blown power surge, it was a form that Norman would have usually been able to stop. However, before Norman's words and Jim's absurd rants, no one could intervene. A tearflower bullet blew off one of Jim's legs, and the flaming hellhound, wrapped in yellow flames, crunched his torso and flung him into the air. A leaping gem kicked him down, and in the instant he hit the ground, a fairy's blade severed his head from his neck. Thud! Jim's severed head rolled to Norman's feet. Did you see that, Norman? Even reduced to just a head, his eyes were wide with exhilaration. You were right. What we just saw is precisely what I've been searching for, the realm beyond tier category 3. Yes, congratulations. But sorry to say, Norman pulled something from his coat. It was a handgun. Now that you know about the critical case, I have to make sure you're dead. The morning sun stretched from behind Norman's back, casting his shadow over Jim's severed head. I have one confession to make. Do you remember how you complained that intelligence agents kept disappearing or dying during your interrogations? You don't tell me. That's right. I was the one who eliminated them. With brutal candor, Norman Hamish declared his betrayal of Cartesius. You called me a safety valve, but I knew that someone like you would target the critical case. So I'm sorry, but... So you plan to kill me too? Fine, do it. I'm curious what it's like to die while reduced to just a head. But listen, Norman, if somehow I survive this, then it's destiny. I'll return, and we'll reach the heights together. I'm not going anywhere. For a moment, Norman's gaze turned to the fore. The things I want to protect are right here. He cocked the hammer. My heart has already decided that. And he pulled the trigger. Epilogue. In a windowless office, Norman faced two women, Sphere Hamish. She had the same hair and eye color as Norman, wearing glasses, the chief of the Cartesius Baldlum branch. Behind her stood Iris Norton, a woman in a black suit with black hair. She was an intelligence officer who mainly scrutinized and collected information on the Outlaws within the city, also serving as Sphere's secretary. Well then, how are you feeling? How am I feeling? That's a difficult question, a real head-scratcher. I've got a stab wound in the chest, a gunshot in the side, a crack in my left arm, and my right ear is split. It was just 2 weeks ago I fell from the top of that tower. Can't walk without a cane. And in this condition, I get kicked out of the hospital and summoned here. Yeah, really feeling fantastic. I see no problems then. Norman could only offer meaningless silent protest to his sister's wry smile. Completely meaningless, even if he tried. Now, foolish brother, there are 2 matters for which I summoned you. What are they? I already reported about that perverted actor, didn't I? Not to you, sis, but to Iris. You never even came to visit me, and Iris was more interrogating me than visiting. Actually, let me ask you first, what happened to Jim? Did he die properly? Yes, he was taken care of. The details are better left unasked. Ah, right. Don't want to know, don't want to remember. With Jim Adamworth dead, and the military use of Outlaws temporarily halted, at the very least there should be no issues for a while. Of course, that includes conscription from the city. Otherwise, there'd be no point in going that far. Indeed, that was my job, but there is one matter concerning you. Saying that, Sphere took out a small box from her desk and placed it on the table. Here you are. Thanks. With his aching body, he went to retrieve it, sat back in the chair and opened the box. Inside was a badge. A cane, a hat surrounded by blue, red, yellow, and green patterns, and on the brim of the hat were the words, "Elementary, what's this? You've been saying you wanted a public-facing job, haven't you? I've prepared this as a result of your recent work. The detective agency Elementary. All the necessary paperwork has already been sent to your lodging. You can use that as your office." What a total geek. No, it represents the 4 elements. Huh, oh, I see. How about that? It's great, isn't it? You worked desperately to solve the case for their sakes and racked up points for Cartesius. Norman didn't react to his sister's sarcastic smile. And the second matter is, your next job. Ah, I see. I'm still recovering, but I'll do my best. Very well, that is all. Letting out a sigh, Norman stood up. Leaning on his cane, he opened the door, but then... Hamish. The voice wasn't Sphere's, but but Iris's, who had remained silent until then. Is that detective agency what you really wanted? Her words were like cold blades of ice. Well, it's not quite what I had in mind, but it's not bad. I see. Her eyes pierced straight through Norman. You really haven't changed at all. Section, which one do you want to sit on? Let's take this one. Sure. At Norman Hamish's lodging living room. C. Claire's and Lonsder had plopped down on the room's only two sofas like they owned the place. Eltiel, make us some tea, put brandy in mine. A royal milk tea for me, please. You too, I am not your servant, you know. Eltiel responded as she swept the room with a broom. She had been coming regularly to clean even while he was hospitalized, but was giving it another thorough cleaning now. If you're going to do it yourselves. What do you think, C. Claire's? Norman will make us some when he gets back, so we might as well wait. Good call. C. Claire's started reading a book laying around, while Lonsder lit up a cigarette. Honestly, Eltiel couldn't help but sigh at the two of them. There was no reasoning with those two, so it couldn't be helped. Not a shred of cooperativeness, is there? Shizuku, working in the corner of the room, remarked with sarcasm. That's rich, coming from you, Shizuku. You've quite the intimidating display over there. I'm not the only one learning self-defense from Norman. Chuckle, quite the self-defense tools indeed. Following C. Claire's amused gaze was Shizuku, barehanded as she gripped a rifle she was maintaining. Unfazed, she wiped down the dull parts with gun oil as she maintained the components. Why don't you come join us, Shizuku? We're seniors and juniors after all. I've already dropped out though, senior. Come on over, detective. Let's all get along. No, thank you. Do we need to get along? Good question. We probably should, considering what's to come. The detective agency, was it? It's wonderful that Norman will become the lord of his own castle. Elementary, I'd laugh if I could. The four of them had already heard about the detective agency's establishment from Sphere, which is why they had gathered to welcome Norman back from the hospital. Otherwise, they would have no reason to gather. These four together for a tea party would probably devolve into a bloodbath, you're in the way, or this looks fun, being enough of an excuse for it to head that direction. Fundamentally, the reason they had remained inviolable to each other until now was because they knew Norman was trying to protect all four of them. Do we even need an agency? Setting aside the parts she had finished polishing, Shizuku muttered as she deftly reassembled the gun. For a year and a half, we've all been doing our own thing, haven't we? Though a self-directed musing, there were now people present to pick it up. Need it or not, it's not necessary. As always, the fairy gave a smile as she picked up the tear that the flower had shed. But this time, the four of us came together to save Sensei, didn't we? A little miracle. Though I suppose it was Sensei, always staying by our side despite how we are, who made that miracle happen. Don't you want to show him more of those miracles? I bet Sensei would be delighted to see us having tea together. Ugh. For a moment, Shizuku's hand stopped. Lonsder cheerfully puffed on his cigarette as Eltiel also lent an ear to C. Claire's words. You don't mind spending time with the four of us? Not to that extent. Well, I don't really care either way. Then there's no issue with us gathering. A crisp click rang out as Shizuku spun the revolver she had just reassembled. Not immediately answering, she wiped her hands on a cloth, removed just the barrel again, and gently placed it in a violin case beside her. If it would make Norman happy, then I suppose it's fine. Shizuku reluctantly remained, not leaving. Taking out a violin from a case different than the one she had put her gun away in, she began idly plucking the strings with her fingers. You have a clever mouth. Indeed, what do you think, detective? What do I think? How about you, Eltiel? If it pleases Norman-sama, then I have no objections. Her answer was immediate. As she swept up the gathered trash with a dustpan and threw it into the garbage can, she showed no hesitation, as if what she said was simply a matter of course. Like a loyal dog wishing only for her master's happiness, that was her own happiness. As expected. Well, I mostly agree. Plus the detective agency isn't bad either. Hee hee, the four of us really lack a sense of self. Well, we are elementaries after all. C. Claire's frowned slightly at Lonsder's words. Shizuku and Eltiel also turned their eyes towards her, wondering what she was getting at. Lonsder accepted their gazes with a smile. The four elements theory, the idea that four elements make up the world. Isn't it fitting for us? It wasn't said with the strong conviction of a detective revealing the truth, more like a soft prayer intermingled with a wry smile. Earth, water, fire, wind, the four elements, one world. Shizuku teardrop, Eltiel serious flame, Lonsder enhanced dia, Claire's airy step. The four of them together become one world, Norman Hamish's world. Elementary. That's why, the agency where these four can gather. Here, they don't need to tremble in a corner. They don't need to hide their true selves. They don't need to hesitate about what they should do. They don't need to be bored. It's what he dreamed of, the promised place, the miracle he created. The four of them thought the same thing that would be wonderful. Section. Norman returned to his boarding house, put his hand on the doorknob and... The door was unlocked. After a brief pause, he casually opened it. I'm home. Just as he expected, the four of them were in the living room on the other side of the door. Looking back, he felt like he might have said some incredible things during the Baldlam Tower incident, but oh well. He didn't feel like himself, but it wasn't a lie. Welcome back. Shizuku was sitting cross-legged in the corner of the room. Next to her were two violin cases. Her hood was still on, but she had taken off her gloves. She plucked the violin strings with her fingers, a slight smile on her lips. Welcome back, sir. I've prepared some tea. Eltiel had just come out of the living room, carrying a tea set for 5 people in both hands. You're late. That shadowy bastard got you wrapped up in some trouble again, didn't she? Hopefully it was an interesting case. Lonsder was sitting on one of the only 2 sofas in the room, brazenly putting her feet up on the small table next to it. She was in a good mood, puffing on a cigarette. Indeed, I would welcome an enjoyable job as well. Welcome back, Sensei Norman. Claire's was sitting properly on the sofa opposite Lonsder. Her ever-unchanging smile, but it was clear to see that it wasn't fake. Ah, this must be another why for Norman Hamish. Just as he couldn't stand them being rejected. He wanted them to have a place to belong. Someday he had made that promise to them. If they could have a scene like this, where the 4 of them could have tea together. What he had thought was just a pipe dream was right before his eyes. A small miracle. This latest incident had been an incredible struggle, but if this scene existed, and could continue to exist from now on, it would surely be the most precious thing of all. The struggle was worth it. Well then, I have something to discuss with everyone while we have some tea. He looked around slowly at the tear flower. Hellhound, Jewel, Fairy, the 4 precious ones. It's a shoddy story, but the next case. In the walled city. The city where the wind doesn't blow. The story of humans and monsters continues. Afterward, when I started writing this intending to write a romantic comedy, I set comedy aside for the moment and seriously considered what love meant. I think there could be many answers, but for this story, I settled on loving something while unable to fully understand it. Being unable to understand something is scary, and we reject it. But even so, that's the point where Norman became the protagonist of this story, I think. I tried writing something that sounds like a romantic comedy, but how is it? It feels like comedy got left behind somewhere. Oh well, I was able to pack in plenty of love and pour out what I wanted to say. Anyway, I hope we can have a long relationship going forward. And I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the readers. I hope we can meet again somewhere. End of Volume 1.